What's up, gamers? Welcome back, peeps. How y'all doing? Been like 5 days. I've been lazy, but also, guys, this is the one time Hassan has been right. Oh, I should have pulled up the tweet before. But Hassan tweeted out like, there's no content during the holidays. Unironically kind of real. Unironically kind of true, though. And then check this shit out. Check this shit out. Hold on. No hands. No hands, guys. Oops. No hands. It's not obvious I'm using a foot pedal and I don't remember which ones I mapped to which. Yeah. That's not obvious at all. That's not, you couldn't tell. Yeah, there's no content in the holiday season. I'm losing my mind. Podcaster as news is slow. I burned through all my anime and shows. Someone has to step up. This is so real. I'm stepping up for you guys. This is true. And also, hold on. Look, check this out. Check this out. I can also. Okay, it's a little. Okay, hold on. I gotta not have my Spotify be active. Hold on, hold on. I'm playing pod stuff.
Yeah.
What the fuck
With
is
it
that?
too. With it too. It's incredible. And one of them is mute. Discord. Incredible. What's up for Starfew? Said it's not real. Hassan is just showing that he has dumb zoomer brain. I do like. You can definitely tell in that tweet. He made an effort. He made an effort to have no caps. Okay. He made an effort to make sure everything in that tweet was lowercase. All right. All right. Because it like everything was lowercase even after the periods and stuff. Because he's trying to be a zoomer when he knows he's 30. Is he 30, 35, 34, 35 now? Something like that. Bro, metal molds? I feel like it's got to be China. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I mean, Vietnam, Japan, maybe. I'm gonna guess Japan. I feel like they probably make some. Not very many, I guess. It could be the US. It could be Germany. I'm gonna guess Germany. Okay. All right. They're number 2. Yeah. I feel like I always want to guess Vietnam, and it's never Vietnam. Because in my mind, Vietnam's relatively similar to China. Like, I feel like I always hear, like, oh, you know, everyone's stationing their shit in Vietnam now instead of China. But it's never Vietnam. So I'm going to guess US. All right. We're number 6. What's up, Deckfest fan? Would you do Neil Fun auction game? I've not heard of whatever that is. Oh wait, I feel like I've seen probably this before. I do this because it's trade related, and I know trade sometimes. My mind, Vietnam is like slightly more advanced than Bangladesh. Hey, like Americans retire in Vietnam, don't they? Like there are fucking boomers who retire in Vietnam. Ain't no boomers that retire in Bangladesh. Okay, all right. I'm probably overestimating them though, but you know what? Just for that, I'm gonna guess Vietnam. It was not Vietnam. They were number 24. I was South Korea too, dude. I totally could have guessed South Korea. I literally said South Korea. But yeah, Italy and Canada. I probably could have guessed Italy. Yes, but in terms of industry, what they make, I mean, yeah, don't like, doesn't Vietnam make iPhones now? Don't they? Vietnam iPhones, bro. It's like 1%. It's like 99 or like 98% is in China, and then 1% is in India, and 1% is in Vietnam. Vietnam making iPhones. Yeah, see, Google Gemini agrees with me, bro. I'm not making this up. Around 20% of iPad production, 90% of Apple's wearable product assembly, like the Apple Watches, take place in Vietnam. Okay, well, I mean, that's the wearable assembly. That makes sense. But iPad production, that takes a bit of capital. You gotta have more than just unskilled labor to do that. You gotta have a little bit of shit. Well, I still have a possibly wrong view of manufacturing, but still being like textiles and stuff. Yeah, well, obviously, the fact that also said a lot of the stuff Apple makes there is wearable assembly stuff for like Apple Watches, would seem to indicate they do. I know they do still have like a lot of garment stuff and everything, but I'm just guessing this is like a real painting. I'm just guessing the auction price. $600,000. Oh my god. Okay. Are they all gonna be like this, bro? Bro, this painting's not that good. It can't be that much. I haven't heard it. I don't think I've heard of this painter either. I'm just gonna guess $1 million though, because they're all gonna be like this. Oh my god. Wait, I've heard of this dude though. This is gonna be 3 million. I'm gonna guess 2 million. Okay. Oh, okay. That was decent. That was decent. All right. Okay. I really don't. I'm gonna guess 500,000. I feel like it could be more than that. All of this sucks. Exactly. Oh, 40,000. Oh man. I feel like I've heard this name before. Executed. Okay, wait. If he was executed, especially, he's like. I'm guessing another 3 milli here. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I thought it was gonna be more. I thought it was gonna be something way more. Yeah, goddamn. I'm gonna guess like 80,000, and it's gonna be 3 million. Okay, I'll take that. Andy Warhol, that's gotta be 3 billion something, right? Oh my god, it's way more. Okay, I guess I should have. I'm biased towards 3 million because that was how much the first one was, and that was way more than I expected it to be. Yeah, but I guess Andy Warhol, I should have expected to go for more, honestly. $600,000. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's over. Oh, Duck Festity, why would you do this? Oh, what's up, Ian Hartman? What's the new GPU? I got a 5080. An RTX 5080 for $1,000 on Facebook Marketplace. Basically brand new. Not quite brand new. Used for like under a month, I think. I think it's probably more than a month, honestly. 50,000. Unbeatable score, honestly, unbeatable. Mom and Daddy really spent the bucks on you for Christmas. Well, it was mostly I get Christmas money, but it was mostly my money. 187 billion, and it's a bunch of oil and a little bit of fish. What Arab Peninsula country also makes fish? You got a goat non-fun 420? This is true, Duck Festity, thanks. Norway? Oh, it honestly probably is Norway, huh? They have a little bit of mining stuff. I feel like Norway is not this oil heavy, but it totally could be. 187 billion might be too much for Norway even. I don't know how high Norway's GDP is, like just total GDP is. Actually, no, I bet it could be Norway. Yeah. What is this, hamsters? Type 1 to affirm. This needs to be shouted from the rooftops. In terms of human welfare and what else matters, the neoliberal boom is by far the best thing that ever happened. True. I love Scott Sumner, my goat, my utilitarian goat. Okay, let's go. This isn't this post. Did this post? I guess not. Because it must not be in a new post because I haven't seen it. But they are though. Wow, 60% oil. Best example of socialism. True. They're not even 60%. Okay, they're 40. They're like 40. Thanks, News, for the sub. They're like 40 to 45% depending on the price of oil. It's like. I think in like 2022 or something they reached 50%, partially because of the price of oil, of like social ownership, of like ownership, of like production from either the government itself or from like state-owned enterprises and socially owned firms or whatever. Okay, how much time are we gonna spend on these memes? Bro, this real Connor shit, bro. Oh my god. I haven't even read what fucking Bernie said exactly yet. Yes, we need a wealth tax on billionaires at a time of unprecedented growth and unprecedented and growing wealth inequality and income inequality. True. I strongly support the grassroots effort in California to impose a 5% wealth tax on 200 billionaires worth $2 trillion. This initiative would provide the necessary funding to prevent over 3 million working class Californians from losing the health care they currently have as a result of Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. This is the model that should be emulated throughout the country, which is why we'll soon be introducing a national wealth tax on billionaires. Can't wait for it to fail for the 50th time. Let's go. Oh no. I think I've probably seen this. I don't know, who's this? Zachary Lizcow. Oh, I think I've heard of this dude. Version of billionaire tax is quite brilliant. Basically says you pay you pay on any amount you borrow as if it was a capital gain, but you get to deduct it from the stocks you do sell, so you don't get taxed twice on the same gain. Neatly solves the buy, borrow, die problem. I think I've heard of this before, but why wouldn't I? I mean, I feel like I would still just prefer one, a consumption tax, and two, I just don't think buy, borrow, die is that big of an issue in the first place. It doesn't seem like it happens that much. Tax rate calculated as follows. Since Ellison is getting $10 billion in cash through his stock ownership, the tax code would conclude that $10 billion of stock has been realized that has become taxable. When the income is realized, the tax code subtracts the basis, which is the amount the owner paid for the asset and it already paid tax on. We propose imposing a first in, first out assumption. We thus suggest using taxpayers' basis in their oldest assets to calculate the gain under the tax, compared with using the basis in all assets, and thus having to value all assets, as would be the case if our proposal used the taxpayer's average basis. The FIFO proposal has... what does this stand for? Whatever, I'm assuming somewhere this guy works or some shit. Considerably lower compliance costs because it requires only valuing the portion of assets whose total value equals the borrowing amount. In the example, because Ellison's oldest tranche of stock was purchased for $1 billion and is now worth $10 billion, he would get a basis offset of $1 billion on his loan. Thus, he would pay income tax on $9 billion of gains where he borrows $10 billion. I mean, that sounds like it could be... I mean, it's definitely preferable to any type of unrealized or other types of unrealized gains tax and stuff that has been proposed and everything. I'm not sure if I'm trying to think through if I would consider it a net benefit. I guess I don't see how... I guess I don't think it would be that distortive. I'm trying to think through the incentives in my mind. In return, when or if, in light of buy, borrow, or die, Elson sells his stock, he pays less income tax. That's $9 billion of income that is taxed becomes new, a basis allocated towards his oldest stock. Going forward, when Ellison borrows additional amounts, his offset is calculated based on his oldest assets, yet revalued under the borrowing tax. It would probably be nothing burger tax, very little revenue. Yeah, I would expect it could not possibly raise it much. Very little in terms of negative effects, yeah. Could be a billionaire tax does qualify. If it's a ballot, the leg will have an opportunity to negotiate with proponents for a more sensible alternative. Oh, that'd be good. What's up, Tron? I hate how much people do complicated things to tax the rich. So real. Can we not just do DBCFT, bro? Can we not just do consumption tax, bro? What the hell? What the hell? I don't remember where I have this saved in my notes, but I think I found the paper through King of the Coast, so I could go through his Twitter and find it if y'all really care. But like, it doesn't actually seem like buy, borrow, die happens that much. It seems like billionaires just like generally save their money and keep it in things that are non-taxable to begin with, and don't actually like, you know, play especially funny games. It's just that our tax code is meant to tax income, and they keep most of their money and invested in, you know, wealth accumulating assets. And those are things that probably have, you know, relatively positive spillovers, even if they're never going to be salient to people. But whatever. Bon wants a regressive tax, consumption tax. True, because he hates the poor, as all neoliberals do. This is true. That's why, bro, have you not seen my banner? It's right there. Tax the poor. Let's go. Just increase the tax brackets. Well, the people will say billionaires just already avoid taxes and increase the state tax when they die. Also, I don't like the idea of random people getting insane amounts of money and power in our country because of who they are born to. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't have like especially strong opinions on the estate tax. I don't think there's any. I don't think. Oh, what's up, Southron? Welcome back. Get wrecked, Forey. This is true. I don't think there's actually any especially good evidence on it, like one way or the other. There's a bunch of like research by this dude who like writes for Cato. His name is like David. If I just look up Cato like death tax, I think it'll come up. Daniel J. Mitchell. This dude's like research is like just totally slop. Like there's a reason. I don't even think he actually cites his sources. Yeah, he doesn't actually cite his sources like in this. It's because it's like total. It's like total slop. It's like one quote unquote paper, like unpublished thing from a think tank in the 1990s saying like it gets rid of like 1.5 million jobs a year, and it just is like totally slop research. As long as you don't touch the prosperous or the precious middle class. Exactly. Yeah, but I don't know. Estate tax would be good if we just gave all the money to give well. Okay. And in fairness, a decent number of billionaires do donate a lot of money after they die. And some, I think like Bill Gates has committed to donating like 98% of his money or something after he dies. So, you know. We can and should respect innovation, entrepreneurship, and risk-taking, but we cannot respect the extraordinary level of greed, arrogance, and irresponsibility that's currently being displayed by much of the billionaire class. In my view, in a democratic society, we cannot continue to tolerate a rigged economy in which 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. Yes! Yay! The meme! Yes! Struggling to pay for housing, food, and healthcare, while the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. We must now continue a trend. It's just even... I think the number I've seen, and from what I can tell, this is basically accurate if you don't include like Social Security, is like the top 1% own roughly as much wealth as the bottom 50% in America. maybe he's talking globally. Maybe globally, the top 1% own more than the bottom 93%. I don't know what this seems like a meme number though. We must not continue a trend in which it would have passed 50 years, 79 trillion, and our country has been redistributed from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Congressman Ro Khanna represents the very wealthy Silicon Valley. Is absolutely right to support this effort. As he has correctly said, we cannot have a nation with extreme concentration of wealth in a few places, but where 70% of Americans believe the American dream is dead. And healthcare, housing has become unaffordable. A billionaire tax is a good thing for innovation. A good thing for American innovation. Is it though? Which depends on a strong and thriving American democracy. From a moral economic, and political perspective, our nation will not thrive when so few own so much, while so many have so little. We need a tax system that demands that the billionaire class finally pays their fair share of taxes. Yes, we need a wealth tax. My understanding of it's funny that it's got a community noted on this like twice by now. On these fucking memes or whatever. California wants to, I think it's a one-time wealth tax they want to do. On that topic, you need to take the pledge. I do need to take the pledge. You can set it for a future date, but I thought it was, I don't know, a little weird to like do that and just announce it that I'm gonna start doing it on January 1st. But I could do that. Or I guess I could do it and then announce it on January 1st. I need my Twitter likes. Okay, I need my free Bethan's Bulldog subscription. Time to shit my pants. What's up, vegan? Peter Thiel's leaving California if you pass a 1% taxing billionaires for 5 years. Or it's for 5 years, so it's not quite one time. What's up, hybrid heathen? Oh boy. Jubilee Econ Slop. As always, let's go. For the working class, yeah, to pay for the healthcare shit. I will echo what FDR said, sarcasm, economic royalists, when they were threatened to leave. I will miss them very much. Obviously, the issue... I hate everything. I hate everything. But I can just email BB with my pledge. I believe he said if you pledge, he will give you a free subscription as long as you keep the pledge or whatever. If I can find it.
Guys, what one is your favorite?
Incredible vegan.
Kiwi blue, jumbo sauce, Ben, and Nab. I forgot his name, the frog dude, and yeah, Flosaline, Melina.
Oh yeah, if you take a pledge in response to this article, you get a free lifetime subscription to my blog. This is the one place where I can be disgusting. Free market lib. That's exactly why I'm here. Let's go. You libs need to embrace MMT superiority. This is true. This is true, vegan. I don't even know. Bro, vegan, can you even... Vegan, can you define MMT by now with how much you memed about it? Has this been enough to even get you to be able to define what it is? Bro, I don't even know if I got off it. It's called non-monetary theory. That's true. That's true. Something for money. Basically. I don't even know if I could offer a super succinct definition. It like a theory of monetary economics that it says, countries that have monetary sovereignty are not constrained by borrowing limits or like by government deficits, but that's not even, but like that's the whole MMT meme is that like the uncontroversial stuff is just like the stuff that mainstream economics accepts, and then the controversial stuff is like a bunch of like wacky shit with them like playing weird games with like accounting identities and everything. You have debt, just print more money to pay for it. Well, they don't quite say that. They just say like the actual constraint is inflation. Not fun. Do you support neo-chartalism? I don't know. I don't know exactly what that's referring to. It sounds like something I support. Sounds like a meme I can get behind. Country can spend money. Real. Where's the Copen? Okay. Bro, the fact that he... Also, that... Never trust a progressive with a 4-year econ degree. I've been saying this, okay? The fact that, like, he'll, like, cite a Smoglo for stuff is wild. There was one time... I don't remember if he mentions him. It was on, like, the productivity meme where he tweeted out, like, something like we need to get workers to be more productive without, like, automating shit or whatever. And he was like, C.A. Smoglo for neo-chartalism is MMT stuff, state money. Oh, no, I thought it was am I pronouncing it wrong? I thought it was just going to be... something to do with fucking meme charts. It's a theory of macroeconomics that views money as a creation of the state, introduced to control and organize economic activity rather than arising from barter or debt. So what I will say is, like, I don't know if the sort of Econ 101 traditional theory of, like, money arising strictly out of barter and debt, like, necessarily holds. I think there was some stuff by Russell, he's like an MMT dude, Russell, someone, I forget his last name or whatever. I think he had a good lecture I listened to once, and it convinced me a little bit. But I will say, like, for example, it seems like we have, like, I know there's that one paper that looks at the use of, like, cigarettes in, like, Nazi, like, Germany SS soldiers who, like, started using cigarettes as currency, because they were all just, like, given rations, and they would use cigarettes as currency to trade their rations effectively. Like, it does seem like this does play a big part in the creation of money, even if I do also think that, like, obviously I think so, like, some of the money, for example, does come from the fact that you have to pay taxes into government issued currency, the fact that, the government is, I think it was this guy, I listened to a lecture by this guy. But, I don't know, I have to do more reading. I don't think this would affect majorly my actual views on anything. People with finance degrees at my university can't even do basic calculus. Yeah, it's like, I think does the tax foundation have anything on this shit or whatever? He did David Graeber Neolib. Yeah, if I just read another, he doesn't have any kind of degree, right? He's an anthropologist. Degrees are still just entry-level credentials. Actual experience in the field with experience in the research as well matters a lot. Yeah, barter is fake. This is true. District 18 trillion, nearly 1/3 U.S. stock market in a 50-mile radius. We have 5 companies with a market cap of over we have 5 companies with a market cap over $1 trillion companies. If I can stand up for a billionaire tax, this is not a hard position for 434. I can't read, other members or 100 senators. I never get this shit. I never get why we play games with, like, well, this guy's from a rich district and he still supports this thing, or, like, this guy's econ degree and he still supports this thing, or, like, I mean, I think the credentials can be relevant sometimes. Like I'm more willing to, like, trust someone's opinion on something, like, if they have an econ degree. Like, that's fair. That can be fair, at least. Like, this is just never relevant to me. Kill me. Ben Felix is go to finance on YouTube. I don't even know who that is. I don't do finance stuff that much. Oh yeah, degree is still a whole lot better than no credentials at all. Yeah, like it's. I'm obviously more willing to trust someone with a degree in something, and I think that's totally fair. Like I think the fact that they have a degree in it like is evidence that they know what they're talking about. It's not like sufficient for me to think that they necessarily, know something I don't all the time, but like it is good reason for me to believe that they could know something I don't, or could have evidence that I haven't seen and stuff. I trust someone less if they brag about a BA in econ at the start of the convo. That is yeah. That I can see totally. In fairness, Rokana doesn't do that. I just see people doing that for Rokana on his behalf. And the same thing with AOC, even though AOC doesn't have AOC has a economics and politics degree. It's not even just a economics degree. Those saying we wouldn't have a future in NVIDIA in the Bay if this tax goes into effect are glossing over Silicon Valley history. Jensen was at LSI and Logic. Was at LSI, Logic, and his co-founders at Sun. He started NVIDIA in my district because of semiconductor talent at Stanford, innovation networks, and venture funding. Could it be the case that, number one, these things in part exist also because taxes were low on these things at some point? Like, could it, like, in a counterfactual where we had help, I'm starving? What? Oh, I get all my econ and finance knowledge from the pump. I love Anthony Pomp. I don't think he has an econ degree. If he does, he's using it very well to grift into crypto stuff. PPE is a real econ degree. That's why British PMs are so good at econ. I don't know if this is a meme or not. Do British prime ministers have PPE degrees? Bro, there's no way Boris Johnson. You mean to tell me Boris Johnson has any degree? You have 37 times the VC money as Austin, given the innovation ecosystem Florida isn't even on a map. Jensen wasn't thinking, I won't start this company because I may have to one day pay a 1% tax on my billions. He built there because talent is here. Like, these are circular, like, things, obviously, or like they can have dual causes. Like, there can be talent there because taxes are low. And like if the tax was high enough, you could see a reallocation of talent. Like once, there is talent there, once there are network effects there, like you can make, like that does make elasticity lower. Like that is true. But that doesn't mean, one, just because the elasticity is lower, doesn't mean that it's zero, and doesn't mean that it's not a net, or like always a net benefit to do a tax, right? You still, you could have a tax that lowers investment, but like let's say the investment that goes on is, dependent on network effects or whatever that make the investment decisions very inelastic because you just can't find a talent anywhere else, and it would just take a lot of money to shift production elsewhere and build up communities full of talent somewhere across the country. There can be very low elasticity there, but it doesn't mean it's a net benefit to do it. There can be more efficient ways to raise revenue, even if like the elasticity there is lower. It's still probably preferable to just do some type of tax on consumption that's broader based and probably more administratively simple. Although we fuck up the administration of sales tax in the US, to be fair. But AI was created with our tax dollars. ImageNet was created by Fifi is a, I don't know how to pronounce this, Lee at Stanford using NSF money. This was a visual database. Hinton presented at ImageNet conference his famous paper, The Seminal Innovation in Tech is Done by Thousands, often in public funds, NSF, DARPA, Stanford, Berkeley, San Jose State, Santa Clara, and the UCs are the foundation for what has made Silicon Valley powerhouse. This is going to be the thing that I agree with the most, but what's up, Pisco Slop? Hey, buddy, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Welcome back. What the fuck is this about, vegan? I don't pay attention to the chat for 5 seconds. I've seen comments on those new hair videos. I can't watch with my wife around anymore. Okay. That's why we won 5 Nobel Prizes this year in the UC system. Yes, we need entrepreneurs to commercialize disruptive innovation. Stanford. I keep saying Stanford. Stanford is a city near me. Stanford is the university. Blazed the trail in licensing technology and partnering with the private sector. The university enabled companies like Google, which began, I don't know how true this specifically is. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But the idea that they would not start companies to make billions or take advantage of an innovation cluster if there's a 1 to 2% tax on their staggering wealth defies common sense and economic theory. At Paul Krugman, at Ace Moklo, at Pace. I don't even know who this guy is. Fei Li is roughly right as pronunciation. You better learn this just before the Chinese century. Oh man, oh no, bro. How's Bart Baker doing? Is he still in China? He doesn't. I guess he doesn't fucking do shit on YouTube anymore, does he? He does it all on Chinese YouTube. When was this uploaded? Like over 4 years ago? How do I see the description on shorts again? Simon Johnson is just Ace Moklo Slop co-author based. That's the dream job right there, bro. I guess Bart Baker seemingly is still doing his weird crypto shit and presumably living in China still. Yeah, he doesn't post on Instagram anymore either. It's a Chinese version of Instagram. Can I access that? So like just to be, I'm sure my audience recognizes this, okay, but like every time you see the 1 to 2% tax, okay, you're telling me these people wouldn't innovate or whatever if there was a 1 to 2% tax. So this is a 1 to 2% tax on like their total assets. So it's a lot of money. It's going to be a lot of money in absolute terms, and it's a like huge portion of your returns. Like if you get a 5% return, like a 2% tax, which to be fair, a lot of these people are getting more than a 5% return probably. But like even if you get a 7% return, okay, even if you get a 10% return, a 2% tax is going to be effectively a 20%, like actual 20% tax on you. Like it's going to be effectively a 20% tax on however much you make in unrealized terms, because it's just on your total wealth, your assets. We cannot have a nation with extreme concentration of wealth in a few places, where 70% of Americans believe the American... Yeah, it's a meme again. The Industrial Revolution saw soaring inequality in Britain for nearly 60 years, and a continent led to revolutions in France with workers' uprisings. True. America's central challenge is to make sure AI revolution works for all of us, not just tech billionaires. So yes, billionaire tax is good for American innovation, which depends on a strong and thriving American democracy. True. What was this? It was called CA-17 or whatever, right? Tax Foundation 2026 Billionaire Tax Act, California. You're failing me, Tax Foundation. Oh, let me just... Retarded. This is true. Dude, fucking... I can't believe... Come 2027, I'm gonna be evil. I'm gonna be so evil. I'm gonna be up Everyone's gonna be talking about the primary candidates, okay? And all these motherfuckers, okay? Soy Pill is gonna have to. Oh, it's Xiao Hongshu. Soy Pill is gonna have to repent for his support of Ro Khanna and Gavin Newsom if there is a if there's a better option, at least. I honestly don't know who could run that I would like necessarily better. Maybe Pete Buttigieg, but I don't know exactly what his 2028 platform would look like at this point. Because I feel like, you know, everyone's going to try to do the economic populism stuff as much as they can. Slop is the future, unfortunately. Gavin Newsom will win because he mogs. I don't know. I have no faith in anyone, really. I shouldn't say no faith. I have no strong opinion. I think Gavin Newsom would stand a pretty good chance of winning the Democratic primary. I do think, though, that like just because he's from California and California has just not been governed that well, that like probably he would just not be good to run. Have you not considered the economic policy of having a jawline? This is true. I guess, okay, you know, can we substitute some of the appeal of economic populism with the appeal of looking like a Chad? How telling is the success of a government when it comes to presidency? Oh, I don't think it's so I don't think it's necessarily that telling. But I do think, or I don't think it's telling of like what his actual success would be necessarily as president. But I do think every ad against him would include images of homeless people in California, and that would just optically like not be good. It would just be a painful thing to like message on. But when it comes to like his act, like I don't doubt that he could do a decent job of doing at least what he wants to do. And I don't think he would do stuff that I think is horrible all the time. But I think it would be a hard thing to message with. I will sacrifice megatards at the altar of America. That is true. That is what I'm hoping for. Where's my? You know what? It's been a little bit since this was released. I'm just gonna mirror the video. I'm not gonna put my filters on it. Jubilee will be chill with it, right? Well, I'll put my filter on it, but I'm making it low opacity. Okay. I mean, it's already very low, but I have the contrast turned way up. Okay. Not fun. Do really not know who Ben Felix is. Not off the top of my head. I don't think I've seen him before. Dude, have you guys seen? Hold on, we're never getting to this video. We're never getting to this video. Hold on. Fucking Sunday, Minecraft YouTuber Sunday does like lazy, like weird finance shit now, and also not Minecraft YouTuber, Among Us Slop YouTuber. It's like this dude.
All right, next.
Oh, you know what? I guess he does Minecraft again now. Okay, we did it, boys.
All right, welcome back to Minecraft.
It was like total modded Among Us Slop for a while. But fucking my buddies sent this Instagram reel in the group chat the other day.
opposite of everyone else in real estate investing.
And I said, look, all you need to do is explain to your investors that the solution is not to be one of the masses that, sells based on fear when everything's falling.
Like, what the hell? Like, he does eventually say stuff at the end of the video, but like, it's crazy. This dude is pivoting to a career in finance content, but it's like mostly just like
a few people I've been talking to
still
have said lately real estate investing has seemed like gambling. So how do you make real estate investing not a gamble?
Why don't you just go?
Like you keep setting things up like you think he's gonna say something, but then he just reacts to shit.
Buy a cheap ticket on South.
So why is it sometimes better to do the... What's one of the best ways to decrease multifamily tenant turnover? Let's see what a professional has to say.
What we try to do.
Like, finance content is generally super dumb, so it's fine. This is probably true. Okay, honestly, I'd probably rather him play whoever else the fuck he's playing than listen to him. And like, I don't know what the hell is going on here. Maybe like someone reached out to him and said like, I think you'll have like name recognition or some shit, and people will like invest because he like one of the people he plays is like his partner dude. Like he works with this dude. Like maybe someone like reached out to him and thought like his name still had value, and like people would listen to him or some shit if they saw him. But this is the content he makes, bro. What are we doing? Oh my god, all the popular videos are the Among Us videos. Oh my god. Jesus. I mean, I'm sure they're also they gotta be doing some other investment. They gotta be like selling a class or something to try to get people to give them money, I would imagine. Anyway, I already looked at, I haven't watched the video. By the way, I think we're probably gonna watch the economy part and then maybe the Abrego Garcia part. I wish they were talking about other people, but these are both like people with like 200,000 followers. So, if they say something especially stupid, what's up, Amphibious Orca? Welcome back. I'll try to, I'll try to reach out to them, but I don't think that's happened. Looking at where else this dude's been, probably not happening. This girl seems more normal. There are 37,000 subs. Oh no. Maybe she's fucking bought it though. It hasn't streamed in 3 months. Or it hasn't streamed in 4 months. Hasn't uploaded in 3 months. And then you still don't have that many views. But you know what? Shorts though. I know shorts don't even have that many views. Okay, whatever's going on there. Oh boy.
But I do want to talk about the economy, sir, here at home, and I wonder what grade you would give
A+.
your economy. A+.
Yeah, A++++++.
Trump's A++++ grade of his economy is accurate despite growing affordability concerns.
Bring it on.
Why don't you go first?
Okay, at least one of the MAGA people disagrees still. Okay, at least.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I was hesitant. I almost chose red because I don't believe in grade inflation, and I think it's probably just an A+. So I will say that. I don't know. What are your concerns about? I guess I could sit here and defend, but I guess I'd like to defend something.
I want to hear from you.
Okay.
Why do you think the current economy can be ranked as an A++++++? Let's just hear your argument.
A+++++.
Before we start the critiques, let's just hear your argument.
Well, I mean, I think you said at the very end there, like I inherited something terrible, and it takes time to actually.
Bro, what is even like the best defense of the quote unquote fucking Trump economy or whatever? It's just like not even that much has fucking changed since Biden. Because the president generally is not going to have like that much control over the economy, and it's like just like not a substantial amount it has changed. Now, like the labor market's weaker. That seems to be true. Inflation is like, it's still, you know, basically from my read, okay, on roughly the same sort of bumpy path it's been on, where it'll fluctuate from, it's been fluctuating from like, you know, right over 2% or whatever to 3% for the past year or whatever. But like, we're saying he inherited, like what has changed so much from the horrible state that he inherited to now? Like this is just headline CPI year over year, like since 2023. Okay, 3%, then it goes up to 3.7, then it goes down to, you know, like 3, right about 3, and then like since March 2024, it fell from 3% to 2.4, back up to basically 3, back down to 2.3, back up to 3, and then we got 2.7 in November. The October data is missing because government shutdown shit, and then the November data is also probably affected by the government shutdown. We'll see. But like, just like not that much has changed.
Make things go in the right direction.
How did he inherit something terrible? Inflation has been on the decline since 2022 when Biden was president. So we literally kept going down.
Inflation is nowhere near the 2% of where it's supposed to be, as the Federal Reserve wants to keep inflation at about 2%. Mm-hmm. So
I mean, I don't know when they filmed this, like obviously last month's numbers were not that bad, 2.7 if you take that at face value, and you should discount it a little bit because of the government shutdown at least. That's not that crazy. It was going down. It was what we just looked at it, 2.3% was the lowest it got. Like,
yeah, it takes.
But if you're saying it's not near the Federal Reserve's target as well, by the way, isn't that partially the Federal Reserve's fault and not either Biden or Trump's fault? And like, I think the Fed is doing a pretty decent job overall, but we're never hitting the Fed's 2% target. Like, I don't think the Fed cares much about the actual target anymore, seemingly. But like, what? Like, why are we? Like, maybe we should just consider that it's not all Biden, it's not all Trump. Some of it's the Federal Reserve. Not fun you ignoring the 4.3% growth that Trump's great economy as economic policy has caused. This is true. I give Trump an A+++. He has debunked all econ. This is true. Not the economists were all wrong, bro. You know what I fucking made, and y'all didn't appreciate it. By that I mean it didn't get as many likes as I thought it would on Twitter. Okay, every time Trump's team makes some of these like pictures, I'm just gonna edit Jerome Powell in them, bro. Like, anytime they make a fucking picture that's like 20 billion jobs created, I'm just going to edit Jerome Powell in them. Okay. What the fuck is with your stream share? What do you mean by that? That's vegan. That's because I'm trying to avoid the copyright on Jubilee. Is that Ron Paul? This is Jerome Powell. Make sure to follow and like my Twitter, guys. Like all my Twitter posts. Or look at the AI slop that I made. Is this what I would look like if I look maxed, if I locked in? This is my AI generated fucking magazine cover, bro. He's single. He hosts award shows. It was one award show, but I guess, you know, that's the tweet it found. And he's rewriting Gen Z economics one stream at a time. Meet the Minecraft playing economist who thinks your generation is actually doing fine. Good meme. This is a good meme. I like it. I like how it very, very clearly can only access my profile picture because I have my hair parted to the side and my headphones on, and I put my flannel shirt under the fucking tux it gave me.
It takes time to get that number down. Yes?
I'm sorry, I just have to point out a glaring issue in your argument. You know, the first 3 words that you said were I rank it the best possible ranking I could give it because it
Given
takes
the
time to
circumstances,
build
right?
a
Because
stronger
things are in
argument.
context.
If you allow me to
Given
finish
the
speaking, you told us that you
circumstances.
rank it the highest possible ranking
That jacket is like 2 symbols away from being a full
you
alt-right
give it.
slop.
And then you said it, quote unquote, takes time. I bet if you were to finish speaking there, you'd say to build a stronger economy, which like necessarily implies that right now the economy is not as good as it could be, but it will be better in the future. But that obviously means that the current economy is not an A++++.
And how many pluses are we going to get?
I can go with 4. I think that's a good.
Can you-
Well, we already have 4
Can you-
pluses.
no, I got point, though,
Yeah, no,
like,
This is really annoying.
obviously,
but so first of all,
I have faith, okay?
And how many pluses are we going to
obviously means that the current economy
I really don't like. It feels like Dean. Yeah, Dan sucks. It feels like Dean is like he's trying to make like a fucking Jim The Office face at
is
the
not
cameras that they're not that they're not showing.
an A++++.
What's up, Coach? I'm investing in NFTs base. That's the proper investment to make in
And how many
this
pluses are
year.
we going to get?
I can go with 4. I think that's a good.
Can you-
Well, we already have 4.
Can you
No,
respond to that point, though?
I
Like,
understand, but so first of all,
obviously,
I didn't say that.
A++++?
Yeah, I said that the way that he's handling things is the best that it can be handled under these circumstances. Like, inflation was at 9.1% during Joe Biden's tenure.
For a month, that's the absolute peak of like the headline CPI number, bro. What are we doing? PCE never got that high, and I think that's regular CPI, right? I think core CPI never didn't peak that high either, right?
In office, and you can argue like, okay, well, Trump signed a $900 billion thing at the end of COVID. Well, that added to inflation. Then the American Rescue Act came. What was that, like $2 billion extra stuff? And then he didn't cut off.
It's trillion. 2 billion would be nothing. It would be nothing. Hold on. I think this headline CPI is what peaked at. Oh no, headline CPI peaked at 8.9%. Did core CPI peak at 9.1%? What's up, North? You doing a New Year's stream? Maybe. I don't have anything special planned for it. Gonna do a 24-hour thing. Holy bit. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that. I mean, I might be streaming, when the year changes and pull something up. But although I want to watch the Stranger Things finale, and I guess so. I might stream after that. How late is it gonna be after that? I think it comes out at 8 p.m. It's gonna be like 2 hours. So maybe not then, because I start stream at like 10:30. It'd be a little weird. But good luck with your 24-hour stream. Don't know what the hell you're gonna be doing during that, but well, no, I see. Now I have to stream it so I can rate into you. What was I looking at? Percent change from a year ago. No, it's only peaked at 6%. I don't even know what peaked at 9.1% then. But regardless, that was the peak year over year for like 1 month.
And it's trillion, just
Trillion, sorry. So I would argue that given how inflation was and where things are going now, it's hard to make the stock market is at record highs. Unemployment is down.
Kelly!
Trending downwards.
Wait, that's just made up. What?
Are going now. It's hard to make the stock market is at record highs. Unemployment is trending down.
So just real quick, the stock market record high, that's something that just trends upward over time. It reaches record highs. Or like, oh, president, you should care. You should care about counterfactuals. You should care about, what would the S&P 500 look like if it weren't for the things Trump is doing now, like with tariffs, like with potentially the big beautiful bill. I don't know how. That might have a positive effect on the stock market because it reduces or like extends corporate tax cuts. But, seemingly, we have historical evidence showing that tariff announcements lead to reduced stock prices, both from the 2018 trade war, and even the Liberation Day tariffs. We have some actual causal evidence that does more than just say, looking at it, saying, oh, I see tariffs announced and I see the stock market reach all-time highs. This is great causal inference I have going on here. I know they use actual data on the firm level and stuff, and high frequency data that banks collect and shit to analyze this stuff. And you should also care about how the market reacts to new information. So it seems like every time a new tariff is announced, a lot of stocks go down, right? That's indicative of the fact that if Trump had not done the tariffs, the stock market would be higher. And the unemployment thing is that's just made up. It's been trending upward. If you just look at, U3, unemployment, Fred. Whereas January, it's just made up. So January 2025, Trump comes into office, it's at 4%. Then it goes to 4.1, 4.2, 4.2, 4.2, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. It's at 4.6 now, with the October data missing again. But you know, that's just because of the Doge cuts, right, folks? So he's just making that up.
Downwards. Inflation is trending downwards. Real wages are trending upward.
Inflation, I don't know when this was filmed. I want to say it's trending downward. Hang out with the wife, maybe back later. Well, I piece of stuff and buy stuff from. I'll see you back later if you can escape from your evil wife taking you away from the non-fun stream.
According to the Federal Reserve, I think that's San Francisco, by the way.
Sorry, if you so.
Oh my god, he's doing the meme. No.
It's trending downwards. Real.
Every time I see you on Twitter, it's another e-girl who will ruin your life instead of you fixing her. If I remember correctly, real wages haven't really gone up. I don't think you would, like, I doubt it's that substantially different. But yeah, I don't think the trend line has changed, at least. Put on the shrimp costume. Why do I have to do that now? Especially when you can compare to productivity. What are you talking about? Okay. You can just lie. Apparently, he's doing the San Francisco study meme.
Real wages are trending upward.
Tariffs lowering inflation.
According to the Federal Reserve, I think that's San Francisco, by the way.
Sorry, if you so I get data on like real median wages and growth in real median wages from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, Fred. They're genuinely reliable by the Federal Reserve. And I mean, you know, after you leave,
technically, that's just an interface that shows the fancy graph for the data. The data is collected from the BLS and the BEA.
after you leave, after you know anybody at home leaves, if you go on Google and you type in FRED, real median wages, and you look at the growth that was seen in real median wages under the last year of Biden's presidency, 2024, and you compare it to what we've seen so far in 2025, with the start of the Trump presidency, real median wages.
Does Fred have a series for just like hourly wages already adjusted, or do I have to divide it myself?
Have still been growing, but at a significantly lower rate than they were under Biden. So let's just make sure that we're correctly representing the.
I mean, this is weekly earnings. This isn't looking at the year over year or anything. This is just like nominal. Well, it's not nominal. It's adjusted for inflation, but it's not growth, changes in growth. But it's been like roughly trending upward. If we just do like percent change from a year ago, it's like, this is only by quarter, but it's not been going upward. It was flat and then down since Trump got in office.
Since I also disagree with Joe Bob, again, I introduced myself as America First, and I do think that it's very important that we highlight that both political parties are to blame.
This is true. Caring about wages, cringe. Caring about high production and low cost from global trade is base. This is true.
For the fact that we have.
Dude, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? It's like there are so many times where Trump will like literally say things that is just like, I'm going to lower your real income. Like when he says, oh, maybe children like don't need $30. They only need $2 or whatever. Like that is literally just him saying, like, I am going to lower your real income. Like the basket of goods you can buy. Like, I'm just going to fucking lower that. But, you know.
High inflation, that we are dealing with record high inflation. And again, I don't think that the stock market being good translates to affordability. I think that a lot of Americans are struggling with being able to buy a house, being able to afford groceries, being able to afford just living in the United States of America. And again, that is because Donald Trump printed $3 trillion, put that into the economy. Then Joe Biden printed another $2 trillion on top of that. We're sending billions of dollars.
What? You know what? At least she blamed Trump a little bit, okay?
Donald
At least we got that.
$3 trillion, put that into the economy. Then Joe Biden printed another $2 trillion on top of that. We're sending billions of dollars abroad instead of.
But like. It's silly. Also, the money we spend abroad is not that's not going to have a meaningful impact on inflation. The amount of foreign aid we do is just not that big. Even if you include things like the fucking still slop, it is just slop. But you know, even if you include like all the military spending and stuff, which is like or like the shit we do, where it's like, oh, we give Israel like a $3 billion budget to like buy weapons from us. Which is like not like that's not going to have a meaningful impact on inflation. I think the foreign aid we give is still like less than 1% of GDP, right? Or it might be more. It might be roughly like 2% of GDP or something post Ukraine war. But it's not going to be enough to like impact inflation, even if all that money was literally just printed. And of course, not all that money is literally just printed. It's, some of it might be like monetized by the Federal Reserve. Certainly during COVID, a lot of that debt was monetized by the Federal Reserve but it's a lot of the money's just raised your tax revenue, or I guess if we want to do the MMT magic money, Elon Musk magic money computer memes, okay, we can say it is offset by taxes, and maybe the money is just printed when the government purchases things or whatever, but offset by taxes at the very least.
Keeping it here at home to actually focus on issues that matter for Americans. So I think that's why a lot of people are upset about the economy as well, because
That's wrong.
we're not
Yeah, I
focusing
knew
on fixing
Coach
these
was gonna-
problems here.
What would you propose spending that money on at home? Because I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying. Do you support things like universal health care, universal paid
We
maternity leave?
absolutely
Do you support
need
things like
to
that?
work on our healthcare system.
Okay,
I completely
okay.
agree with that
So you think we should
100%.
have
We
more
also
money
need
spent
to
on
work
that
on
instead? Okay.
we also need to work on building more houses. Obviously, houses are extremely expensive because we have a 1.5 million housing shortage. On
Bay is actually my queen. Let's go.
top of the fact that we imported.
Yeah, exactly. Do you support like basically
On top of the
building
fact-
housing or something like that?
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
so
No,
what
no,
are we going to
no,
spend?
no,
Hold
no.
on, no,
All right,
wait,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
hold on.
No,
I'm
but
wondering
listen,
then,
let me finish my
we're going to spend
point, and then
taxpayer
I'll let you
dollars
respond to
to
that.
build houses so that private companies can then own them?
No, but
Say that again.
just spending taxpayer dollars. If you want to loosen the regulation in states and municipalities to build more housing, and then private investment can come in and build those
Well,
houses.
she just said instead of spending the money, sending it overseas, we should focus back at home. So I'm wondering, what things are we going to be doing with that money back
Sure,
at home?
deporting
Because a lot of
Why are we giving so much to Ukraine and Israel and not nearly enough to Saudi Arabia? This is true.
Right,
people
so we're
on the
not having
right
to
don't
compete with
actually.
them in the housing market.
Well,
Also,
see,
we're
the money we give to Saudi Arabia, that's an aid. OMG, slop vested, it's all just total slop. This is just pure research or whatever. I don't know where exactly they're getting this from, but yeah, 1.17% of GDP is foreign aid. I think this only has data going back to 2019. But it doesn't give me a nice looking graph, so.
work on drilling here at home, bring down
Put
energy.
more housing space. You know, it's more base building housing with cheap immigrant labor. This is true.
Prices
And
also,
also
and I-
building houses with cheap imported materials and not steel and lumber that have been tariffed infinitely.
we're going to get into that. No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
so what's
I don't mean, no, it is all slop. These, like, I know this dude is like I'm pretty sure this dude would self-describe as a leftist. He's a pretty, like, I don't know for sure if he would say socialist, but like a leftist, like TikToker dude, right? Dean is obviously very progressive. They also just do slop.
Spend-
All right, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hold on,
No,
I'm
but
wondering
listen,
then,
let me finish my point, and then
taxpayer
I'll let you
dollars
respond to
to
that.
build houses so that private companies can then own them?
It's like if your issue is just housing affordability, right? Like, you think that building, the supply matters in terms of determining housing affordability. If your only goal is to increase affordability, then you should be fine. You should accomplish your goal if you subsidize companies building the home. That will shift the supply curve right. And like, he may not believe this or whatever, but presumably you would have reason to believe that if the government were to either manage the construction themselves or to own the building after it was constructed by some private company, they would just probably generally be worse at doing it. Seems like we have reason to believe that state-owned enterprises just don't do as good as the free private market generally. Cheap foreign labor to make cheap resources, which we import to build houses with cheap immigrant labor. This is the world the globalists want. Nafon couldn't provide one good reason why we shouldn't overthrow. I mean, I think, if there was a button I could press to just get rid of him, I would do that. Obviously, I think, I'm agnostic as to how effectively we could do it, but I will say, I don't think. I don't even think the strikes that we're currently doing are that conducive to doing that. It might be insofar as Trump does the strikes on the drug boats and then threatens to do strikes in Venezuelan territory. Maybe it's some negotiation tactic. Maybe you can get some concessions out of that. And I think the reporting I saw was that there was a deal for him to resign or whatever. This is true. For $200 million and amnesty or whatever. And honestly, Trump should have probably fucking taken that deal. But the U.S. president has that button. Well, it would, probably require some troops and everything going to Venezuela. And then the question is, how stable of a regime could you actually make there? And I'm relatively agnostic as to the answer on that. I feel I do think if you offered him $200 million like he wanted or whatever and amnesty, to put the opposition government in charge in Venezuela. Like that probably would have been net benefit. But you know, I guess Trump didn't want to concede that much.
No, nobody
say that again.
suggested spending taxpayer dollars. If you want to loosen the regulation in states and municipalities to build more housing, and then private investment can come in and build those
Well,
housing.
she just said instead of spending the money, sending it
this.
overseas, we should focus back at home. So I'm wondering, what things are we going to be doing with that money?
Also, we should reallocate money from home to overseas. Okay, if you care about homelessness, you should care about the homeless people in Sudan, okay, and Ethiopia and Sub-Saharan Africa more generally, okay, who, even when they have a home, it's a fucking shitty home and they don't have clean water. All right. Goddamn. These selfish motherfuckers. We need to have a socialist mindset when it comes to regime change. Blame all failures on something else and try again. This is base.
Sure, deporting
Because a
over
lot of
immigrants
people
so we're
on the
not having
right
to
don't
compete with
actually.
them in the housing market. Also work on drilling here at home, bring down energy prices. Also, and I know we're going to get into AI regulation, but I mean the fact that we have data centers that are then going to be built that are going to contribute to rising electricity prices.
Oh,
We need to
man.
focus on, again, domestic issues. I think that focusing on deporting the 10 million people who we are now competing for housing in the United States of
I'll
America
ask
is a
again.
very important
What
issue.
are we going to spend the money on?
Can I
Back
add
home?
on to this guy real quick?
You know what, at least she said 10 million, right? At least it's not 50 million. At least it's not 50 million illegal migrants.
People who we are now competing for housing in the United States of
I'll
America
ask
is a
again.
very important
What
issue.
are we going to spend the money on?
Can I
Back
add
home?
on to this guy real quick?
Go ahead.
Because you're actually asking a lot bigger question than I think the way it's being proposed. Because you're right on the money. What are we going to spend the money on? When we look at the Trump administration, the good places to spend money on domestically are being absolutely destroyed. Like, for instance, okay, a great place to spend money on is healthcare. Let's ensure that people don't die. Let's ensure that people can live longer lives on average. Let's ensure that people, have access to preventative means of healthcare.
I'm not going to debate you on that one.
Causal inference is my passion.
That's right. So then they can.
It's not even causal inference. It's just it doesn't necessarily follow that the quality or anything of healthcare is going to go up when the government spends more money on it. You can get more equitable access, but sometimes the more equitable access comes at the cost of, things like quality. Why are they dodging the housing debate? Well, I think, I don't know why exactly. They could bring up, I don't know why they didn't exactly. Oops, I was trying to move my thing around and it undid my thing. I do think, from my understanding, it's not clear that, immigrants very plausibly could raise housing costs, and maybe they know that. Now, I don't think it follows. Oh my God, the real Dean Withers, the real Dean Winters. I don't think it follows from that fact that mass deportation necessarily would lower housing costs, because it could be the case that, for example, the immigrants say you're more likely to deport to whatever, or immigrants more likely to work in construction, and they lower the housing costing through lowering fucking construction wages. So I don't know.
Be a member of our labor force and they're not disabled. But then when we look at the Trump administration, what are they doing?
The stock market, all-time highs.
Wait, wait, hold on.
Have you considered the stock market all-time high? Have we? Did you know?
Who owns?
How can you say economy not A plus if stock market literally doing A plus right now?
Who owns
So
90%
okay,
of the
so here's a
stock
question:
market?
Are you a communist?
Oh my God! Now we're doing the who owns 98% of the stock market meme. Well, it's true. It's funny that the other MAGA person was the one that said you can't say stock market represents the economy because people don't own it or whatever. I think you should care about the counterfactual of the stock market, and I don't think the stock market is the best indicator about the state of the macro economy, whatever. I do think it is a factor that you should look at and care about, at least somewhat, even if it's not the same as fucking Main Street. Even if you think the rich own 99% of the stock market, But again, think of the counterfactual. Look at how the market responds to new information.
Okay, so you're not like a cease means production.
What? Can you define communism?
Oh.
Okay, well, it's semantics. Okay.
We're doing these memes again. Let's go. We got from the Trump economy's A+++ to define communism. I feel like both Dean and
So we're talking about
I think this dude's name is Oliver, the other leftist dude. They are both good debaters or whatever, but I feel like they didn't concede way too much. They just let the they should not be on any type of defense here. Like they should be drilling these people. Like this guy just lied about like 5 things about like the unemployment rate, right? Like he just straight up lied that unemployment was trending downward.
The stock market.
Who owns 90% of the stock market? The top 10% of Americans.
62% of Americans. Okay, so are you saying
the top 10% of Americans own 90%? I'm not saying the stock market is important, but I don't think it's a good metric of how well the average American is doing. That's my point.
Okay, but 62% of Americans are invested in the stock market in some way, shape, or form. I would probably argue that the Social Security people should actually get their money into the stock market. Social Security is one of the lowest performing funds of all time.
Maybe we shouldn't cut money from Social Security like Trump did in the Big Beautiful Bill.
You cut all the Social Security, but that's a whole different topic.
Hold on, what? You just were defending Social Security, and now you're saying we should
No,
cut
I'm saying
all
if they're
Social
going to do it, they should invest it wisely. But that doesn't mean I think they want to do it. Like to your point of like, well, we should be spending money elsewhere. I'm of the fact that let's stop spending money altogether. Like let's just stop adding these new.
True. They're not really good debaters, to be fair. They took that clip. They're like rhetorically good at like when talking to like normal people, right? And even talking to more rhetorically gifted people as well, like people like Charlie Kirk or whatever. I think they have done well against him. But I understand what you're saying. I agree. Starfuse.
2 different programs that could include sending money overseas, but I also understand that the world is a big and scary place and we have to assert our influence in other places. Different conversation for a different time. But overall, let's stop spending money. Doge was a good thing.
The reason why I think that Trump's
Don't let him. Why are you just looking at the camera and explaining shit? Don't let him get away with this shit, bro. You should be raping him right now. You should be literally raping. How is it like? How much money did Doge save, motherfucker? Like what do we mean? What do we mean? How is it gonna be clear that Doge is gonna save money in the long run because how many people they fired just have to be reinstated anyway, and or we have to find people to replace them? Like, bro, Clift, don't send that to Twitch and shipped. Don't let them say Doge is a good thing without asking about a current deficit. Yeah, like they had no meaningful impact on the deficit. Like the 2025 deficit is higher than 2024. Now, as I always say, guys, okay, you should think of a counterfactual. And like Doge saved some money this year, seemingly at least. Now, some of the most money they saved, okay, was through like defunding USAID. It's like and that's something that's going to has already killed, I think, like hundreds of thousands of people, is, going to kill 3 million people in the next 10 years, something along those lines. They probably just don't give a fuck about that at all, but it's over. High-tenant doses covers Minnesota fraud. Drook. Why do we need our Lord and Savior Nick Shirley to find it? Yeah. Well, in fairness, I mean, that was a federal, I mean, it's like funded, like Medicare or Medicaid is like funded by the federal government, but it's administered via the states, I guess. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But like, also they were talking about Social Security. Like, bring up the fact that Doge just like lied about Social Security fraud. Like Doge, they just fucking lied about it. We have the inspector generals who do things like audit the federal government. They do things like audit Social Security, for example. And, they did their report in 2023, I think, that was like, oh, there are like this many people over the age of 100 on Social Security. Now, we already ensure that if you're over the age of like 115, I think they just automatically stop payments. But, this amount of people over the age of 100 are getting benefits. It's like, I think it's like 90% of them actually don't get benefits or whatever. And like, the benefits that are paid out, like, we don't know necessarily for sure if some of the people are dead or alive, but like even if they were all actually dead and it was like all fraud, like it would cost more money to go through the Social Security like list and like clean out all these names than it would to just keep paying out these benefits, right? But then Doge comes in, Elon Musk and his fucking dipshit big balls teenagers come in and just like are like a bajillion quadrillion people over the age of 100 are all getting $1 bajillion off of Social Security, and it's all fraud, and no one wants to talk about this, and like they should be bringing that up.
A quadruple plus grade of his economy is not accurate is because when we look at the data, there is not a single macroeconomic indicator that is better today than it was a year ago. Look at unemployment. So far this year, there's been 1.1 million layoffs, the most that we've seen since the
what? No, why we even do? You should be yelling at him. You should be saying you just fucking lied about unemployment. Like I don't know what unemployment figure he's looking at that is trending downwards.
Height of the pandemic under Trump in his first term in 2020, not attributing it to him, I attribute it to COVID, when in April we had a record high level of unemployment at 14.8%. Okay, and look at GDP growth in the first quarter of this year. Our GDP went down. It went up in every other developed nation. The federal Reserve.
But have we seen 4.3% GDP growth? I thought the fucking Musquatch people or whatever on Substack had an article about the Social Security thing. Did they rebrand to Oligarch Watch?
Reserve is telling us that GDP growth this year is 1% lower than what it was last year. At least it's projected to be. Look at S&P 500 profit performance. 52% of companies in the S&P 500 reported lower profits in Q2 than they did in Q1 when our GDP experienced negative growth. I mean,
I agree with that sculpted okay, but I think I will write a Substack article about some of the boomer zoomer stuff, because I feel like people are all, it's Copenhagen. True. People on both sides are too quick to draw strong conclusions from too weak evidence, okay?
When we look at all of these macroeconomic variables, they are worse today than they were a year ago. So if you're going to sit here and say that the current economy under Trump is an A++++, then I also want to hear you say that the economy under Biden in 2024 was an A++++++.
I see what you mean by throwing a bunch of different things. So like the first point, I think you're talking about 1 million layoffs overall. I think there was like 3.1 million full-time jobs, not gig workers, that have been added since then. I think the second point was GDP going down in the first quarter,
I think
which is
Dean's point there was that was a, like, that's a trend that shifted. I think they're in now. I don't actually think like that is a especially concerning thing. Like 1 million layoffs. All these numbers sound really big because the U.S. economy as a whole is really big. I think you should always be looking at percentages or whatever, and like the unemployment rate is, you know, probably what is more relevant here. I do think 1 million layoffs is like more than we've typically seen. Does Fred have a series for just layoffs? Layoffs and discharges, but it's not a substantially high. Like, wait, he said 1 million since when?
Full-time jobs, different.
Like
so like the
last
first
month
point,
or
I think
whatever?
you're talking about 1 million.
Trump is an A++++, are worse today than Q1 when our GDP experienced negative growth. I mean, when we look at all of these macroeconomic variables, they are worse. I want to hear you say that the economy under Biden in 2020
added since then.
Okay, I don't remember what he said exactly, but like this is not like a, so like where's, you know, 2025, this is in levels in thousands. So 1,000, that's 1 million, 1.6 million. Or no, wait, what? No, I'm not going crazy. Isn't this in millions? Because it's level in it's 1,000 thousands. That's 1 million. This is like per month. There's no way we had
plus. Look at S&P 500 profit
only 1 million in
look at GDP growth.
the whole year.
A single macroeconomic indicator that is better today than it was a year ago. Look at unemployment. So far this year, there's been 1.1 million layoffs, the most that we've seen.
What? This is layoffs and discharges total non-farm. This is like 1 million a month. Jobless claim? Oh, maybe he is talking about that. What's up, guys? Who farted this guy? These kids in video have never had real jobs or hired anyone else in their entire lives. I don't think that's I hate when people do this. I don't care about that. I care about the actual evidence they present. And in fairness, I don't think they're doing amazing here or anything, but I don't know, but I've heard the 1 million layoff stuff. So he might be talking about tech layoffs specifically. 1 million, or like mass layoffs. Layoffs surpassed 1 million by fall, reaching levels unseen since the 2020 pandemic, driven by tech sector restructuring. This is 13 million. Oh, layoff announcements. Is this what he's talking about? Announced job cuts from U.S. employers move further. Okay. I think, yeah, this is what he's talking about, right? It's got to be this. Hold on, just to make sure I'm not going crazy. 1,000, like 1,000 times 1,000 is 1 million, right? Like gaslight. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Okay, so it is like 1.5, 1.6 million layoffs a month.
Seen since the height of the pandemic under Trump in his first term in 2020. 52% of companies in the S&P 500 reported lower profits in Q1.
I knew that. I was just like gaslighting myself because I was like, there's no way. Like, you saying the whole year, and like, I'm looking at the Fred chart that has like, 1,600 layoffs, and it's like levels in thousands, and it's like that's obviously 1.6 million layoffs, and I'm like, what? He's saying per month? Like, there's no, like, I'm fucking gaslighting myself.
Sorry, Q2 than they did in Q1 when our GDP experienced negative growth. I mean, when we look at all of these macroeconomic variables, they are worse today than they were a year ago. So if you're going to sit here and say that the current economy under Trump is an A++++, then I also want to hear you say that the economy under Biden in 2024 was an A++++++.
I see what you mean by throwing a bunch of different things. So like the first point, I think you're talking about 1 million layoffs overall. I think there was like 3.1 million full-time jobs, not gig workers, that have been added since then.
I mean, they're definitely counted as employed or whatever. I would assume they probably have their own LLC. They probably are sole proprietorship. They should be for tax reasons. I would guess. Maybe they haven't done that. But like, if you do what they do with content creation, like there are tax reasons why you should make your own like LLC and like, have your money pay to your company and then just like pay yourself a salary, as opposed to just like taking all the money and paying the personal like income tax rate like on all your revenue.
I think the second point was GDP going down in the first quarter, which is true, but then you have to weigh that against whether GDP is more important than inflation. I would imagine that you would say bringing inflation down is a good thing, correct? Yes, we want inflation to go down.
Yeah, maybe.
That by nature.
First of all, you should not like okay. First of all, inflation not substantially down at the very, like, it's like, again, we looked at like, relatively bumpy path. I don't think it's like gone up a ton or anything. Like, I'm sure Dean and these people argue like, oh, it's trending upward. Like, I don't know if saying it's trending upwards a lot is fair or anything, but like, it's not come down. And like, the president should not even be the one making that fuck decision. I don't want the president like unilaterally deciding the trade-off between GDP growth and like output and inflation. I think the Federal Reserve should be doing that. What are we doing, dog? I've never heard that argument ever. No, I mean, I've seen people fucking do like the meme before, like Trump is playing 4D chess to crash the economy, and then to bring inflation down or whatever. And I don't even think, but I don't even think that like is Trump's actual motivation. It doesn't, none of his rhetoric is really like that. And official unemployment is 14 million Americans, and we are near full employment. The Fed Reserve wants. We are like, we're not that far off from what the Federal Reserve considers full employment or anything. Now, like, the labor market has weakened, and you can watch the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell in press conferences talk about how the labor market is weakened, and they're cutting rates. They're cutting rates to keep the labor market stable, right? Like, that is a justification for cutting interest rates. Like the last 3 meetings, they've cut rates, right? The justification for that is the labor market, has some warning signs. We're going to cut rates to keep it stable. That, like, believing in monetary policy is sort of like Santa Claus. True. Fed wants near 4.2 to 4.5 before we ever impacted job growth. I don't know what you mean by before we ever impacted job growth. But yeah, I think if you look at it, like, if you average the Fed governor's like natural rate of unemployment estimates, which I don't think the natural rate of unemployment is like a particularly meaningful thing. Like, I don't think the Fed should really rely on that as much as they do. But regardless, like, I think, yeah, that's probably roughly where it is. But I don't think that's, I don't think, first of all, I want the Fed making these decisions. And I think if you're talking about the Fed, you should care about how much of it is actually the president's fault versus like the Fed's fault. So like, unemployment is trending upward. And like some of that is because of monetary policy, not just what the president is doing. Unless you're coping, okay. But
well, you kind of have to make sure that spending doesn't get to a crazy point where inflation goes through the roof, as we saw in the past administration. So yeah, inherently GDP is going to shrink a certain amount, and it's gone back up since. Yes.
You could
I realize it's not interrupting, but
I'm sorry.
I think
that
it's still-
hand gesture is like still.
I think it's still like it's slightly below trend for the whole year. At least projected. We won't get the final GDP numbers until quarter one of it, like the end of quarter one of 2026 or whatever. I think is when they release the final revision for last quarter. This last quarter's GDP numbers, but projected to be below trend still this year. Oh wait, shit! I'm hitting the wrong foot pedal. Hold on, this is the plan.
Sure,
pause. Okay, there we go.
I'll put my hand down and let you finish talking. One specific point that I want to bring up. Wait, first let me know. It's okay if I share it with you? Okay, awesome. One thing that you said there was that he's bringing the spending down under the last administration. It was up. So do you know what the CRBF is?
Enlighten us.
That is the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. According to the CRBF, under Trump in his first term, he signed $8.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending.
This is in fairness, I don't know if there's necessarily a better one. But this is the Congress. This chart that I know he's looking, that I know he's referencing. It's not particularly good. It probably underestimates the cost of like the IRA for Biden, right? Like the House Republicans have a what was the abbreviation?
Into law. Administration, it was up. So, sure. Okay, awesome. One thing that you said there was that he's bringing the spending down under the last administration. It was up. So, do you know what the CRBF is?
CRBF, flawed deficit chart. Republicans. I think the House Republicans have they have their own comeback slop meme chart. Is it not Committee for a Responsible Budget? Might be talking about a different thing or whatever. It might be this. It's not what I'm looking for. But like the thing he's referencing, I believe, is the same thing I'm talking about. That probably underestimates some of the cost for Biden. I don't know if there's a good comparison out there for the deficit, like the net 10-year debt approved between presidents. I don't know if there's a solid estimate out there.
Enlighten us.
That is the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. According to the CRBF, under Trump in his first term, he signed $8.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law. Under Biden in his 4 years, he signed $4.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law, accounting for COVID-related expenditure. Under Trump in his first, he was at $4.6 trillion worth of non-COVID-related expenditure. Biden in his only term, $2.2 trillion worth of non-COVID-related expenditure. And so far, in the last 11 months, under Trump 2.0, he's added close to $5 trillion worth of new debt-related spending. So you're going to tell me that the last administration was a problem with spending, even though so far in the last 10 to 11 months, the Trump administration has spent twice as much as Biden did in 4 years on non-COVID-related expenditure. Your priorities are misaligned and your facts are wrong.
Okay, so speaking of facts, the CBO had a big thing.
Can we get Laffer curve memes? Will he do it? Will he do it? Jubilee is how you relax. Jubilee is not how I relax. Hold on, I'm thinking of this shit. Like the House Republicans have their own thing of it. Ignores the track record of increasing revenue is a following path. This is bullshit. Omits the full cost. This is valid, I believe, though. Fails to account for inflation-induced interest rate hikes. I think this is not fair to consider Biden's fault, really. Undercounts the cost of president's executive actions by more than $800 billion. I think this might be an overestimate, but it's fair. Are you Landon's brother? I am indeed Landon's brother. But like I said, I don't know. I honestly don't know if there's a good estimate out there. If anyone has one, that'd be nice. And that's in response to I see this chart posted a lot. Make him come into the room real quick. I don't even know where he is. And I don't really want him in my room.
What deficit spending, right? Because a bunch of people talk about tariffs blowing up deficit spending, Trump's blowing up deficit spending. The CBO came out at the beginning of the Trump term, had a specific budget. Now the Treasury Department is pointing to the fact that, it's actually 20% lower than that. So there's that. To the point of
what is he saying? The CBO.
Because a bunch of people talk about tariffs blowing up deficit spending, Trump's blowing up deficit spending. The CBO came out at the beginning of the Trump term, had a specific budget. Now the Treasury Department is pointing to the fact that, it's actually 20% lower than that. So
the CBO came out with a budget, which is not, I'm assuming CBO, like that committee, there's like a budget committee that like, you know, approves or like will vote on appropriations bills, right? Or like I don't think, hold on, it's a CBO, a congressional committee even? Isn't it the appropriations committee? Hold on, there's the appropriations committee, right? Yeah, House Committee on Appropriations. They are the ones that actually look at, hold on, the CBO is just a, hold on, Wikipedia. Federal agency within the legislative branch that provides budget and economic information. So I don't know what it means by came out with a budget.
Oh, so there's that. At the beginning of the Trump term, had a specific budget. Now the Treasury Department is pointing to the fact that, oh, it's actually 20% lower than that. So there's that. To the point of like the overall economy, are you looking at it relative to where it was? Like, so if we're basing this on a, hey, this happened and now we're trying to fix it. So you're saying Trump is doing a bad job?
I think this is what Google Gemini pulls up. Trump's Treasury Department Office of Budget Management projected a budget or deficit that was 20% lower than Congressional Budget Office's estimate. Is not entirely accurate based on historical data. Okay, so it's just that the Treasury Department came out with an estimate lower, 20% lower than a CBO budget. But it's not even, it's still just an estimate. This is 2017. Well, I don't even know what this dude is talking about right now. Oh. Is he talking about, I think I might know what he's talking about. I think he might be talking about Trump's like Council of Economic Advisors made their own estimate of like the deficit affected a big beautiful bill, and I think they just said that A, we're going to have like 6% economic growth, and B, that we're going to like they just like didn't include the effective extending the tax cuts, right? I remember that was a I forget what they call the different things, but like it's like the current law baseline versus the current policy baseline. Like the current law baseline, because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was set to expire, you know, extending the tax cuts, 6% growth is wild. Yeah, well, Trump's Council of Economic Advisors is wild. Like the current law baseline is like, oh, we assume the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expire, and because that's what the current law is, and therefore extending the tax cuts adds this much to the deficit, versus the current policy baseline is saying, well, this is what we're you know, where taxes are at right now. We're just going to compare how much this is going to increase the deficit relative to current actual policy. So we're not going to include the effects of extended tax cuts. I think he might be talking about that, or the thing made by the CEA. CEA outlines results prompt skepticism. First, the CEA did not analyze the provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill. It assumes the bill's temporary expensing provisions are permanent, which accounts for roughly 40% of CEA's long-run projected investment response and 20% of their long-run projected GDP response. In addition, CEA assumes provisions that the bill does not include a special lower tax rate and manufacturing income based. Second, the CEA incompletely or incorrectly models several provisions. CEA argues that their modeling is accurate because they're 2017, blah, blah, blah. I think he might be talking about this. I think, where does it say how much growth it's going to cause? Maybe we could hit 6% growth with like 7 trillion more in AI infrastructure. This is true. AI, like that's not even, I mean, 7 trillion more is it? Like you would hit that. I think you would hit more like year over year with 7 trillion. But also the AI memes are silly. I think AI data center construction and stuff like was 0.3% of GDP growth. Well, Nonfon Live. Yeah, what's up, Easy Money? Welcome back. I am indeed live again. hold on. If I remember correctly, yeah. He might be talking about this. The CA is assuming like, yeah, 2.6% added growth. So like not total growth, added growth because of the big beautiful bill, where everyone else 0.4%, 0.2%, negative 0.1, 0.4, 1.1% tax foundation, 0.4, 0.4, and some of these are only like static effects or whatever. The star indicates the analysis only includes the impact of the tax provisions. Yeah, so not the like spending provisions or whatever. I think he might be talking about that, but I don't know. Oh my god. I keep hearing AI build out and or growth in the last 7 months responsible for like 92% of 4.3. So I think people are, the typical mistake people make is that they're just like looking at the total like spending on like data centers and stuff, and they don't account for the fact that a lot of the material used for that is like imported, and imports don't affect GDP. They don't directly affect GDP. So they're counted in what's up? Not fun live before midnight. More importantly, well, this is true. I'm back on a normal sleep schedule, basically. Okay, so we won't have crazy fucking weird late night streams for until I mess it up again tomorrow. So so we'll see. But people just like look at a total like number or like dollar amount spent on AI investment or whatever, and they don't account for the fact that a lot of that is subtracted because it's like imported, and it'll offset each other. So the amount that they spent, like if an AI company spends $100,000 on imported goods to build a data center, that's counted in GDP as $100,000 of investment, but negative $100,000 in imports. So they like net out.
At trying to fix it.
I think what I'm just saying is that the economy is not an A++++. Like it's,
Well,
I swear,
relative
I swear,
to the previous administration.
Well, either way, we look at the economy.
So the answer is yes.
Relative,
You do think he's not doing a good job?
In both, and the answer is
inflation coming down.
Yes. So when we look at the economy as a whole, right? If we just want to grade it, how is it doing for consumers?
Stock market.
It is not an A+++++. When we compare it to the economy under the Biden-Harris administration, such as I did, by the way, I brought up very specific macroeconomic data points. I brought up very specific facts about what he's spending on the debt.
True, but yeah, hold on. This is like, I think people are just looking at this like $207 billion number or whatever, and then just looking at it as a percentage of GDP, but they're not accounting for the fact that it's imported. I thought he had a thread explaining it or whatever the fuck.
I brought up very specific facts about layoffs, about unemployment, about the economy. Everything was better a year ago than it was today.
Okay. So here, let me just give you some real world here, because I know you like to throw in these fancy statistics, but what's going on actually on the ground in the United
These fancy statistics.
States of America, right?
Oh, now we get the vibes-based analysis. Fuck your fancy statistics, like GDP. Let's do the vibes-based analysis. Let's go.
For example, now one of the most expensive gas stations here in California at the peak of Joe Biden's administration, when he was at his greatest, $7 a gallon. Okay,
Why?
that same place is here now
California
because
Why was it that high? No,
still not.
And the vibes-based analysis is the price of gas in California.
because Joe Biden.
Why were gas prices so high?
Because Joe Biden offshored all of our drilling and wouldn't allow us to drill here in the United States of America.
More onshore.
And he drained our strategic oil reserves to try to bring it down.
True. The price of gas was so high because we drained our oil reserves. That makes sense. I understand things. Obviously, we use up our oil reserve when the price of gas is high, because the whole point of it is that when the price of gas is super high, when gas is scarce, when energy more generally is scarce for whatever reason, because of like the war in Ukraine or because of, general supply chain shit during COVID, we tap into that to try to stabilize the price and stuff.
Our strategic oil reserves to try to bring down gas prices because he messed
and
up.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we're filled back up, but I believe, like the net, like every month, we add some oil to the reserve and take some. I think there started being like net positive contributions to the oil reserve before Joe Biden's term was ended. Even I don't know what to like oil reserve total. Hold on, what's the U.S. emergency oil reserves. Strategic petroleum reserves. Is this what I want? No. Is this what I want? I mean, Wikipedia has a not very good chart. Hold on, we started adding to it again sometime in 2023. So, yeah.
The fact
Savannah,
that we,
right?
yes.
Let me give you more of those fancy statistics.
I want to put the point out here first. I think that blaming Joe Biden, there's so many things you can blame him for. Gas prices
Agreed.
is one of the worst things that you could blame Joe Biden for, considering the reason we had such.
Oh, here we go, finally. This is, yeah, so it looks like August 2023 or something, roughly. When it started going back up. When Joe Biden was still in office, obviously.
High gas prices is because we were literally coming out of a global pandemic that slowed every single supply chain
Joe
down.
Biden stopped drilling here in the United
so
States
what
of
happened
America.
is that when production lines start up again and there's higher demand because people are traveling and there's low supply because the supply chains have been shut down, you're going to see higher. You're going to see higher gas prices. You're going to see gas prices lower, and that's what happened every single time since 2022. Gas prices have continually been dropping into Trump's presidency, and they actually slowed at a rate at which they were dropping once Trump got into office.
And sorry, we're gonna Power Ranger or Geo team this shit. 20 seconds, fancy.
Go ahead, go.
Admission. You said that Biden slowed domestic drilling for crude oil. False, quite frankly.
No,
According
it's
to
not.
Politico Pro, the Biden-Harris administration approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land compared to Trump in his first term. And another one of those fancy statistics. Do you know what the EIA is? The Energy Information Administration. That's where we get our information on energy production in America. If you go to Google, right, fancy search engine, you type in EIA, domestic.
Oh my God. It might be rhetorically effective, actually, but like the fucking look at the camera and like the smug shit, bro.
Production of crude oil. They have a graph where they've been tracking it since 1984 under all the administrations, including Trump today. If you look at that graph, the most oil ever produced in a single month under Trump in his first term was December of 2019 at 12.9 million barrels of oil per day. The Biden-Harris administration produced more than that from July of 2023 until the end of their term. So when you say they drill less, when you say they approve less permits, Politico Pro and the
Biden
EIA
killed
say otherwise.
Keystone XL. I mean, I don't remember the whole memes about that. It's my understanding he played, like he had the final nail in the coffin, but I think from my understanding it was probably unlikely to get built anyway.
So what I'm hearing is you guys are American oil first.
Well,
correct?
well,
That's what I heard. I'm like, is the lib position now where you drill, baby, drill?
I can tell you what my position is.
Yes.
However, it is separate and decoupled from the fact that the information that I just showed
Can you
definitively
answer this
proves
question
wrong.
for me then? Why was Joe Biden draining our strategic oil reserves?
Well, I mean, I think that a conversation about
Why do you think he was?
strategic
You were
oil
just complaining about the price of gas being so
important.
high.
Well, why was he?
After-
well, no.
I would have that
No, but
conversation
this
with you.
directly pertains to it because that was one of my points. So I would love for you to respond to that. I'm asking you this question now. I'm asking you this question
But
now.
after you admit,
Why
come on,
did
this is
Joe
just a
Biden
bit-
drain our strategic oil reserves?
Okay, and I'll answer again. I'm happy to tell you why
Why?
he drained our oil reserves.
Okay, tell me.
However, the reason why I'm not willing to do that right now
Okay.
is because I believe the most
Where are we
productive
going?
form of dialogue is linear, and in order to go into linear dialogue, it is a necessity that we respond to one another's points. You made the
Okay, but
point
this is
that
what I'm
drill
telling you.
less.
So-
I gave you data. Savannah, please, 10 seconds. I gave you the
Dee,
data.
you
that
have
proves
taken
wrong.
40
If you
seconds.
can admit that you were wrong, right? If you can just admit it, say
Help
I
me
was wrong.
understand. Help
Biden
me
didn't drill less,
understand,
right? Then I will
because
happily
if I
answer
don't
your question about
understand-
oil.
Trump is doing good on gas. I like obviously it like good in the sense that like it seems to be, from my understanding, like he's being more favorable towards some, like he doesn't like the regulations we have on gas and shit, like that's fine, but like if you think maybe climate change is just like a real thing, good is a little weird word to use there.
Then, so clearly, I thought that Joe Biden was draining our strategic oil reserves because we stopped drilling and the gas prices went up exponentially, and Americans didn't like that. So, what about that is incorrect?
Did
and
you
what-
think like
why did he do that?
So
if we were drilling, like gas prices wouldn't have spiked still? Maybe like obviously if we were like drilling and the like total supply was just higher, then like it probably wouldn't have been as high, but like obviously it still would have probably gone up.
the point that you made there that was incorrect is one that I've already made.
And I don't know the full stuff between this or whatever, but like there's different types of oil. That the fucking types of oil you can get in the US are different than the like types of oil we get from Canada and stuff. Like there's a reason we get oil from Saudi Arabia. It's not just because it's easier to drill in Saudi Arabia. That's partially the reason, but I also think they have like sweet oil and we have sour oil or whatever. It's something like that. Sweet versus sour crude oil. Like the sulfur, I think they need different fucking refining. We have, I think we have sour, medium sour. It is Saudi. Look at that spelling. Arabia, oil, sweet, or sour. Predominantly sour. Never mind. We have the same type of oil there, I think. Worst oil is Venezuelan oil? Really? What's up, Paradox Scott?
And there's a couple other ones too that I haven't already responded to. But the one that I already did respond to is that Biden drilled less.
So in this segment, we talked about the economy, and Joe Bob did agree with Donald Trump's ranking of A++++. We, however, did not.
Incredible. Okay, what is it? Trump's Peace Prize? Don't give a fuck about that. We'll watch the Abrego Garcia thing, and I don't think I care about the other shit. I don't know why they focus on, I don't know when this was filmed, but I don't know why they talked about the Abrego Garcia still, when I think probably the bigger, more relevant thing is the fact that like a lot of its deportation, or like all the deportations of the Venezuelan immigrants to Sakat, which is ruled like illegal. Wait, look at the Australia segment. I guess I can. I'm not gonna have like strong opinions on it. Social media, like, didn't they just ban Snapchat and Instagram and not? I remember people, they didn't ban Roblox and Discord, and people making fun of that for like people under 16 years old. I don't know how effective it's gonna be, and I don't know how big the marginal impact of like those specific types of social media is if you're still letting kids play Roblox 8 hours a day. But I don't know. I'm hoping that 2026 will be the best year for my country, because 2025, OMG, wherever I just find racist comments. Unfortunately, I don't think they're getting better. Debunk this. Oh, the fucking, yeah, I saw this. I mean, it's silly. It's like, it's silly.
Can vote in America? I don't think so, and here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made possible by the female vote.
For, like, the first, obviously, it's at least very hyperbolic to say, you know, what he says, like, with the fucking welfare state, you know, being a moral atrocity.
Abortion and homosexuality would likely still be.
And homosexuality, right? Like,
illegal if not for the female vote. Mass immigration.
I don't know, by the way, if all of these things are true. Like, if the female vote was like outcome determinative and all these things, I know, like, on average, females are likely to be, I don't know, I keep saying females. Women, okay, are more, no, they're not true, yeah, are more likely to be like liberal, but I don't know if it was outcome determinative for a lot of things he mentions. And like,
in the welfare state,
mass immigration and the welfare state, those are both too broad to even be like meaningful to me. Like, first of all, what even, like, mass immigration, when did we have, like, is mass immigration just what happened under Biden? I think, you know, woman voting might have been outcome determinative for Joe Biden, but like, certainly if you're talking repealing the 19th Amendment, I don't think you would have found, you know, you probably consider even who's Johnny? I don't know who you're talking about. If you're just talking the type of immigration that we've seen under, you know, or for the last 50 years or whatever, like, you know, I don't think a woman was the reason behind that. Women to the right of men for a period. Yeah, you probably have better data than me, Lucas. If you have stuff, you can send it. I can pull it up on stream. But if you making a country profit, I don't care where you come from. This is real. What is a woman? My liberal, my soy. I don't know. I just don't know. I can't answer. Someone who identifies as one. Oh, that's circular. Oh, I can't deal with this. Oh no, liberal destroyed.
On the backs of the female vote. Nearly every modern Democrat, including Obama and Biden, were elected because of the female vote. Even last night, the new Muslim New York City Mayor Mondami.
What's up, Gavin? I'm tired of hearing the question was a woman. It's always just such a fucking dumb thing. Why do I'm gonna say something controversial, guys? You know, do you guys know most words don't have a single unit like permissible definition? Like a word can even have like multiple definitions, and like it's dumb to harp on to try to find a single permissible definition for the word woman in the first place. Are you an anarcho-syndicalist radical? No.
One specifically because of the
basically a neolib, whatever that term means anymore.
Female vote. The 19th Amendment has been a moral and political tragedy for America, but why? Women were not made to lead, but to follow and to feel. This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But emotions can't.
Like, what do you want me to say, bro?
But why? Women
obviously quite a generalization, and then we're inferring from
not made to
like this generalization
lead, but
that because women are made to feel and be caretakers, that they like are going to overwhelmingly vote on emotion.
This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation.
And then I don't think you could argue that like the majority of men aren't also majorly influenced by their emotions when it comes to voting, right? Like I don't think men are significantly more like rational when it comes to voting. I would guess that like even if what he says, I think he says like
women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women crave security and comfort.
I would guess like if that is true for 90% of women, maybe it's true for 80% of men, right? No clue or accurate, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna. Oh, what's up, Sasha? Welcome back. If this guy was bullied in high school, he would be saying this dumb shit today. It wouldn't. Yeah, I assumed that was you meant. Yeah. Yeah, this is hold on. Where's America in this? Where the blue dotted line? It's just more. It's just this gender cleavage. Which one is like more left versus right? I guess I can maybe read this on screen. I have no. Hold on, I might have to read this off screen first. Easy money. Use common sense based on current data. Oh. So yeah, I guess they were more right in the 50s. It says. Read the note at the bottom. Figure represents the difference between percent of women and men voting left versus pro-poor parties in selected countries. Pro-poor. Let's go. Gender cleavage. Okay.
And whoever promises those things wins their loyalty. The problem is evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are
I also don't think like
twice as likely.
It's reasonable to say this is the motivation for most politicians.
The problem is evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair.
How true any of these statistics are.
26% more likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to fall prey to psychics and tarot card readings and astrology and mediums. The same emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it suicidal empathy. So I believe that we should return to the household vote, where women share their thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know. It's stupid.
With their fathers or their husbands, and the men in their life make the final decision. Men are not perfect, but they are.
It's all just like, it's obviously all, rooted in just religion, and like you can point out that he's just saying a lot of that stuff, which is just kind of bullshit to mask the just religious fundamentalism that he just fundamentally believes that God made man and woman in such a way to not do the things or whatever, vote. But, at that point, you just end up debating religion stuff. Cap Gupta is a pedophile, by the way, dead ads. What the hell is this? This seems totally unfair. Oh, nice one, buddy. This just seems like Nicholas Decker being edgy. I think we're calling him a pedophile over this, a dead-ass pedophile. No strong attachment to my gender at all. Being male is simply what I'm good at. LOL, I was not. I get it. It's okay. I would have fucked you too. Don't worry. Well, I was 16. Slow down, silly. Don't forget. And in any case, legal in the state of Massachusetts. You know what? Fair enough. And then he just upload, and in the state of Colorado too. Hooray! Anyway, though, like, that seems totally unfair to call him a pedophile over. I don't know. Like, depending on the other context of the conversation, that definitely could be like creepy. But like, if he bro linked the law, that's a thing Nicholas Decker would do. If you like, depending on the if Nicholas Decker was like contacting someone who like I don't know how old they are. Like, if they're just let's say like he reached out to this person because they were a fan of his, which would be kind of, I don't think there aren't many fans of Nicholas Decker like that. Okay, other than me, all right. And like, he was like talking to this 18-year-old girl who was like a fan of his, and like, you know, is like bringing that stuff up. That's creepy. That's for sure. That's fucked up. If they are just people who like know each other somewhat well, like even just like talk to each other online at some point. Not at some point you need to make a 2026 prediction list. Oh boy, none of them are gonna come true though. Like, if they're just people who like know each other somewhat and like just talk to each other online, and like she's not like a big fan of his work or whatever. Okay, she's not reading the auction theory blog post. Then like, I think that's just Nicholas Decker being Nicholas Decker, and that's like probably not anything like actually intended to be creepy. Make really boring predictions. Thanks for the follow, Paradox Guy. Appreciate it. A movie will be made. Jubilee will make more slop. Non-Fun will gain at least one subscriber.
Really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country. Abrego Garcia is present in our country illegally. He is a proven human trafficker. He is a proven gang member. The administration has evidence of that.
And as you saw from something will be record high.
Department of Homeland Security, they issued a statement saying they'll continue to fight this legal battle in court.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia's release from ICE custody is a victory against Trump's tyrannical immigration agenda.
I mean, I think there's a couple points that I want to make kind of right off.
I don't even, like, why are we even doing a prompt that's like this? Like you shouldn't even be like this defensive with the fucking prompt or whatever. It's just like a weak as prompt for something.
Off of that first.
Is a
presumably one of them came up with. I mean, Dean's the one that said it, so could have been Dean that like came up with this.
Against Trump's tyrannical,
like, had input on it. Like, why don't we just do like Trump's like mass deportations are authoritarian or something? Like, why whatever.
Immigration agenda.
I mean, I think there's a couple points that I want to make.
I'm trying to report this guy for like 9 months now. This has got to be the most expensive deportation ever. Yeah, how many planes back has he been on? He's been on at least like 2 fucking plane rides here and back, right? Dean needs to be really annoying.
Right off the bat first. I think it's very important to note that when it comes to what they're saying here, there actually is no basis in the claim that he was an MS-13 gang member or anything like that. Trump literally held up.
Why are we even defending? Who cares? This is not what's most relevant for this fucking, even for this prompt. 6 planes, 13 court hearings, 4 appeals. Lawyers are eating. Yeah.
A photoshopped image of his knuckles with MS-13 written on them and said, look, he has an MS-13 tattoo on his knuckles, despite them literally not saying that. So I think the administration is making up and fabricating lies and also going against court orders. Right now, within the Trump administration, it seems that every judicial decision right now, judicial activist means judge who made a ruling that I don't like. And I think that's very dangerous when you're calling a whole branch of government that is designed to check the power of the executive branch.
Like, this is more, like, you should focus more on this.
A judicial activist, because they made a choice that is in line with the law because they were doing illegal things, but you just don't like it. So I think that's...
And he's obviously, like, not even... in good faith, like trying to adhere to anything. It's like there's somebody say like even if you don't think is that Mr. Mutin? It does gotta look like a more white Mr. Mutin.
Absolutely a victory for.
But like even if you, for example, like think like Trump's like federal spending freezes like were constitutional, right? Or like even like I think the USAID stuff, like some of it was ruled ultimately like constitutional, right? Like Supreme Court said Trump can fucking do that. they've granted him a decent amount of leeway. Like the fact that Trump will do things like when there's like an injunction against a spending freeze, like say that he's repealing the memo but not the policy, or like, you know, when there is, you know, there's already been a temporary restraining order on deporting some Venezuelan migrants, and Trump knows that, like, there, or, you know, if not Trump himself, the administration knows that there's court hearing like a, you know, TRO on more Venezuelan immigrants, like 200 Venezuelan immigrants there, but that were about to be deported, and subsequently, recently, those deportations have been declared illegal. Like the fact that you know you're not even going to wait for that hearing, like you're gonna try to like rush them out as soon as fucking possible. Like that's crazy. Like that's obviously not a good faith attempt to like even try to adhere to rule of law. Quiet piggy. True. Yeah. Yo, not fun. I got jumped by Destiny fans in the comments of one of your vids saying Destiny's head looks so oily. I'm surprised the U.S. government didn't invade his scalp. I think I saw that comment. I didn't see people jump on you for that one. But it's fine. Don't worry. See, if you, I mean, my most recent video was still my most recent video about with like the thumbnail that calls Destiny an idiot in his debate against Dinesh, because they're both saying dumb shit about Econ. Although I do still think Destiny did rhetorically better and still, you know, factually better as well. There were a lot of Destiny fans in that comment section that did not like that.
Not just in immigration, it's a victory for the fact that the courts still have the ability to check the executive, because we saw Trump literally go against a judge's order who ordered him to turn around a plane that was deporting people to El Salvador who didn't have due process, and he ignored them. And I frankly thought that might be the end of the judicial branch's ability to check the president. But this is an example that, fortunately, at least for now, there still is the ability for the judicial branch to have that power.
So you're talking about Judge Boasberg, and the plane had already taken off.
And he issued an injunction to stop.
I believe there were 2 planes that hadn't taken off. There's one plane that like had taken off. But again, like why are we even like, is that real? It's what you want out of the fucking president to like be playing games like this where you're saying like, Your Honor, actually when you gave the verbal order, one of the planes had already taken off and it was out of U.S. airspace, and the president has discretion on foreign policy decisions, so therefore the court actually can't order me to like turn the plane around if it's outside. Like this is what you want out of the fucking president, bro? Like that's not, like, no, you shouldn't want a president who plays those fucking games. That, like, it's obviously concerning, deeply concerning that Trump would do things like this. And like I bet this was filmed before it happened, but all those deportations were eventually ruled illegal, even if I don't believe the injunction, I don't think they ruled on like the validity of the like they didn't rule on the contempt stuff or whatever.
Stop that, because it shouldn't have taken off in the first place, because it was illegal and those people hadn't been granted due process.
How is it legal to deport illegal immigrants who shouldn't be in the United States of America?
Because they, how do we know? Hold on, how do we know whether they're illegal? If I declare
they don't have papers and they're not citizens of the United States of America, then they're here illegally. And let's take a peek at what happened in the last 4 years under Biden. You had 10 million people who came into the United States of America.
Due process, yeah.
So can we just refocus one moment,
keep this high level?
I think it's important.
Can we at least agree to the fact that 10 million people were let into the country over the last 4 years?
I don't think you guys are pro-illegal immigration, right?
No, I'm not.
I don't think that number is true. The 10 million over the last 3 or 4 years.
Agree to the fact that 10 million people were let into the country over the last 4 years.
I don't think you guys are pro-illegal.
I think that's like total encounters, and even that I think it's like 9 million total encounters or something, and some of those people are like double counted, some of those people were just turned away. I don't even think that's actually people who got into the country. The number changes depending on the vibes, yeah, but the 9 million number or 10 million number, I think is like the most like that's the one that's just like not entirely made up. Okay, it's just like people not understanding the data. But yeah, this was this new ruling from a federal judge, which, who knows, maybe the Supreme Court will come back later and say whatever. But that all the initial wave of Venezuelans supported to Sakat were, you don't need to have due process.
Legal immigration, right?
No, I'm not.
So
okay.
I
So let's
love
start
undocumented immigrants. I love undocumented immigrants.
So you want open borders? Is that effectively correct?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
Hey, Spy Goat.
I think that undocumented immigrants are beneficial to this country. I think that they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship, alongside a couple other things. Of course, the border is still important. But I think what we would both enjoy addressing with you was asking, how is it illegal, right, to deport an undocumented immigrant that came into this country illegally? I just want to start off with a simple yes or no question. Do you understand that undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights?
I want to start off with a simple question with
She's
you
not gonna
guys.
answer the question.
Do you guys think that 10 million illegals were allowed into the
I'm not going to answer your question. I'm just not going to answer your question.
Okay, let's
discuss how do you take care of the problem. You have to
all this, yeah. Can I get a yes or no?
Do we agree that 10 million illegal immigrants
You're acting like I'm not going to call out the fact that you were scared to answer this question.
I'm not scared to answer the question. You guys are pretending that we didn't have.
You're pretending that I didn't ask you the question.
Kill this Landon. Landon say you can come to his room. I don't want to come to his room right now.
Thank you.
Context for the people in chat who don't get it. Landon is my brother, and his friends have found my stream. So
from there, it doesn't matter because they still have due process rights, and we have to determine whether or not they're illegal. How do we determine whether they're illegal?
If they have papers, then
Who looks at the papers?
Thanks for the 100 bits. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Ethel Slob. Yeah, I'll read the thing that you requested me to read right after we finish the Garcia section on this.
Who make sure they're legit papers?
Customs
so
and
hold on,
Border
we're gonna trust
the people that the
government.
left wing is.
Well, shout out Landon. Landon started streaming on Twitch. I don't know his Twitch.
We're going to trust the branch of the
Hold on. Actually, let me see. Let me text him. Let me see what his Twitch is. Maybe I can raid him after I'm done streaming. Although I'm probably going to stream later than he is, I would assume.
the enforcement agency to police itself. I thought you were against the government checking its own power. Now you think ICE is going to just be incredible and do everything according to the book, and we don't need a judicial check to ensure that ICE is not deporting people that shouldn't be deported.
This is where my head's at with this, okay? So let me just talk with you guys about this for a second. You have illegal immigrants who are on record in state custody in both New York and Illinois who have been tied to crimes such as rape, murder, kidnapping, drug trafficking, weapons offenses, okay? So you have 8,700, can you let me finish? You have 8,700 of them that have been released back into the streets of the United States of America as a direct result of the sanctuary city.
Okay, hold on. I at the time about the Afghanistan thing, I was texting my brother.
My head's at with this, okay? So let me just talk with you guys about this for a second. You have illegal immigrants who are on record in state custody in both New York and Illinois who have been tied to crimes such as rape, murder, kidnapping, drug trafficking, weapons offenses, okay? So you have 8,700, can you let me finish? You have 8,700 of them that have been released back into the streets of the United States of America as a direct result of the sanctuary city policy of those states. You have another 4,000 that are in state custody in Illinois, another 7,000 that are in state custody in New York. They do not have immigration papers at a very base level.
Yeah, real quick. This was it's 9.5 million encounters since Biden and Secretary Marlopez, so I pronounce that, took office. There have been more than 9.5 million encounters, but and only 7.8 million at the southwest border. These are just encounters with Border Patrol. Not all of them actually get into the country. Some of them are turned around, and then sometimes after they turn around, they'll try to cross again and be turned around again. So there can be double counting in that, and just border crossing attempts as well. I don't believe it's. Yeah, I think this is according to DHS, over 4 million of migrants encountered have returned, and 20 to 25% encountered are repeat offenders, severely lowering the total amount during the Biden administration. She's at least not making, citing a totally made up number, but okay. What do you think of a progressive movement in the Republican Party, but instead it's trying to repeal the 20th century progressive vestige like Hart-Celler, 19th Amendment, and Civil Rights Act? I don't know what you want me to, I don't know what the hell you want me to say there. I think that'd be bad. I think that'd be very bad.
Level. Why do you think it's okay that these sanctuary states, instead of releasing these illegal immigrants who already committed heinous crimes in the United States?
Well, MAGA still has some. Those aren't the issues MAGA focuses on, okay? But
States of America against citizens. Do you think it's okay that they refuse to work with ICE to get these people deported?
Arguably, in some scenarios, I do.
Yes or no question? No need for the
Wait,
question.
Joe Bob, sorry, please, Dean. Continue.
Arguably, in some scenarios, I do.
Landon, my brother, is actually. And both of my friends on your Twitch. In fact, they're not on Twitch; they're just on YouTube. But what's up, localist?
You think it is to not want them deported?
You don't think that murderers, rapists, and drug traffickers should be deported from the United States of America?
I could try to answer your question.
Yes or no, Dean?
So under the Lake and Riley Act, the Lake and Riley Act allows our government to deport an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime like murder or rape or kidnapping. Now, if they face removal from this country with a no clear adjudicated verdict of their guilt, then that leaves them to roam free on the street of another country and recommit.
Good idea.
This is my brother's stream right now.
Guys, I have 2 viewers. On what?
Might have to give him some. Might have to give him some tips. Oh, okay. Oh, you know, he's got his game on screen at some points. Oh, this is content. Yeah, this is what y'all come here for.
Can you guess what position I'm playing?
He on kick? Yeah, apparently. Funnily, oh, thanks, Jax P, for the follow.
Oh, it's almost an assist.
Blink white YouTube theme, yeah, horrible. You know, little fun, true. I mean, hey, listen, I did the same fucking shit when I was younger, don't worry. I remember my mom asked me at one point, hey, can you set up Landon to stream on Kick? And I was like, I don't think you should be streaming on Kick. He probably, you know, if he wants to stream, probably tell him to go to Twitch. He's a little bit, you time me out, you bitch, on YouTube, Jack never dies. I'm sure. And now he's on Kick.
And whose stream? And who? Jax.
You timed me out on YT, Jax.
I don't know why his. I think his fucking shit is echoing because he has like a speaker next to his microphone, dude. He got for Christmas. He got the meme cheapest microphone on Amazon. That's like the Fifine Fifine microphone that like comes with a stand, and it's like literally this bro. It's like $50 on Amazon with the stand included. And my mom goes, okay, I just want, and I love my mom. My mom goes, is that like your microphone? Just so we're clear. Okay. Just so. Hold on, I gotta pull this up in a incognito tab, because otherwise Amazon just fucking leaks my shit. Where's the fucking microphone with the stand? Okay. This is a $49 microphone right now, okay? And apparently, you know, I bet this is a deal that is that's been going on forever. I bet it's a fake deal. The XLR cable, okay? The XLR cable, the cable for my microphone is $60, okay? The fucking the cable is more expensive than its whole ass setup with a cable, with the microphone, with the stand. What the hell? And this is if you don't like, this is the Shure SM7B. It's a pretty nice microphone. Okay, it's like a $400 microphone. I plug it into a $150 cloud lifter, and I plug it into a $100-something audio interface. I mean, I got most of it used. So, Gold XR is shield and gold plated. I don't actually. So, you should not buy, if you get a fancy microphone. You probably not buy this XLR cable. I think the actual reason this XLR cable is expensive is largely due to like fucking branding, and not because it's like that much significantly better. I don't think it improves quality noticeably or anything. It came bundled with the microphone when I bought it. That's why I have it. Yeah. Wait, Nalfon, how old are you? What the fuck? I'm 20 years old.
Okay? I think if we are going to deport...
Nalfon, thoughts on my dinner?
Somebody...
His shit got a smiley face on it. No, that's true.
Accused of a violent crime.
So we
first need to find them...
let him out here.
We're not talking about a debate prompt. We're talking about the life...
I don't know what you want me to say, easy money. Net negative because it has a chicken in it. Okay. Horrible. Evil. Do you use OBS? What's up, Basic Guitar? Welcome back. But yeah, I use OBS. Yeah. There's not really any good reason not to use OBS.
Of real men and women and children living on the streets of other countries and on the streets of our own that are now facing increased risks of violence directed towards them. And I think it's important to have a discussion about what matters. So if you're curious why I just said I'm getting this close to just walking up and leaving, it's because I don't believe that this conversation is a productive one. Now, it can be productive if we listen to
Why are we doing this, bro?
one another and let each other finish.
Oh, shit, Dylan. Thanks for the resub on Twitch. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I appreciate it.
And I'm not saying that I'm not guilty of this myself.
And if you guys don't know, okay.
I need to ban both of my friends right now.
Why?
Just do.
Why do you care so much if your friends are in my chat?
Because they're annoying.
Okay, well, I
So
can...
stop dissing my microphone.
I mean, the microphone's fine. It's just a little crazy to me that my mom asked if it was the same as my microphone. But if you want me to ban them, I can ban them. But okay, see you later. You don't like Raising Cane's, Jared? I don't believe I've ever had it. But I've been vegetarian for a while. Twitch and YouTube were lined up. I don't know what happened. What do you mean lined up? Like they were, like YouTube wasn't significantly behind? I think I changed some of the settings a bit. Because thanks to you guys, as I was saying, I was able to get a new GPU. I got a 5080 and a nice RTX 5080, which is you know, likewise to this XLR cable, not actually like good value, but if you're like me, I know if I had bought a 9070 XT, which is probably better value, I would have been in 2 months saying, man, that fucking 5080, I should have gotten it.
I have a proclivity to interrupt sometimes.
You're not going to ban on YouTube for this, for the Jubilee thing? If it's for Jubilee, if that's what you're talking about. One, way better value. Nah. You're talking about Jubilee, or you're talking about one like YouTube or whatever, or like my brother. You're an RTX puppet. Okay, they're like, I don't want to say a brand loyalty. Jubilee, yeah, I'll explain in a second, but I feel just more comfortable buying NVIDIA shit, and that's probably just fear of the unknown. Okay, I know AMD, it's not actually like, you know, their drivers aren't actually like any worse by now, and like fucking AI shit is like better on NVIDIA, but like I don't use DLSS or like upscaling that much anyways, so it probably doesn't matter. But you know, there's a small part of me in my head that is the RTX NVIDIA chill. Jubilee's not consistent at all. I've seen, yeah. Sometimes they just don't. There were some videos where it just seems like they don't care whether or not you fucking stream it. They don't care. Sometimes it's just it takes a while, and maybe I haven't watched it long enough. Maybe it's because I'm mirroring it and have my little filter over it, although at very low opacity. And what I suspect is the case is that this was uploaded on the 26th. It was uploaded 4 days ago. Oftentimes, for the first few days, they will, like, you know, take down your live stream if you do it, but afterwards they don't care many times.
And I'll try to work on that. But what I wanted to say there, and I'm going to have to restart from the beginning, is that under the Lake and Riley Act, an undocumented immigrant accused of a violent crime can be deported from this...
What would be more net negative? Me eating Raising Cane's for a week, or me calling ICE on an undocumented immigrant with traffic violations? Probably the ICE. Probably. Like eating Raising Cane's for a week, like just like, I don't know how many, even if you assume, which this wouldn't actually be the case, but even if you assumed like every chicken you ate would be like one chicken killed, I don't know how many chickens does it take to make like this meal. I really don't know. That's probably like 3 chickens that they took the fucking whatever part this is off of. I don't even know.
this country without their day in court, without an adjudication of guilt or innocence, meaning that we're sending potential rapists, potential murderers, potential child traffickers, potential kidnappers to roam free on the streets of other countries outside of America to potentially recommit. What we need to do, and this isn't
Dean making the fucking utilitarian Nicholas Ticker and Hassan argument. I've seen Hassan make the argument too, actually. I actually don't think that's probably the best strategy rhetorically, but based actually.
Necessity for humanity across this country and across this world is to first find them guilty if they are. So then we can either remove them where they face immediate detention in the prison of their home country, or we throw them in one of our own jails if the prison system in their home country is unreliable. Rapists, murderers, kidnappers should not be walking free in the streets of any country.
I mean,
I think that due process right for illegal immigrants that came in here post 2021 should be completely upended, and they should not have due process right.
Okay. Like, this is what you should this is what you should be focusing on, especially because like you should argue the factuality of, like, you know, regardless even of like whether or not it would be good to you know, care to like deport these people. And like Dean was making an argument that oftentimes it wouldn't be because of the crimes they do in other countries, and because, you know, like, you know, they don't get due process right. He obviously is concerned about that too, but like you should focus on, like, Trump just does not care and is actively, well, at the very least, just totally indifferent to giving these immigrants due process. And the only response they have to that is fucking, well, I just don't care. Well, like, I just don't care about protecting, you know, rights that we've given Americans for centuries that have been under this jurisdiction, right? Not Americans and people under American jurisdiction. I just don't care about this, you know, fundamental right that protects people from authoritarianism. Like,
rights because they broke into the country, and the first act they committed coming into the United States of America was to break our law and disrespect our country. And to be quite honest with
how
you,
can you even
your response that, oh well, we can't have rapists and murderers running free in their country.
Like, part of due process is determining whether or not you even, like, actually committed a crime.
They broke into the country, and the first act they committed coming into the United States of America was to break our law and disrespect our country. And to be quite honest with you, Dean, your response that, oh well, we can't have rapists and murderers running free in their country. We got to let them run free here in the United States.
That's not what I said. You're strong. We need to throw them in jail. We need to hold them for detention. We need to find them guilty.
And we're not doing that.
I'm not saying that's what we should do.
Okay,
we should have just let them run free in the streets of another country.
On that. And do you think that it's right that we allow 10 million people to come in here unvetted who have committed crimes such as murdering American citizens? Every single person who came into the country illegal is a criminal. Yes, they have 100% crime.
Is it a civil criminal or is it a crime?
It is a misdemeanor. Right. It fundamentally is a misdemeanor. The same.
Yeah, Congress should pass a bill that if you, at the very least, have overstayed your final deportation notice, it should be crime. They haven't done that yet. You're right. They should do that.
Okay. Well, then Republicans control all three branches of the government. Tell them to get on it.
You know how civics work. You know that you understand we don't have a non-robust
I completely agree with you, Oliver, and I think that Republicans should be stronger on this.
I want to go back to something you said. You said that these people, these undocumented immigrants who are in this country, should not have these due process rights because they broke the law. That's the point of due process. I think everyone here agrees that people who are violent criminals, who have committed violent crimes, should be deported from this country, should not be in our country. We just happen to disagree over what level of due process, if any at all, everyone in this country, including undocumented immigrants, as is aligned in our Constitution, should receive.
From December 10.
Incredible. Okay.
If you're under 16, you'll know.
I don't know if Lucas is still here even to watch me watch this. I'm not that interested in this part, but if people want me to do it, I can go over after what people paid me to read. Okay. This is like, I guess only basically a little over 10 minutes. Some of that's the outro. But I'm not going to have super strong opinions on that. Why is single-payer healthcare bad? I think it would probably reduce the quality of healthcare. Like, I think, you know, you'd probably reduce future medical innovation. I think you'd probably increase wait times. I think you would, depending on how the exact negative effects of it are going to depend on how it's done. It's like you could have like a single payer system that, you know, just pays out the fucking ass the current prices we have for medical stuff. And like maybe you wouldn't reduce innovation that much. But, you know, there are a lot of concerns with that, especially because the other countries that have single payer healthcare, to a big extent, you know, they kind of free ride off of the innovation that we get here. I don't know how exactly big that is, but I do think that is a real, thing. And due process for immigrants hypothetically can be banned for every single person in the U.S. Well, I mean, the more coherent point to whatever is people just say, oh, actually, illegal immigrants they're just not under the jurisdiction of the U.S., but obviously citizens are under the jurisdiction of the U.S. And like I think that's still wrong and everything, but under that I don't think you could like hypothetically just suspend it for whoever. And like Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, don't you know? Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Okay. Anyway, this is, I don't know if he wants me to if he cares if I reveal who he is. I'm not going to. You can tell me if he doesn't care or wants to or whatever. They just wanted my opinions on this, and that's why they gave me bits. I guess you can infer who it is based off that. It's about conscience and abortion. Okay, so we'll check it out. It's not that long. I don't care. Yeah, okay. Shout out Ethel Slob for giving me bits. Okay, a big problem I have with people talking politics today. A lot of people.
Ian wants to know if his internet's fixed.
Oh, I can fix that for him in a bit. I don't know if it works for him. It might be fixed, but.
And Jax, stop it.
Incredible. Okay. A lot of people give their positions on things based on what their side is supposed to say. What should be the case is that you have a personal philosophy and you retrieve your political beliefs and conclusions based on where your philosophy leads you. It's essential to have a foundational basis for your philosophy because philosophy is the most fundamental point you can reach when discussing something. What I mean by this is I can't fucking read. What I mean by this is if we have a conversation about something and I go, well, what do you mean by this? And then we have to go off on a side conversation about that thing, and it will continue to spiral eventually. And eventually lead to a philosophical disagreement in the end. This is because politics is based on philosophy, and a lot of people ignore that because they want you to be trendy and into politics and just say whatever leftists are supposed to say or whatever right-wingers are supposed to say. They don't actually care about how those conclusions are drawn. This is true for normies. Landon's friend just joined my server. Not gonna lie, I don't think we're gonna have him in my server. Okay, I think I think we're not gonna have that happen. Anyway, since I believe this, I've been trying to build my own philosophy in a lot of areas from the ground up. And the first place I want to visit is the value of life. The value of life can lead to many political topics such as abortion, economic systems, and living conditions. The value of anything requires someone to value it. You can't assign a value to any given thing, like a piece of food, unless there are people to value it. For example, there are some people who I think don't hold this, but Pro-Take Philosophy 101, now everyone now argues meta ethics with everyone. Hey, it's just truth nuke so far, basically. I could argue that like all value requires like subjective experience. Like if you just say, and like I think that subjective experience is the thing that's valuable. That obviously requires like an agent, some subjective experience to exist. There are some people who I think make the argument that like, oh, nature is intrinsically valuable, and even if there were no mind to perceive nature, it would still be fundamentally valuable. I think they're wrong, and I think they're like, overfitting their intuition or whatever. But maybe I bet you probably give arguments. For example, money doesn't inherently have value. It has value because we as a society collectively agree it has value. So that it would create a generally functional system for billions of people to live under it. If we all simultaneously stopped caring about money, then it would just be a piece of paper that would be worthless. A world with no experiences, awareness, or consciousness has no value in it, no positive value and no negative value, because there is no worth to something. If an unconscious thing can't provide desire, meaning joy, or suffering to a conscious thing, then that unconscious thing doesn't have value. Let's say there's a leaf on the ground, and nobody, no animal, no plant, no human has any sort of attachment or care to this leaf, then there is no value to the leaf. But I come up and say, wow, this is my favorite leaf, and I really enjoy it, and I'm attached to it, and there's now some value, and if someone else were to rip up the leaf, that would lead to a negative conscious experience, but that only matters because it's a negative conscious experience, not just a negative experience. Look at my user, Landon's gay. Yeah, incredible. Woohoo. We did it, folks. Masterful trolling. I think, the, like, reductio people, I think, would use is like, oh, does that mean if there were, Wow, Landis K, thanks for following. Incredible. A world with only 2 brothers or something, that incest would be okay then, and I think that's basically a fine bullet to just bite, because I think people just essentially their intuitions misfire because we think in the real world things like that are bad. and they confuse that for some like intrinsic thing, or it's just a mask for like a religious belief, like some type of divine commandment thing where they're like, oh, well, incest is bad because the Bible commands us not to fucking do it. Okay. All this brings us to the fact that conscious experience is the definitive moral anchor of the universe. We can look at other options that could be considered moral anchors, such as beauty, stability, or natural order, but none of these have actual foundation. Once you think about it, beauty requires observers, conscious observers. Yeah. Stability is stable to whom? Natural order has no intention behind it. It's effectively random. I think that there's a stronger kind of version of this or whatever. Two brothers, Rick and Morty reference. Let's go. True. There's a sort of stronger version of this argument, and like, to be fair, I haven't read a ton into it either. Like, it's hard to see how you could derive sort of normative. I mean, it's essentially it's not a problem, but like, how can you make a normative claim based on like some non-normative fact about the natural order, right? Like, that's why even people who defend like when we were watching Leela Rose or whatever, it's like always like, I think she was like, oh, well, we derive morality based on the natural order or whatever, which was designed by God. It's like God gave us clues about what morality is, like fucking hidden in the natural order, apparently, and we're left to figure that out. But I think once you really like even for people like Leela Rose, at the end of the day, they're making some type of irreducibly normative claim. I think it's Parfit that I'm stealing from there. So I'm not that much of a philosophy guy. I don't have the energy to go into bullshit religious justification. That's valid, no worries. Because we've established that consciousness is the definitive moral anchor, we can say that we aren't giving giving unreasonable privilege to consciousness. We are giving privilege to the only thing that can give us value at all. Nothing else can. Oh my god, how many fucking accounts are we gonna have here? So now we have a moral anchor. The conscious experience, we can connect this to several political topics, but I want to go in the direction of abortion right now. Assuming everything I've already established is agreed upon by any given person, the abortion conversation should become very easy. If our conscious experience is the only thing that can provide value to the world and the material items inside of it, then we are dealing with the emotions and preferences of another conscious experience, the mother, and she's deciding on the life form inside her, the fetus, and there should only exist contention with her decision, since she's conscious, if the fetus in her is conscious, also conscious. They're like two other arguments. People make I'm gonna forget it's the impairment argument and the future like ours argument. I don't think either of them work. I think both of them are kind of silly. But there are people who just like, oh, a like living human organism, even if it isn't conscious now, is like entitled to a future like ours. And doing stuff to remove that is wrong. And I think the, easiest way to get around that is to you just say like, oh, in order for some entity to have a future like ours, right? Like it should be identical, to us, or it should be, similar enough to us. But the fetus lacks a mental component, like it's lacking a fundamental component of what would entitle something to a future like ours. And then the impairment argument, I'm searching through my notes because I forget the exact details of what it even is exactly. It is immoral to impair the fetus by giving it fetal alcohol syndrome. If it is immoral to impair the fetus by giving it fetal alcohol syndrome, then certus paribus, it is immoral to kill the fetus. It is immoral to impair the fetus by giving it fetal alcohol syndrome. Certus paribus, it is immoral to kill the fetus. To abort the fetus is kill us. So certus paribus. To abort a fetus is immoral. I'm assuming you guys know, but certus paribus just means all else equal. The certus paribus clause is met to most cases of abortion, so most cases of abortion are immoral. And then I think you give some arguments against it or whatever. This is a good post, and this guy has a lot of, I think he has multiple posts about abortion. Or it might be she, even, I don't actually know. But I would check this person's workout. They're cool. But obviously, it does ultimately come down to, like, I think the mental component again, because one action could just be seen as making, like, you know, future person worse off, versus the other one just prevents the future person from ever existing. And if you hold that, like, preventing a future person from existing is wrong, you run into weird issues with contraceptives, right? According to and I've not done research on this stuff, but according to the National Library of Medicine, if we assume that consciousness is mainly localized in the cortex, which is all we can assume given what we know, then consciousness cannot emerge before 24 gestational weeks, when the I always forget how to pronounce this, thalacortical connections from the sense organs are established. Anything before 22 to 24 week mark should be considered uncontested, no matter what the mother decides to do with the fetus. Although it is alive, there's no value to it. After all, it is not conscious, as we established before. The unconscious things can be assigned value by conscious things, such as money, and because the fetus is inside a mother, it is up to her to assign value to it, and whether she does or not should also be uncontested. A few arguments come up when this conclusion is reached. They were worth considering: 1, the value of a person under anesthesia; 2, the value of a person who is sleeping and not dreaming; 3, the value of a person in a coma. All these are interesting arguments, and they're important to have answers for. The most common response to these is that they have some capacity of consciousness, and this argument works. Simple as that. You can also, like, I think if you like go down to personhood route, I think any definition of personhood that's like different from what's called like animalism or whatever, right? Where is, you know, just a person is a living human organism. I think like any definition of personhood that has like a mental component would allow at least some abortions. I've got a decent religious pro-abortion argument. I mean, I have no clue. It's I mean, you can give it to me. I don't think I don't think people's minds are even open to be changed on that if they root their initial argument in religion. But I believe mind dependent is not specific to certain agents. It's moral agents in general. I don't know exactly what you mean. I believe mind dependence is not specific to certain agents. It's moral agents in general. Like, I might understand what you're saying. Like, there obviously can be things that are mind dependent that are like not mind dependent in nature of one specific mind existing. That's just what you mean. Like, yeah, when I was talking to the Micah Knuckle dude or whatever, like, that was my whole like line of argument. Like, I think like even if you hold, like, you would just hold, I don't actually think this is probably the most reasonable view of personhood, but like, you know, a person is a living human organism who at one point has like ever reached consciousness, and like that would exclude fetuses, and still, or, you know, that would permit abortion, but still be not that far from the animalist definition. I don't actually, like I said, I don't actually think that's sort of the most reasonable definition of personhood. But like, it doesn't matter what the mother thinks or whether she values the fetus. Well, I think like if, like, obviously, like, I think the relevant thing is like, you know, who is, you know, sort of like what agent, like what harm what is at stake here. Like, presumably there's some harm to the mother if she can't like realize her choice or whatever, and if there's no harm to the other side in terms of like a person being killed, then, you know, it's a more general question of whether we as humans would value it. Well, I think, well, I mean, he makes the argument here as well that consciousness is, you know, what we as humans should value. Like, he's appealing to collective things here. Like, he uses the money analogy even, right? Where are we? However, this argument can kind of be used against you because you have moved your position from consciousness to the potential for consciousness. However, this isn't entirely true. The reason why this can be used against you is that people can say that a fetus will eventually turn into a newborn that has a conscious experience, but this argument does not connect to anesthesia, sleeping, or coma argument for a very important reason. A fetus is a blueprint for a newborn baby. It's not actually a newborn baby. A baby present under anesthesia, sleeping, or in a coma is not a blueprint for conscious experience. It's a dormant conscious experience. The blueprint for a thing is not the thing itself. Whoa, I watched Destiny 2 face. Let's go. That fetus will not eventually have a conscious experience if it weren't for the mother building that conscious experience with her body. If I have all the parts for a desk, those parts are not the desk itself. Even if I were to start building the desk, it would not be the desk itself. It is completely up to me in my conscious experience to determine if it will become a desk or not, but it does not currently have the value of a desk. Now that we've established the moral arguments for abortion, we could address the legal ones as well. Morally, we've come to the philosophical conclusion that any decision the mother makes should be uncontested. Before the chance of a fetus being conscious, by its logic, anything after 24 weeks, once a fetus is likely conscious, would be considered morally wrong because we value conscious experience and would be ending the conscious experience. However, there's a big difference between what should be moral, what should be legal. The legality things differs from what's moral because moral is from a philosophical foundation, and legality come from the source of what we agree is best for society. Morals can influence legality and our propositions and beliefs on what our government should be and the standards it should adhere to, but they shouldn't be the legal system itself because a lot of times what is moral isn't directly connected to what is functional. Is it moral to shoot and kill somebody who's attacking you? Debatable. Should it be protected legally? Definitely. When we consider the conscious experience, we never grant any being the right to live off of another being. This is so I think the argument you're going to come into here, and I think the argument probably works even legally sometimes, is like any type of responsibility condition. Religious people are going to like reduce some responsibility condition to being like to fucking God saying that parents have a responsibility to their children. I think a more reasonable argument is you've forced the fetus to be in a state of dependency on you. So then the question becomes, and it, like maybe you can still make the case legally, it shouldn't be the case or whatever, but like, you know, is it wrong to like harm, you know, kill someone who you have forced to be in a state of dependency on you? And I think that's like my intuition there says no, but you know, and then obviously you're talking legally here, but yeah, this never how we evaluate situations or especially legality. Even if the fetus were conscious and we were past the 24-week mark, this fetus is still using another conscious being body against their will. This can come with many crucial costs for the mother, such as the negative psychological effects, physical harm, or social insecurity, to name a few. There's no world in which one would hear this and think this right should be protected legally under any circumstance, even for a conscious experience. If it were kept secret that we're talking about abortion and nobody knew the life of the fetus online, this would be almost universally agreed upon because nobody, I mean, again, I think to keep all the factors the same, it'd have to be, you have to make it analogous to like, you know, forcing someone to be on a state of dependency against you. It'd be like if I like gave you a drink that had poison in it and the poison had like a 1 in 10 chance of making you be dependent on my body, and I give you the poison knowing this, and then it turns out, you know, you do actually have to use my body to survive. Can I, because of bodily autonomy, like, you know, cut us apart and kill you? I think most people's intuitions would say no in that case. Abortion should be legal until the fetus is no longer relying on another conscious being to survive, also known as birth, because it is not the responsibility of the mother to sacrifice a huge segment of her humanity for another being. Once again, no other conscious beings ever granted this right. I do think, like, you should, another relevant thing, like, probably if the fetus is viable, it's probably just good to save it, if for no other reason, that, you know, future sentience should also probably be valued to some extent, right? Like, if you had a button to press that would just, like, create 10 happy people, you know, you should probably press that button. It's probably a good thing to press that button if you think conscious experience is valuable, especially good, you know, happy conscious experience is valuable. It'd be good to press that button, and likewise probably good to save the to, you know, save a fetus if it's viable, even if you have to send it to foster care or whatever. It's still probably worth it. But yeah, I mean, it's decent. I think you should read the thing I linked, and then actually and notes on abortion public. I don't remember how to make it fucking public. Okay, hold on. There we go. I'm just gonna send it in Twitch chat. I can DM it to you too, I guess. I don't. They're not organized or anything, but there's a lot of good stuff in here to read about some of these things. But they're not organized at all, and I haven't read half of these things, so you know. Anyway, should I care about the Australia thing? Lucas wanted me to watch it, but I don't know if anyone else did. Thank you for reading, buddy. I appreciate it. No worries. I'm going to look at that. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested, you can. I think reading some of the things in there would be convenient and cool for you on any future writings and or arguments you have with people. So, but yeah, I appreciate the 100 bits. I don't know if you no, okay. If you just gave me 100 bits because that's what you had, I said I would read it for 10 bits. Because I don't really mind reading things on stream if people want me to or whatever. But
16. So yeah, I think there's enough.
I thought I heard you nominated for White Boy of the Year along with Jeffrey Epstein, Charlie Kirk, and Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, 10 bits wasn't enough. Okay. You know, I'm happy to stand amongst the greats. What can I say? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I care about them. Social media ban.
The statements made at the table, but
now that I can see them.
So, barring a gradation, I feel like, I don't know, except for you don't think it should be banned at all for anybody.
Well, I think it's a slippery slope, and I think that a lot of people don't trust the government. And again, like I said,
because it's weird that that guy supports it. Yeah. All right. Like I said, these people kind of a lot bigger than me. You know, I don't think these people will be coming on stream. Unfortunately, you know, I try to reach out to people who say dumb shit on Jubilee if I can. Sometimes to bring them on stream, but yeah, I'll try. Probably not happening though. Oh, is that Metro? Welcome back. Do you think reform will try to implement remigration? I honestly don't exactly know. I guess I would expect them to try. I don't know. I don't know, like, you know, what in Germany would be easy or not easy to do based on how, like, I don't know how many people support remigration in Germany. I'd imagine not like sorry, not I was thinking AFD. I mean, I don't. Same thing for UK. I don't know. I think about UK low. My bad. I mixed up the AFD is the German people. UK, yeah, it's reform. My bad. But I guess I don't. I guess I would guess that, like, not that many people in the UK support remigration, and I don't know if they could have enough power in a coalition government, because they're only ever going to be in a coalition government, right? They're never going to have like a strong majority in parliament themselves, right? So I don't think I would imagine they would not have enough power to ever do anything that great. But the polls right now say they have a majority. Really? The next election isn't for another, like, 4 years, right? I know, yeah, 30%. I would have expected conservative and reform parties to be, like, swapped in this graph. Isn't the second largest party in the UK an MMT party? I don't know. I know the Labour Party is technically socialist, aren't they? Like, in their platform, I think it talks about it. But gee, let's go Greens. Oh yeah, they are going up. Oh my God, they're about to beat Labour. W Greens. When is next UK general election? It's not for like 4 years, right? I think they can call them whenever, but no later than 15th of August 2029. Like, yeah. 3 years, I guess, at this point. It's almost 2020, almost 2026. They're talking about the Greens, who are MMT in the same way like AOC was kind of for 2 months. Okay, based. Yeah. But apparently they are. It's almost the second biggest party now. All right, we'll read this and then I think we'll do a little bit more slop probably, because I joined Pisco's stream last night and apparently he was fucking crashing out, bro. After talking to Connor about like some immigration stuff. I know that they talked about like whether he was like Groyper aligned, because I think Connor has said that he wants a white majority in America or something along those lines. Like he's concerned about that. So I just want to watch all of it or anything. I don't want to know what the hell happened exactly there. The key to electoral success is to adopt MFD. Pico crashing out because he wasn't able to steal Hanukkah. Dude, that video, I still can't. That video is fucked. Wanting a right majority equals Groyper. I don't think that's what. So I don't think that's. I think what Pisco said is like some of his like rhetoric and concern there. Like is Groyper aligned? I don't think he thinks Connor is a Groyper. I'm pretty sure he said explicitly like he doesn't really think Connor's a Groyper. He just thinks some of Connor's like rhetoric or whatever is like Groyper aligned. Like he said, like, oh, like his apparent, like he said he like watches enough like Nick Fuentes or whatever that he like recognizes like some of the same like talking points or whatever coming from Connor or whatever. I think is what Pico said. So anyway, no, capitalist globalization is not simply neo-colonialism. Dependency in world systems theories are in disrepair. How many lovely memes are we gonna get? Can I get the Zach Cope memes? Are there actual Counterpoints fans? I mean, he gets a decent number of viewers when he streams, so like there are people who enjoy him. I don't know if there are people who, if you ask them like what streamers they're fans of, would say, you know, Counterpoints. I think they would say, oh, I'm a Destiny or Pisco or whoever fan, and also I watch Counterpoints when he's live sometimes, but you know, they're probably more Counterpoint fans than non-fun fans. Okay, so there's that. Back in the day, much of the world languished under colonialism and imperialism, which were processes whereby countries tried to conquer and dominate other countries and territories. They did that usually to try to increase their own status, wealth, power, or simply because they wanted to rule over others. Then sometime in the 20th century, colonialism and imperialism more or less stopped. Decolonization became a thing, and the oppressive yoke of outsiders was mostly thrown off. Case closed. Not so fast. See, nowadays, informal empire and territorial colonialism have been suppressed. International domination and exploitation are still with us. They've just assumed a different, more insidious form. The old naked power relations and oppression have been replaced with more hidden, subtle forms of exploitation. In the modern age of hyperglobalization, by relying on mechanisms of neocolonialism and neo-imperialism, you no longer need a formal territorial domination to benefit yourself by exploiting and controlling others. You can do it all invisibly through the capitalist market. At least, that's what so many would say, not just on the left, but increasingly also on the illiberal right. There are quite a few theories of this alleged contemporary phenomenon, but in this post, I'd like to discuss the classics. That's because contemporary diagnosticians of the capitalist empire, like Jackson Hinkle and Zach Cope, though Cope has since renounced Marxism, his sample text told me about his fucking renouncing of Marxism in his previous work or whatever. It's funny. Still refer to them and use them as background to their novel analyses. The two biggest frameworks in the field are dependency theory and world systems theory. Hold on, let me see if I can find thing. I don't know if I can. Maybe this? Or is it nah. He made like a really funny like retraction schizo post thing. I'm not sure if I can find it. Oh, actually, I think it is this. Having been committed to the toxic Marxist perspective for more than half my life, it ultimately proved impossible for me not to perceive the consistent and century-old pattern of far left apologetics for every conceivable atrocity committed by avowed enemies of the West, including war crimes and genocide. It's typically starting with denial, moving to excuse, and ending in justification. This was starkly highlighted a leftist response to bestial violence, at least by Hamas terrorists in Israel on October 7th, laboring under Marxist fantasies for so long. Following the shock of recognition and witnessing such moral and intellectual decrepitude, is that how I pronounce that?
Decrepitude.
Decrepitude, yeah. It's disillusion in my mind was the predicate. Oh my God. My God. Anyway. Okay, the cul-de-sac of dependency theory. The old dependency theory, as formulated by Emmanuel Amin, Frank, and others, is pretty straightforward. It postulates that the world economy is organized into a core periphery. It then argues that the core grows by exploitatively extracting surplus from the periphery through the normal workings of trade and exchange as wielded by powerful states. A key idea is that the prices paid by the core to the peripheral producers systematically fall short of what they should receive. This happens because there exists a radically unequal bargaining position between the two regions of the world, with the result being that the periphery misses out on its own developmental/investing potential. The result is that this unfair and exploitative dynamic the result of this unfair dynamic is the gap between the core and periphery only ever widens. The periphery is locked into stagnation, low wages, while the core grows richer. Now, so many issues with dependency theory start cropping up as soon as you press on the mechanism for the whole dynamic. To claim that surplus extraction via trade, you have to be able to say what the non-exploitative benchmark price would have been some defensible account of fair or true prices. Without that, the theory's core empirical claim becomes hard to specify, let alone measure. To my knowledge, dependencies. Yeah, okay. As soon as I pronounce it. Never explained how we can establish this. And even if we were to grant the language of extraction, the argument about how the extracted surplus is siphoned back to the core, starving the periphery of investment, doesn't necessarily follow. A lot turns on whether the ostensibly extracted riches work their way back to the periphery. Of course, once you admit significant reinvestment, the drain and stagnation narrative no longer works. Empirically, it's easy to see that most poor countries engage in a lot of trade with the developed world, avoided stagnation, and grew significantly richer. Even defenders of various theories of unequal exchange, such as Cope, admitted that dependency theory doesn't work. Here's how he put it in 2019, The Wealth of Some Nations. Undoubtedly, profound changes in global economy associated with neoliberalism have refuted dependency theory's assumption that the possibility of industrialization in the dependent countries is permanently blocked by imperialism. True. Bruh. Turn to Wallerstein's world system theory for salvation. Instead of a simple /core periphery split, world system theory adds the semi-periphery, states that are more industrialized and geopolitically weightier than the periphery, but still subordinate to the core, and allows for some convergence between developed and the developing. As Chase Dunn and Grimes put it in 1995, some peripheral countries can develop and move up the hierarchy to semi-peripheral, or perhaps exceptionally even core states. However, importantly, they still insist that the state of chronic impoverishment holds for the typical peripheral state. This is because the key idea is that there is systemic exploitation going on in the market. Wallerstein and colleagues came up with more concrete mechanisms that explain how exploitation proceeds, but the overall intuition is the same. Because some surplus is being stolen, the periphery simply cannot truly develop, let alone close the gap with the rich world. First, core countries have access to cheap labor inputs from the periphery. This helps the core grow, what a periphery languages. Second, they are able to leverage monopoly and state power to purchase underpriced raw materials and products from the periphery. Same result, the rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Third, the core can sell its own advanced products at a higher price back to the periphery. The rich countries thus steal from developing countries 2 times. First at the point of production, so less acquisition, then again at the point of reselling, so less upselling to finished products. Fourth, they reap exorbitant profits from their investments made in the periphery. Will you cover the Ro Khanna fiasco? I did at the beginning of stream, at least a little bit. I don't know how much exactly there is to cover, but I talked about the tweets he made about the unrealized tax and the stupid or the wealth tax, and Bernie coming out in support of it, and him doing weird games with how exactly the tax works, and him. Ro Khanna's just he's an interesting dude. Okay, he's a. Please don't make me vote for Ro Khanna. Please, okay. He might not even be the worst option, but for the Democrats even, but please don't make me do it. Ro Khanna or DeSantis? Probably Ro Khanna. As I've said, world system theory allows for more flexibility than dependency theory. Unfortunately, that same flexibility is cheap corporate labor better, though? I don't know exactly what you mean by better, Elaney. Like better, I don't even know exactly what you mean by cheap corporate labor either. Like if you just mean, I think probably what you're referring to is just people like offshoring. Like there's an argument for cheap small business labor. I don't know what that, like cheap McDonald's workers. I don't know what you mean by cheap small business work labor either. Like, there isn't really a like I don't even think it's that finely like separable like between cheap small business labor and cheap like corporate labor. Like I don't know. Like how much you paid is not that dependent on the size of the firm. It's dependent on your skill set and, supply and demand and how much, bargaining power you have. As I've said, world system theory allows for more flexibility in dependency theory. Unfortunately, that same flexibility is where the theory starts to become slippier. If some mobility is expected and exceptions, states which move from upper poverty to middle income status can always be redescribed as some peripheral adjustments. It becomes unclear what would actually falsify the framework. How much between country periphery convergence is too much? How many countries have to industrialize through integration before the claim of a structurally blocked periphery stops being the default when we abandon the theory? 10 countries? 20? 50? If the implicit answer is every single country and nothing short of perfect one-to-one convergence, that's obviously ridiculous. No group of countries converge cleanly, not even within the allegedly exploitative core. But if not 1-to-1, then what? Would 1-to-2 convergence falsify the theory? 1-to-5, 1-to-10 is not clear. Hence, the framework risks functioning less like an explanation with clear empirical stakes and more like post hoc patchwork for dependency theory or Marxism applied to international relations in general. Like paying someone $7 USD to work at a homegrown organic farm. It's their argument that benefits the economy, but does like paying people below minimum wage to work at Tyson chicken plant really benefit society that much? So, I mean, if you're paying people below minimum wage, first of all, I'm assuming, because you mentioned chicken plants too, are you talking about like immigrant labor in that case? I mean, that's going to be the case that people talk about the most. But I guess like I don't see the mechanism by which like letting someone work at a small farm for below minimum wage would like help the economy substantially. But the same wouldn't be the case for corporate labor at like a chicken plant or whatever. Like I don't know what mechanism would exist for the small business that wouldn't exist for the corporate entity, unless you're going to say like there's some substantial negative externality like with corporate labor generally. Paying immigrants minimum wage benefit society or hurt it? Like I would say typically benefit it. Like minimum wage is only $7.25 still. Well, at the federal level, a lot of states have increased minimum wage, obviously. But what would you do with the poors? Like all the poors, or just the immigrant poors? I mean, we have welfare. Now you probably have to have some restriction on what welfare immigrants can receive. Okay, the reality of cross-national convergence. And in the case, if world system theory maintains its commitment, expressed by Chaston and Grimes in 1995, that the non-exceptional typical periphery state is locked in chronic impoverishment that has clearly been falsified over the past 3 decades. The vast majority of peripheral countries have escaped extreme poverty since 1990 and have seen quite robust growth rates. In absolute terms, there's been an impressive economic growth and development since 1990 around the world, as you can infer from the figure below. Many previously poor countries became lower, middle, or upper middle income states due to decades of positive, real, inflation-adjusted growth. I'm going to do this. Because at the end of the day, those immigrants are still going to go to food banks and pay taxes. Does it really benefit us to pay them like $2 an hour? So if you're assuming like most of these immigrants or all these immigrants or whatever, are going to rely on public benefits, that might not improve our society on the whole, at least in the short term. Now, in the long term, there's still some benefits there through, if they have children, like if they have children that sort of converge to the mean of like, an American child, right? And there's some evidence that happens. Then that in the long term could probably be good, right? So I would lean on net that's still being good, especially because when you say our society or whatever, when you say benefit us, if us only includes citizens, then in the short term it might not help us. But I also do think you should consider the benefit to the immigrant. I think that is relevant. Politically, I don't think you could ever make that argument. I think that's just be too politically toxic for a politician to make or anything. But I think you should consider the benefit to the immigrant as well, and in the sense of giving them an opportunity they would have never had in their home country. What's up, localist? Non-fart. This is true. Oh yeah, helping people get jobs would benefit society a lot. I mean, what do you think we're doing when we open the fucking border? Okay, we're helping a lot of people get jobs. That's why half of them come here. The immigrants are trying to be part of our country. I agree, most of them are. Okay. Not only that, gains have also been made in relative terms, which shouldn't be the case if the theory is true. Several geographical world regions have impressively reduced their 20th century development gap with their rich core in the 21st century. South and Southeast Asia's real GDP per capita stood at around 1 to 14 in 1950, whereas at 1 to 7 today. Middle East gap is down from 1 to 6 to 1 to 3. East Asia moved from 1 to 13 to 1 to 3. Eastern Europe was almost 4 times poorer than the core in 1950, while today it is only around 2 times poorer than the core. Sub-Saharan Africa is the big exception, although it too has been substantial absolute gains. Its development gap with the core was around 1 to 11 in 1950. Since then, has increased around 1 to 15. Though note that it was higher still in 1990, reaching almost 1 to 19, and it's declined since then, albeit not the levels observed in the mid 20th century. Why would they want to make America turn into Mexico? If that was the case, they would just live in Mexico. Well, I think, like, I don't agree with this concern exactly. Would it be a net benefit to pay for immigrants to learn English? Probably. Not all of them, but some of them. I mean, probably. Immigration should be local. I know local is true. I think effectively we do kind of pay immigrants to learn English when we have public schools offer like English classes to immigrant students, right? I mean, it's obviously, you know, it's not the parents learning English, but their children, to my knowledge. One of the issue is with like a big increase in immigration in a short amount of time is that typically we do provide those benefits, and it is, you know, it overburdens the school system in the short term to hire a bunch of English teachers to do that, right? And you end up having like worse, you can end up having, you know, bad outcomes for students because resources have to be reallocated from regular stuff to teaching these kids, you know, English. So, yeah, but it only takes like 6 months to learn basic language skills. But, well, maybe. But I think, first of all, you probably have to have more than basic language skills to do most of your schoolwork effectively in an American public school. But again, the issue I mentioned was, you know, not just teaching them English, but the fact that teaching them English requires resources that a school might not have. Who's your favorite politician excluding Biden? Bro, I don't know. Nancy Pelosi, bro. Because of those knockers. I don't know. I don't really like... I really don't know. I like Roy Cooper, I guess. I don't think he was especially like amazing or anything, but he's a nice dude. He was my governor. He's running for Senate now. We'll be voting for him for Senate. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of anyone else like I really like. You do, but like we want everyone here to be able to go to a restaurant and order a burger, seemingly because hyper consumerism good. True. Should it be legal for 100K Somalis to move to your town? Who should choose? I mean, I think that states and communities should not be able to sort of impose their own immigration laws. I don't think that would be functional. I don't think it should be legal for states to restrict movement of people within, you know, the United States who are entitled to live in the U.S. There might be some things in a margin that like maybe like I think like James Fishback, like he's saying, oh, I'm gonna tax every company hiring an H-1B worker, and I'm gonna fucking you know, I'm gonna make foreign students pay $1 million a year to go to college here or whatever. There are things like maybe on that, like that style of thing that I think should be legal. I also think most of they're going to be fucking stupid. But I don't necessarily have an issue like with states legally being able to do that. Prime Biden or now Biden? Also, when it was Prime Biden, I don't actually like Biden that much, but I think they might have known that I was gonna like Biden would kind of be my first thought there. I don't know when Prime Biden was, because I don't know much about his Senate career, honestly. I know that he passed helped, you know, get the 90s crime bill passed. Okay, I know people don't like that, so. Okay, back to this. In very general terms, I can imagine saying that world system theory might have been approximately correct in its pessimism pre-1990. react to the new Hunter interview. There's a new one. Are you talking about the one that came out a bit ago with Channel 5, or what are you talking about? Between 1950 and 1990, many world regions did virtually stagnate or not improve much, at least in relative terms, compared to the rich core. See the figure below, which shows no convergence between core and periphery pre-1990. Even back then, the story about absolute chronic impoverishment simply wasn't true. But relatively speaking, in terms of development gaps, things were not sunny at all. Of course, it's a whole different question whether this descriptive reality is in totality best explained with reference to the exploitative West siphoning off surpluses from the periphery. No, there's another one. It was really good. Who is it by? Or with? Whatever. Try to interview latest. This one? I think I've seen clips from this one. This is 5 hours long. Okay, yes, this is what I want to do. YouTube, thanks.
Or winner, it didn't matter.
Didn't he saying this? Like, I have no recollection of ever dropping off my laptop or whatever. That might have been in a different interview.
Like, how do you get away with that and not pay for it? I mean, like, again, like, let's move this into the laptop. Okay, it's the same thing, and writ large, you know, in which you steal someone's digital life and you turn it into whatever boogeyman that you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And just from let's just go to the most basic level of how wrong that is, of what a incredible invasion of anyone's privacy, and not and for instance,
I'm probably not going to watch. I don't know if I want to watch all 5 hours 30 minutes of this, especially on stream. But I don't know. Maybe we can do it after, whereas if people want. We're almost done with this. Okay, so clearly, unfair trading practices do exist, as do unequal bargaining terms and power disparities. This is true within societies and between them, and it should be reduced as much as possible, in my view. Moreover, even though the post-1990 convergence is a good thing and is quite inconsistent with the idea of neocolonialism, there's no guarantee it will continue in the future. In fact, the era of neoliberal hyperglobalization has come to an end, and it seems like convergence is on its way out as well. Ironic. And true, globalization helped decrease both between country and global inequality, but also very likely contributed to rising within country inequality. In other words, I'm not saying that we should be discussing both positives and negatives when it comes to globalization, but I don't find the terms of neocolonialism or neo-imperialism useful, and I think the classic theories utilizing these concepts are past their prime. In the future posts, I'll look at whether Hickel or colleagues have recently managed to save them with their work on drain theory. I need that post. I need that post. Would you vote for Hunter Biden or Bernie Sanders? Honestly, probably Hunter Biden. I don't like, I weigh people's character, obviously, to some extent. And I weigh people's, I think this falls in a character too, but obviously, their personal, sort of recklessness. As well. I think Biden's not Hunter Biden has not shown to be good on that, quite obviously, but I don't know if I weigh it as much as just what I think the policy differences between Bernie and Hunter Biden would be. Because I imagine Hunter Biden would just be like Joe Biden. Unless if I was making a political consideration though, if I imagine there was a primary, there were the final two candidates, I might vote for Bernie just because I don't think Hunter Biden could win, right? I might make that consideration because I doubt Hunter Biden would win in the general election. Although Bernie is old by now, so I still think he'd be more popular than Hunter Biden. Okay, true. What's up, Almost Up? Welcome back. Good day. How are you all doing? I'm doing good. Okay, people have a strong preference for the Hunter Biden interview or the.
Are you aware of the concept of Chesterton Spence?
No.
The Pisco Connor stuff. Y'all can express that now. But I would definitely not watch all of the Hunter Biden thing tonight, at the very least. So, you don't have to tell me which part is best to watch. National Division of Media's role, immigration, veterans, public policy, early life, career, Burisma, addiction struggles, path of recovery, the laptop stuff, foreign deals, Epstein, the pardon. Pisco V Connor will be 2 brain cell killing, lol. That's the point of it. That's the point of it. Duh. I also don't know, like, I'm not gonna know everything about the Hunter Biden shit. I know the broad strokes, okay, but I ain't Pisco, okay. I ain't read every 200-page report from the impeachment committee and from the DOJ and from the fucking blah 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 about the Burisma, Joe Biden, blah 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 blah. Click on the one about shrimp. The what about the huh? I don't think there's anything about shrimp. Okay, I mean, I guess we can check out. I don't know if we'll watch all of either of them, honestly. I want to see what the Pisco V Connor stuff is about, at least a bit. So, also, we're testing the new 5080. Can my 5080 now handle playing or my computer with a new CPU and new GPU handle playing Skate? The ADHD game in the background while I react to shit. Let's see. It should be able to. I have to imagine it can.
To it a couple of weeks ago. Are you aware of the concept of Chesterton Spence?
And why can't I hear anything? Because it's coming out of my controller. Let's go. Thank you, Windows. Dude, I swear to fucking God, I have my fucking controller disabled as a sound output in control panel. And I bet if I check it, it'll still say disabled. But it's still, like, when I plug it in, Windows still switches to it. And it's stupid. And my screens are all flashing because it's running in full screen. Luckily, I can use my new foot pedal so I don't have to tab out anymore to play and pause stuff. I just press the foot.
No. Okay, so I think it's actually
goated.
Like a legalistic concept. But the whole point is, you don't remove offense unless you know what it blocks out. Okay? And this is like an inherently conservative view. And what I would say is that some of the tension between conservatives and liberals right now is we feel like liberals and progressives have just blasted away all the fences, and they were like, we don't need any of this shit. And so as a result, we're getting, old problems that were previously prohibited.
Yeah, but religion is compatible with liberalism.
I skipped to this part partially because it's like an hour into the conversation. They didn't talk about, or at least from what I skimmed through, they did not talk about much before this point. I skipped here partially because, one, it's a thing that I know about, and I know they're a lot of the big disagreement in this fucking debate is about this shit, because when I clicked on Pisco's stream last night, he was going over this point and where the conversation followed from this point. So I think this is most relevant. But they do talk about, I think one of the defenses that Connor says progressives are blowing away is the immigration and border stuff. So I think that's how they get on that train. Where's my resolution?
I don't understand.
This might be a different point.
So maybe I'm not understanding. So people will say that like liberalism is the reason this or that. Like, prove it. It seems like for the longest time, most of our societies, even now, the politicians are mostly religious. The people in charge are mostly religious. We still have a prayer at every single congressional session. Most societies, they even have, like, Germany, the Christian Democratic Party. Our societies are religious. And if you look back further in time, there have been plenty of liberal societies that have been largely religious. In the UK, the head of the state, the king, is also the head of the church, of the Anglican Church. So I don't understand this notion that liberalism is the antithesis to religion. Liberalism is compatible with religious thought and religious belief and religious practice.
Well, I don't even know if this is necessarily true. And I'm pretty sure if I look up the stats on secularization and church attendance, effectively it's gone from, like, in the past 2 or 3 generations, like probably early.
Yeah, but why is that liberalism's fault?
Church attendance was at, like, weekly.
Yes, but why is that liberalism's fault? That's just correlation. That's just correlation.
Sure. And by the way, I'm not arguing that everybody needs to return to church. I don't go to church weekly. The point is, though, that, like,
I think they get into this because Pisco was complaining at the end of the debate or whatever. But I think one of Pisco's complaints was that like, he thought Connor was conflating between, capital L liberalism, blue hair people, and, like, lowercase l liberalism in the, just post-enlightenment liberal thought sense. Like, yeah.
There's, in reference to Chesterton's fence, let me just revisit that so I can try to make the point that I'm trying to make, is that there's times that we can take down the fence. And I think that we should have a sober, sane, rational, intellectual conversation about when we could take down the fence, right? So in reference to homosexuality, let's use this as an example. The reason why people probably put up the fence in the ancient world was because we didn't have the same level of, like, sanitary practices that we have in the modern day. We didn't have condoms to the same degree that we do. We didn't have, like, the same level.
Like in Greece and Japan, they had gay stuff there. They had, I'm sure, less.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But the Jewish, the Abrahamic prohibition against homosexuality was likely a correlation with disease. Same thing with, like, shellfish and pig.
You need to prove that.
Destiny is live talking about GDP. Oh boy. Why? Dude, he's been doing fucking gaming streams for the past month.
No, I don't. So, because
so you can just say it. You can just say it.
Is it like, him just drawing fucking charts again?
New Zealand.
Oh, he's responding to Asmongold? Oh boy.
France, Italy. So, okay, hold on. What do we have down here that you could appeal to? So I don't know. Appreciate that he's actually trying to use facts here. So I'm going to be gentle, okay, for Babby's first factual argument. What is he showing me? It'll destroy everything. That's why.
Oh my God, how many dude? Dude, okay, so he's reacting to an Asmongold video. So, okay, well, he's reacting and playing a game to an Asmongold video of Asmongold reacting to Destiny and playing a game of Destiny, or of Asmongold reacting to Destiny and playing a game of. There's another Asmongold here. I don't see another Destiny here though. Oh my God, dude, how many layers do you, dude? Asmongold is a pussy though, right? Like, he's not going to ever talk to Destiny, I presume.
Nobody said that the reason why it was high was because of illegal aliens. You said that illegal aliens will swamp and destroy any place you send them.
He really thinks it. He is in it for the love of the game. Absolutely. Wasting everybody's fucking time. Is that costing us money?
Wait, wasting people? So they're not even sick? They just...
Opinion, I don't think it should be happening. I think it's bad. And then, why don't we do that?
Oh, that's what I said! Just import all of them! Oh, don't actually respond with substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless. But that's fine. It's true. Import every illegal immigrant.
Yes. Okay, well, there we go.
Incredible.
Do you think I want to import every illegal immigrant? Is that...
Wait, so it's a context for the GDP thing? Are they just going to talk about if illegal immigrants, like, if increase GDP? Not fun. I figured out why you hate Asmongold. because he speaks on authority on every issue but has no idea what he's talking about. I think that is a reason to hate Asmongold. True. Wait, have patience. I mean, I just want to. I don't want to watch like a ton of the stuff I don't care about. I'm just trying to find exactly where they. I'm trying to find some of the context too.
He's just disagreeing with you. I know that. I know Destiny is not. Everything that Destiny does, I do not think it is artificial. I think he's doing it because he really thinks it. He is in it for the love of the game. Absolutely. I don't know if there's any more of these that are worth looking at. Post one reading his chat. I think I saw that one before. Canute's opinion on FaZe. Oh God, I might have to look at that in a minute. If you refresh, there's also another clip. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I don't want to sit here watching like a ton of the conversation that I don't have any context for if it's not about the econ stuff I care about. Okay. But I do have ADHD and ADHD zoomer brain.
Another one?
If only there was an easier way to do communication that didn't have a 12-hour latency.
Okay, here we go. Why don't we have a state where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants? We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years. That's right.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world.
That's a great point. The reason why California's GDP is so high is because of illegal aliens.
Nobody said that the reason why it was high was because of illegal aliens. He said that illegal aliens will swamp and destroy any place you send them. Why is it not happening in California? Or is California that much better than every other dog shit, dipshit, white infested state that you talk about, that California can carry all of the degenerate Browns on their back and still outperform every other state in the country? Or maybe they just aren't having the extreme negative impact that you're fantasizing about in your mind. Maybe?
It's not because of all the businesses that are trillion-dollar businesses that are doing tech stuff. It's not because of Silicon Valley. Oh, no, of course not. It's actually because of the illegal aliens.
That's what I said, I think, yes.
So fucking stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally anything.
True.
That's right, of course.
True.
As opposed to all the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious? I'm getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this.
That's right, guys. That's right. Hey, guys, keep in mind, the reason why California...
Is this really Asmongold content now? He just like... maybe it's not that far away from my content. He's just like reacts to what Destiny says. It won't actually talk to him and just like... says dumb shit.
California is...
Has he ever gone on a record saying that he would or wouldn't talk to Destiny? Destiny would definitely talk to him though, right? Like even like implied that he wanted to. I would imagine Asmongold is the one not wanting to do it. It's so stupid that he gets to get away with totally misrepresenting Destiny, and Destiny can't actually pin him down on anything because he can't fucking just actually talk to him.
Rich is because they have a bunch of illegal aliens.
Keep in mind, guys, illegal aliens, when they go to places, will just absolutely destroy the country. It'll destroy everything. That's why places like California are currently destroyed, which Trump says all the time. So is he... Actually, I'm curious. So what is Asmongold's position? Is California failing right now, or is it massively successful because of all the tech companies? Or does it really just depend on Trump's mood that particular day? If we want California to be a shithole state that's completely failing with an unnecessarily high tax code...
It doesn't Asmongold stream on Kick half the time anyway?
Or is it actually such a phenomenal state that can carry all of the issues, the socialism and the illegal immigrants on its back? Great. I don't care.
That's great. I had no idea. I thought it was the rich tech companies and the fact that it's like an incredible place geographically. It's like right next to the sea. It's always been one of the biggest states. It has one of the highest populations also, so it's going to naturally have a higher GDP.
How do you justify your audience reacting to Destiny all the time but refusing to talk to them? Well, yeah, I've been assuming. I don't think his audience cares. He literally has offered Asmon to hop on stream multiple times the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Has Asmon said anything about it? Like...
Yeah, okay.
Oh my God.
There's so many warm water ports in California.
It's rage bait. I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me. I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
This is what happens when you have to see the truth.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
Tell me more.
Is that you think that it's a lie.
The truth.
It's okay.
Straight from Asmongold's brain.
It's fine. And if I was rage baiting, it is working.
True.
I know he's rage baiting me.
See, he is. He knows it. He knows it.
I actually think it's funny. I think it's funny.
I
think he sits down on stream.
Yes.
It's like, how am I going to piss off Destiny today?
What is like the most retarded shit I can say?
We're going with this today. Because nobody in my audience can call that out.
I'm not going to admit that I haven't... I'm not going to say that I've never... Okay. I will say that the men are more attractive than women in pulling off all the animals. That one was off the top of my head. But I could suck a dick and it wouldn't be gay. I did think that one up ahead of time. I did. The Arabic numerals one, I had seen other people use that joke before.
Not as bad as Vosh still, okay.
But usually, I'm trying to think of like one that I came out with that was really stupid that I planned ahead of time. The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP, you're going to get mad.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
God.
It absolutely is fake, and it's completely fake.
That's the context. That's the context.
It's all fake money. So I'll go ahead and I'll show you.
Fake money?
What about real GDP? That's adjusted for all the fake money.
What is he showing me? Oh god, I'm about to see. Oh no. Oh no, I'm about to see the most retarded shit. Oh, he's about to do the equivalent of when you ever talk to a girl and she's like, what time were you born? That's what I'm about to get. I'm about to get astrology for econ from Asmongold. Let's go.
So here's a pretty good indicator. Let's look at this right here.
Oh my god, it's not in
Where is
Fred.
last 20 years?
I did see that. Asmongold debunked Gen GDP crashing coming. I did see that. Tuskill Johnson, welcome back. Tuskill Johnson, by the way.
Okay.
Random graphs from Statista. Okay. No St. Louis Federal Reserve Board. No graphs.
Maybe I don't give Destiny enough credit, guys. Okay. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. All right. He knows. He knows the meme graphs from Statista versus just looking at Fred. Okay. I'm not locked in on Skate right now. I should be.
Not here. Hell no. We got Google Images, baby. Major truth nuke incoming. Uh-oh. Okay.
Would you ever move to Ireland or Scotland? I don't have any reason to move to them specifically, but I would love to live in Europe someday, at least for some amount of time. I don't have anything against Ireland or Scotland.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Wait, the UK or Ireland?
Was your life better in the purple block or the red block?
Tuskill Johnson.
Did you have more purchasing power in the purple block or the red block?
Yes, because that's what GDP is measuring. True. That's why GDP is fake. Also, 2018, really, bro. Like, if you just want to look at the statistics that actually measure purchasing power, yeah, guess what they show? Guess what they show? Guess what they show? You actually do have more purchasing power in 2024 as compared to 2018, or at least the average or median person does. I guess those are probably all fake numbers too, though, right? So. Also, is this a nominal GDP?
First of all,
I can't actually tell because the way you did this.
Random graphs from Statista. Okay. No St. Louis Federal Reserve Board. No graphs from up here. Hell no. We got Google Images, baby.
It's current US dollars, so it is real GDP.
Major truth.
The median voter got way poor since 2018. Since 2020, yeah, but since 2018, no. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. If I look up, you know, Fred, real. I had the wrong foot pedal. Fred, real median, personal income. That's a nitpick? No, that's what Asmongold is saying. 2018, 41,000. Like, it's been on a, like, this is up. Yes, since COVID, it was stagnant for, like, roughly 3 years, basically. Went down in 2020, and it's been like stagnant until 2024 when it went up again. I imagine in 2025 it'll be up again. I imagine if you look at household income, it's basically the same thing. 2018, yeah, it was up in 2019, down in 2020, down more in 2021, down more in 2022, but then 2023 went back up again to higher than it was, I think, even in 2019. A little bit higher. Oh no, a little bit lower. And then it's back up. It's up again in 2024. If it'll let me actually go to the end. Household debt is up though, not as a percentage of GDP. Fred, household debt as a percent of GDP. That's been going down. That's because it's not calculated as part of GDP. So what? Okay. Okay. So debt, total debt is not very meaningful because you know you could have $1 million in debt, and that might sound bad. But if your income is $20 billion, having $1 million in debt is less bad than having $10,000 in debt when your income is only $40,000 a year. So what you want to do is you want to compare the debt that you have as a percentage of your income. So what this is doing is comparing all the debts that households have as a percent to all the income that households have and firms have, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, it will all eventually go to households. But, you know, GDP is just a measure of the total amount of income produced that year, right? Or sold in that year, right? I think it's... No, I think it's produced in that year. Like, if you sell a home made in 2024 and 2025, that's included in 2024's GDP, I believe, right? I could be wrong. It might be the other way around, but regardless. Depends on the interest rate on that debt. Well, that is relevant too. That is relevant too. That can be relevant too. But debt is not that bad. I mean, debt is... People are in debt for a reason. People get debt partially because they... Like, it benefits them insofar as it provides them the opportunity to go to school or, you know, consume a good like a car, right? Well, paying it off slowly over time as opposed to having to make an upfront payment. That is good for people. That is good for people. Debt is definitely not always bad. And debt as a percentage of your income matters more than debt just in nominal terms. It's the same thing with credit card debt. If you look at credit card debt as a percent of cash balances, that is not nearly as concerning. That's nowhere near the record highs that credit card debt just in total is.
Nuke income.
To provide some current consumption in exchange for future consumption. Okay, yes, I recognize Coptic. Yes, formerly true.
Coming. Uh-oh. Okay.
Wait, predatory. Okay. Predatory lending is typically net bad. Okay, depending on if you're defining it as predatory, I guess anything that is defined as predatory lending is net bad. But usually that's bad because people are either coerced into some position essentially where they have to take that predatory loan, or there's some there's some type of information asymmetry where people aren't sort of acting rationally or like they're deceived into taking a loan that they don't think is actually gonna harm them. With the marketing around payday loans is not it's kind of deceptive. And then I guess it's fall more into the first category. Like, you can be like, if you're in a bunch of fucking gambling debt, if there's sort of a negative internality that you suffer from with regards to gambling debt or something, like that can result in you having to take out a predatory loan.
Okay.
That's also why we ban them. Like, they're illegal. Like, you can't a lot of loans are just illegal past a certain interest rate. I think some states have laws against payday loans. I don't know if there's federal legislation against them.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Was your life better in the purple block or the red block? Did you have more purchasing power in the purple block or the red block?
First of all, GDP is not a measure of how good your life is. Secondly, you said purchasing power. There is, like, the Consumer Price Index or the Purchasing Power PPP, whatever. There are other indexes that you could appeal to. So I don't know why you'd be using GDP for this.
And this is probably, I mean, it's probably not, it's probably deflated with GDP deflator, right? But like, this is real GDP even.
Thirdly, it is kind of funny. Are you asking if my life felt better after 8 years of Barack Obama in office or after 4 years of fucking Donald Trump? I don't actually know in terms of, I would probably just look up real wages is what I'd probably look up. Although that doesn't necessarily even capture everything too, because people argue that, baskets can be weighted more heavily towards housing or not, or whatever bullshit. But I mean, I probably felt better after 8 years of Obama. So good point, I guess.
Overwhelmingly, everybody's saying purple.
Oh, the people in your chat are all agreeing that when they were younger, 8 years ago, life was better? How crazy was that? How insane is that? If you ask a 28-year-old right now, you must be in 20 and in college, like, no, I actually like being into my job and career and everything more now. I hated my college days. I guess there are some people like that. What a crazy, man, holy shit.
That's because basing the GDP off of the human centipede of the 5 most valuable and most profitable tech companies in the country is not
true. 0.3% of real GDP growth, by the way, last quarter was the AI shit. So, without AI, we would have only had 4% GDP growth, annualized GDP growth, as opposed to 4.3%. So,
not a very good indicator
Hey,
for
bubble
where
gonna
wealth
burst.
and consolidation
Oh,
of
no.
resources actually is.
Okay. Actually, I appreciate that he's actually trying to use facts here. So I'm going to be gentle, okay, for Babby's first factual argument. So right now you're mixing up the talking point of GDP doesn't mean anything, which is what Republicans like to say when the GDP is getting raped by Donald Trump's economic mismanagement. You're mixing that talking point up with, well, actually, the S&P 500 isn't real because it's overweighted by 6 large tech companies and all the equity traders. Now, you're conflating these 2 points because the stock market isn't necessarily GDP, right? Gross domestic product is, if I remember from that fucking macro econ course I took, it was, what is it, I plus B plus is I don't remember. It's that.
Yeah, you know what, basically. You know what, Destiny? You know what, he's done decent so far, so, fuck it, I'll give it to him. Good enough. Okay, good enough.
Gross domestic product it captures the total amount of expenditures of all of the buying of goods and services in a country plus investment, I think, right?
That's what the I
measures.
is, yes.
C plus I plus G plus X minus M. There you go. The numbers, the letters.
Woohoo.
That's what GDP
Font
measures.
sweeping. Okay, you know what? He got it. Well, I think he read it from chat. Yeah, someone said it in chat, so I'm assuming he got it from chat, but he's doing better than normal does, all right?
GDP doesn't measure wealth at all. It doesn't measure the stock market. Yeah, it's maybe correlated, but so I don't know why. Like, he's doing health at every size for econ. When you go up to some girl, I'll say this because he hates women, right? Who's 36 BMI, and she's like, well, actually, BMI is actually not the best indicator of health. Bitch, you're obese. Okay, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. There might be better indicators. You want to know what else? I'll even lean.
I'll see you later, Tesco Johnson. Thanks for stopping by. Socialism slop over Asman slop. I mean, it's not even like socialism slop. It's just not understanding things slop. But this is true testosterone. Follow the strippers.
Harder into GDP. You want to say that GDP isn't necessarily going to tell you how well they go? Sure, maybe not. But you know what? GDP actually is highly correlated with basically every fucking positive outcome you could ever want in a country. You go look it up. You can look up GDP versus life expectancy or educational attainment or infant mortality rate. GDP is going to be pretty positively correlated, meaning that when you go to the graph and you plot these things against each other, you're going to see a nice old line. Why do you even call it an R squared? You're going to see a nice old line going from the bottom left to the top right, broadly speaking. Okay? They're going to be really fucking correlated because guess what? When a country has more money, it tends to spend more on things like healthcare and education and childcare, broadly speaking.
What about the fact that after COVID, over 90% of the GDP growth and the wealth growth went to the top 1%?
Oh my God!
I'm
pretty sure that's a slop statistic number one. I think it was unequal. I don't think it was 90%.
Of the income or new wealth created, and that's not necessarily surprising. But I don't. Does that CGI? I don't think any of that shit is even captured in the appreciation of a company. Is that going to be captured in GDP anywhere? I don't think it necessarily is it? Unless you, I don't think it would be. No, like what? So I don't. He's mixing up all the populist. He's mixing up all the populist talking points.
You're right. The GDP is sorry, I'm right. The GDP is absolutely cut that one wrong. GDP is absolutely.
Funny how socials and admins like the same stuff. Well, yeah, like Justin said, he's mixing up all the populist talking points, bro.
Not a good indicator of what an average person's purchasing power and lifestyle actually is. Back 2 years ago.
You know the funny thing is now. A couple years ago, I would have tried to be more central on this, but now I'll be more capitalist. No, actually, it basically is. GDP per capita is roughly going to track all of your good lifestyle things. If I list you 5 really high GDP, wow, you know what? Hey, you know what? Fuck me. Maybe I'm not right on this. Let's look it up. GDP per capita by country. Wikipedia. Let's look them up. Let's look them up. Let's look at the top 5 or 10, and then look at the bottom 5 or 10. Let's see which ones you'd rather be in. Let's just take a guess. He pointed to place earlier, right? Would you want to live in Somalia or whatever? Okay, current US dollars. Okay, nominal GDP in USD per capita. Only big countries, okay? So we've got Liechtenstein, we've got Luxembourg, Ireland, Switzerland, Iceland.
I think Wikipedia. Oh, they don't have it on this, I guess. And some of the Wikipedia series, they list the countries that are like tax havens. Because a lot of them are, because like obviously Ireland, they have like an adjusted measure for not including the corporate tax shenanigans that go on with that.
Singapore, Norway, United States, Denmark, fake micronation. What the fuck is this? The Netherlands and Qatar. Okay, here's our top 10. Now let's just take let's just look at the bottom 10. Maybe they're really good countries too. I don't know. Apparently GDP is a really bad indicator. But let's just take a look. It's just GDP, right? Let's check. Yemen, North Korea, Eritrea, Syria, Zanzibar, American Samoa, fake micronation, monster fake micronation. Oh, Cuba. Some of these are micronations. What else do I reckon? French Polynesia. I'm sure some of these are good. British Virgin Isles. Is that the Epstein place? I don't know. Guam. Okay, strong showing that. We got Guam. South Sudan. Afghanistan. Oh, wait, these have no data. I'm sorry. These are probably being sorted by the... I'm retarded. My bad. I don't know if the IMF is different. I'm sorry. Let me go up more. I figured 2 was probably a little too long. So I was kind of surprised. But, okay, sorry. Let's start up here where there is good data here. South Sudan. Afghanistan. Burundi. The Central African Republic. Madagascar. Malawi, Mozambique, Sudan, Somalia.
Okay, do I need to watch him list all? I agree. Yes, true.
What else do we have up here near the top?
Per capita heavily correlates with every important metric that you might want to measure.
Malta, France, Italy. Okay, hold on. What do we have down here again? What do we got? We got Laos, Cameroon, Senegal, Comoros.
I'd rather live in South Sudan than Bernie's America, to be fair. No shot.
Pakistan, Tajikistan, Benin.
I'm pretty sure, like, what's the average life expectancy of a man in South Sudan, dude? Aren't they still, like South Sudan? It's like right now, still in their fucking, they still have their, I don't know if it's a full-blown civil war in South Sudan, but they have a lot of, like, fucking violence between factions still. Not the, yeah, the Sudanese, so, oh, I might be thinking of regular Sudan. Bernie's America would turn into South Sudan, not in a reasonable time span. Not as you know, not in the lifetime of Bernie's children and Bernie's children's children. It would take a lot for us to turn into South Sudan. Hold on, but I want to look up the slop statistic. The like 90% of GDP growth went to, did he say top 1%? Top 1% in 2020. I don't know. He's got to be talking about, it makes a lot more sense if he's talking about wealth. I have no clue if he's talking about GDP. I'm sorry, that's the most privileged take in the world, if real lol. I think they're memeing. It wouldn't even like it'd be like if Bernie wanted to make a South Sudan, like it would just be like so hard to get rid of all the human capital and all the capital stock, you know, and all the institutions. He could damage their institutions, but not to the level of South Sudan. Oh, it's easy money, never mind. Yeah. Sudanese people mog a lot of obese Americans, to be fair. That can be true. But this is relevant too. It's funny, Google Gemini pulls this up. There was a lot of wage compression during COVID as well. Let's talk about inequality in earnings. But if you look at hourly wages, which to be fair, like if you care about wealth, which is I'm kind of assuming is what they were, what Aspen Gold was really trying to talk about. You know, wages are not going to be the rich's like main source of wealth or whatever, but like we saw like quite a bit of wage compression during the tight labor market after COVID. What a bottom 50%. They saw kind of a big jump in earnings, and the top 10% did not earn as much or not grow as much.
Romanian? Uganda.
Yes, I agree.
A thing that
we know
matters a lot. Oh, hey. Well, I wonder if GDP does mean maybe it is kind of a thing that matters a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit more.
Coach, respect for saying the same. Wait, Destiny said the same thing.
And then a second thing that's like peripherally related to this topic that's also weird is economists are having a lot of problems right now trying to figure out why so many people are having such negative opinions on the economy when every economic indicator on broad groups of people is outrageously positive.
True. This is the vibe session. It's the same thing as what Asmongold was saying, which is that GDP doesn't matter. That's true. Oh my God.
And it's something that a lot of people, and now a lot of economists, I'm starting to see more articles where economists are like, why do Zoomers feel like they're doing horrible in this economy? Because like their wages have dramatically outpaced inflation. Wait, what? What does he think he's proving? I don't even think he understands what I'm talking about right now. Arguing whether or not consumer sentiment can be captured accurately with other types of normal economic indicators, which for a long time it seemed like something was happening where there was this divergence. Probably because people were listening to me people like Aspen fuck.
And I read an article as a person sunk cost fallacy. Destiny's take on the economy makes me want to give him a Daddy Core to grocery store. Absolutely. Everybody's disagreeing with him in his comment section. Destiny doesn't eat fast food or buy his own groceries. Just look at the fucking prices. Yeah, you just see this is the thing. It's like but you look at the graph. You look at look.
And Asmongold, what Asmongold does? I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. I think he tries to save a lot of money, but I'm pretty sure he buys plenty of fast food. I don't know if he DoorDashes it or anything or not, but like, Asmongold is also very, very rich.
Look at the graph. I don't need.
I don't even know. I don't know Asmongold's background. Destiny did not have a like, you know, a rich background or anything. His parents are Cuban immigrants. They were in the military, and he worked at a fucking casino making minimum wage or whatever. It might have been slightly above minimum wage, but not very high wages or anything for, you know, years before he started doing streaming. Like,
I need to look at the graph. I went to Wendy's. I went to KFC. This shit's expensive. It's $70 for a bucket of chicken. That's all I need to see.
Okay.
That's it. That's the end of the conversation.
Well, I can't argue with that, I guess.
Go ahead. Explain it.
They're some of the highest wage growth people of all time. They're doing better than I think even boomers were doing. Their home ownership rates are on track to pass everybody and already are ahead of, I think, Gen X and millennials, because millennials under the housing market.
oh, sorry, easy money. Let's say Bernie Sanders was given sole control of U.S. fiscal policy for the next half century. What do you think would happen? Okay. I would bet like the daily income in Sudan is like fucking $3 a day or so, or South Sudan. It's like $3 a day or some shit, easy buddy. You could honestly tell me that like you think America in real terms, in like real purchasing terms. Like if Bernie had fiscal, you know, total control of America's fiscal policy, which he would not even get as president, obviously. You know, but if he did, even for the next half century, that Americans would be living on $3 a day within 50 years. There's just no way that you honestly believe that. There's just no way. I'm obviously exaggerating. Yeah, I just want to be clear. Like, there's just, like, that is just not, like, there's just no way. South Sudan, average, I'll just look up yearly income. $252 in dollars in nominal terms, or $716 in purchasing power parity. According to Google Gemini here. This is from the IMF. I'm just asking what you think would happen. Well, I thought you were implying that you do think that this will happen. I mean, I think we see more inflation, and I think you might see interest rates on the debt probably go up. I guess I don't know. Like, I would think that Bernie, if he saw the problem is starting to happen, like would do something. Like, it's not like he just like would be totally indifferent to the interest we pay on the debt going up a ton. Like, I think he would try to offset some of that through cutting corporate welfare and raising a bunch of taxes. But you know, like, you'd probably see more inflation and higher interest rates, and like eventually servicing our debt would become a problem. But I guess I don't know. I don't know exactly what he would even be willing to do. He would just increase taxes forever? No. But like, I think if he saw that like increasing taxes was like having some substantially negative effect, like I think Bernie would like not do it. And I think there would be people around him to tell him to not do it as well.
Jesus, who's this guy? When you look at like all the indicators, all the wage growth, all the like educational, like all of these things for Gen Z, they're really good, and for a lot of the economy broadly, they're actually pretty good. But people's economic outlooks, their feelings when you poll them are horrible. People feel like everything is horrible, but you cannot find anything in any of the data to say like, why do people feel like shit is so?
So this is the mind. So then your conclusion for this is that all the people are wrong and these experts are right. Why would you think that?
Who even like, he didn't even say that. Number one. But number two, I would like to hear Asmongold's explanation. is Asmongold, so like part of the issue Destiny is pointing to is that if you look like historically, these things did track. Like the unemployment rate did partially track with consumer sentiment, right? That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Like, so what? Like the numbers, the way we calculate the numbers hasn't changed. So like, what's the alternative explanation? And if you ask Americans about their own personal financial situation, rather than the state of the economy as a whole, they rate a lot better than simply their own, or the state of the economy as a whole. Stephanie Kelton, would Bernie make Stephanie Kelton the Fed chair? Would Stephanie Kelton even want to be the Fed chair? I don't think he would. I think he'd make her Secretary of the Treasury, though. I think I don't actually think he would go that far. I think he, would definitely appoint someone to the Fed is sympathetic to his view about the Fed, and he thinks it should have fucking farmers on it and a consumer fucking council on it too. And I think he would appoint someone to the Treasury that's probably sympathetic to Kelton's view, but I don't actually think he would go so far as to appoint her herself. But maybe I'm wrong. Hello? There we go.
The reason why you would think that is because when Donald Trump is elected and nothing really changes, everybody's economic forecast, everybody's economic personal outlook changes completely. The reason why you might think that is when you looked at things like consumer spending, especially for traveling over the holidays, it was hitting record high after record high after record high, which seems strange when that same group of people is saying, we don't have any money, we're broke, we're poor, and we can't afford anything. I think that's the issue. It's like, oh, well, it's interesting. Everybody's saying they have no money, but then when we go to the store and we check and see what's going on, it seems like motherfuckers are spending like crazy. I think that was the confusing thing. Oh, shit. Not fucking with you.
Like, it's just, why would you ever think that? It's the like, it's just, you're not thinking, like, bro, you got to think for yourself, man. Think for yourself.
Bro.
Destiny needs to go to Taco Bell and try to order a Mexican fucking pizza. Shit's crazy expensive. Like, I go to Panda Express, it's like $19. What the fuck are we talking about, $19? Mr. Baghead, thanks very much for the 50 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think you're right in this case. As much as you often said, there's a few smart people, a lot of dumb people. Yes, you guys being scammed for a bucket of chickens less than $15. With my wage increased 25%, energy doubled in cost, rents double, 50% as much. I know. And I get. Listen, why did the graphs not?
If only there was a, some type of index that tracked all the prices that consumers paid. Or maybe there should be an index that looks at all the expenditures that, persons make. Or maybe there should be some way to, this one doesn't really work, deflate GDP with we have GDP deflator too, but that doesn't really, I can't really make that one work the same way I made CPI and PCE work.
Reflect reality, because the graphs are a lie.
Household income.
Okay. They are a lie, and I am just, this is really just sad.
Yeah.
It really is just sad.
Can't you just unlock reality?
You can't fight it in homeownership rates. You can't fight it in education rates. You can't fight it in wage growth. You can't fight it in inflation. You can't fight it in productivity versus, you can't fight it anywhere. So when you ask me this question about like Biden and the polls and everything, I don't know if like the social.
Also, the end result, the final conclusion of this thinking is Destiny having an absolute melterino over Kamala Harris losing the presidential election.
Okay.
This thinking leads you to believing that Kamala Harris had a chance to win the presidency.
If you don't think she had a chance to win the presidency, then the roaches have burrowed deeper into your mind than we thought. Again, you're mixing up, and I understand, I guess, when you don't know fact from fiction, then.
You know what's funny? You know who predicted the election exactly? Okay. Well, the states exactly. The Electoral College outcome. It was a paper written by some economist. Okay. So the economist got that one right.
Predictions and conclusions seem like the same thing to you, but predictions and conclusions are not the same thing. So I don't know why you think you're cooking here by trying to compare the two. Based.
Yep. Because the end result, the bottom line, eventually, when theory comes to reality and ideas become real, I'm right. And this is inevitable.
Well, but like, not really, right? Because hasn't Donald Trump just like kind of fucked with the economy and everything more than...
Do you see how deep the fucking React deception goes? Okay, there are so many videos on screen right now. But yeah, North. No, Econoboy got it right, lol. That's true. Econoboy's election prediction exactly right. This is. Oh man. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, North. I just. Easy Money told me that he was talking about GDP, and I had to watch him talk about GDP with Asmongold. Of course, they're not actually talking to each other. Okay, Asmongold won't actually talk to Destiny, but they will through Reactception talk to each other.
Anybody, even me, would have thought he would have. Like, haven't we seen slower wage growth? Haven't we seen more inflation? Haven't we seen a depreciation of the dollar? Haven't we seen an increase in the cost of things due to tariffs? Like, aren't we all complaining about like how expensive RAM is? Haven't we done basically nothing to address housing costs or issues? Haven't we not deported really any fucking immigrants? Haven't we done nothing to address the rising cost of
I think it's at
healthcare?
least a little smart. New Destiny. I mean, Destiny is like or Asmongold, but he's worse than Hassan. Oh, Asmongold is Asmongold is politically just very stupid. Yeah, he's not. I don't really. I don't think he's. I don't know why he does. I don't know why he does this shit, bro. I don't know. I don't understand the motivation.
I don't know. It kind of seems like I was completely and totally fucking right on every single thing I said. But all the MAGA people whose number one concerns were all of these issues seem to not be complaining about them now, which kind of seems like it reinforces the thing I said earlier, and that these problems are nowhere near as big as dipshits like you're making them out to be. But I don't know. That's just my, it's my opinion. Who knows?
And everybody knows it.
Thank you, Beth, for the gifted subs.
They had a dollar menu here. They don't have a dollar menu here. But you know what everybody still has? Dollars.
Immigrants. What's media is? Was he cooking with that one? What the fuck?
Eventually, when theory comes to reality and ideas become real, I'm right.
I want to cook one
and
more
this
time.
is inevitable.
Yeah.
And everybody knows it. They had a dollar menu here. They don't have a dollar menu here. But you know what everybody still has? Dollars.
Media is.
See, if you're saying shit like that, I don't know what the motivation for political content is. It makes him a lot of money and doesn't require him. It doesn't require critical thinking. But doesn't he make a lot of money doing gaming? Does he really make more money doing the political stuff? Maybe he does. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he does. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be talking about him if he wasn't doing the political stuff. Okay, but whatever. Is Asman and Cold using ChatGPT to speak? Probably. He's probably got the, overlay that people use for job interviews and shit. Okay, he's probably got that. On top of his stream.
Dictating our opinions to us, like, even more, but it's getting really difficult to track, like, what is actually happening and how do you figure what people are actually feeling, what they're actually doing. It's like, it's a very, very, very difficult thing to track right now, I think. Yeah.
No, I completely agree with it.
I'm actually just so wrong. I was like, why wouldn't you just ask me? Have you ever thought about the KFC bucket of chicken index?
When
It's a difficult thing to track because it's being intentionally misrepresented in order to make the public feel like the economy is getting better.
Source, please. I need a source for that one, please. What's funny is that Asmund then proceeds to switch to watching Destiny clips live, and Destiny does the same thing. It's like this weird. Yeah. I mean, he's complaining about that, but they won't. He won't actually talk.
While the 1% continuously pillage, degrade, and destroy the way of life of the average American, the average citizen, so they can fund and pay for a Somalian to live out your American dream, while they siphon off the money, and then they take kickbacks.
Their American dream of clogging up all the emergency rooms? I guess. Is that the American dream? Okay.
And they make money off of the budget, offered the budget stuff. That's it. You broke him? No, it's okay. I'm fine. It's okay.
Well, at least Drop reduced the deficit, right? He cut government spending a lot, right? He found a lot of this fraud, right? Maybe? No?
And I don't know really what this is, but it's just sad. It really is sad. The dollar menu still exists. Yeah, it's just $3 instead of $1. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Incredible.
So let's go back.
Retarded shit I can say.
The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
Absolutely it is. It's completely fake.
True.
He's cooking.
Shit. Tell me what indicators we're supposed to use. Please tell me
Go to Wendy's.
Oh, the Wendy's indicator.
Go to the grocery store. Look at the food.
He knows. You can look at, the price of food in CPI, and even specifically the price of food away from home, and even specifically the price of food away from home at fast service restaurants. They literally have a series for this. I officially announced my 24-hour stream will start at 5 p.m. EST. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, good luck. I will say, my 24-hour stream, I got cranky at the end of it. But,
Food. Look at food. Is it expensive or not? It's expensive.
Are you going to be sleeping or are you going to be staying up the whole 24 hours? Red Bull will be needed, yep. The dollar menu doesn't exist anymore, but we still have people have dollars. Cue intro movie credits. 20 ounces. Oh, dude, I love those things. If they weren't expensive, I would buy them. Stay up whole time? Okay, based.
It's expensive. Like, there it is. That's the end of it. Look at rent. It's expensive. Yeah, you just go outside.
Bro, our fucking indexes probably overestimate rent, if anything. Or at least CPI probably does. Because the owner's equivalent rent lags behind actual spot rents, because they only collect the owner's equivalent rent every 6 months or whatever, which lags behind the more high frequency data that we have from like Zillow, for example, and their rent index, and I think even PCE just looked at expenditures. But so I have my bed in view of my webcam. Maybe people want to see the North Sleep stream. I mean, that's what I mean, you can see my bed behind me. That's what I did. I would just like play old videos, and half the stream would be an old video of mine, and half the stream would be a me sleeping. One second. Why so many people? My Discord server. This is the first time I've been active here. Is everyone in Chud here? Isn't that considered derivative content? What, reacting to your own, or like sleeping while you're just playing your own videos? Whoa. It's just, I don't know what it was. This is collapsing. Seems a little harsh to say collapsing, but good that it's going down.
Side. Like, I mean, what are we doing here? What we're doing here is obvious. See, he's looking at graphs, I'm looking at menus.
Good ones, please. He's not the only here, but go ahead, tell me, please. Tell me, King.
Oh, let's hear another fake one.
Yeah,
and these other abstract economic indicators.
Economics.
Yeah, because fake. Because it's all fake.
King.
It's fake bullshit.
I don't even know how you would win a debate against somebody like this. You're going back to the like.
You moved from 49 to 45. Although, are you you're looking at the margin? Okay, I guess that's bigger. Sure, yeah. In only a few months, I guess. Yeah.
Just like I'm proud to be stupid and I don't believe in education or numbers. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what the counter argument is. Like, well, fuck. I guess we just don't believe in numbers or facts or anything. I'm truly powerless to stop your arguments. Taking a lot of withdrawals from.
You think that all the illegal aliens are young? That's not even true. Like, what are you talking about?
Do you think the average illegal immigrant is fucking my abuelita, my grandpa, or grandma? Maybe we're importing gay illegals. What do you don't think the average age of an illegal immigrant skews downwards? Remember,
I think it does skew downward, but
heavily.
They don't age and get older, and a lot of them require healthcare whenever they get older.
Okay, that's a future.
They also have children. They also have children. They have children. They have children, which also contribute typically close to what average American child contributes.
Your problem. It's not what we're talking about right now, though, right?
That's what argument is this?
Now, I guarantee you, I'm not even gonna go look because I don't need to. I guarantee you, if you go back, this motherfucker's use the word or talk about the fighting age immigrants, the fighting age illegal immigrants, or the young men that are all coming over to work. So now it's old people. Now old people are the illegal immigrants. This is like the Uberman.
I know what he's thinking of. He's thinking of the people coming in Europe. And yes, that's true. Overwhelmingly, the people coming in Europe are military age men. It's pretty obvious.
But for America, they're old because that fits my current talking points.
But there's military age men. Do you know what happens? Is that eventually they age out, and then they need healthcare that they didn't pay into.
Immigrant that comes in with every affliction known to mankind. Who's all? It's like what the fuck are we talking about?
That those people are massive drains on the system. These are not net positive taxpayers. And if you brought in 100, they're collecting.
And like, no, he's never going to accept any source fit shit ever because he don't even believe in GDP. I think that depending on the type of immigrant you're talking about, many of them are net taxpayers. I don't know if the median Somali immigrant, right? It's probably not a net a taxpayer at least if you don't include their children. Their children, like I said, probably will offset some any of the tax burden that they receive. And there are other things you care about other than whether or not they're a net taxpayer, right? Just if an American citizen is not a net taxpayer, that doesn't necessarily mean that American citizen is a net negative for the economy as a whole, because people do other things than pay taxes, believe it or not. Okay, expanding production can be good, and in fact, again, Asmongold would never accept any of this, but expanding production can also offset some of the taxes that they take from. There was a paper looking at I think immigrants in Minneapolis, and they found it seems like individual immigrants, like asylum seeker, low skill immigrants, are actually net negative taxpayers, on average, but they lead to indirect economic activity that actually fully offsets that. And then again, their children who typically I think perform about as good as American children, native born children, in terms of average earnings and tax paying potential.
food stamps. We're paying for their
All
education.
of it, and they're getting educated at the same time. How are they doing so much? Driving around Escalades with their welfare dollars, while also stealing all of our jobs and getting educated. And every night they're in the emergency rooms. Jesus, these motherfuckers are doing everything over here. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bro, fuck me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, now you see how ridiculous. See, even he thinks it's funny. Yeah.
It sounds like I want these people here. If you're smart enough to play the system 52 different ways and you still have time to go to class.
We have too many of them. No, I get it. I get it. It's the scammers' respect. I understand this, and I feel kind of the same way. But there's too many scammers. And also, these aren't elite level scammers. These are people that are saying, well, no, my hand isn't in the cookie jar. That's, no, I took it out afterwards. After I ate the cookie, my hand wasn't in the cookie jar. Like, they're not good scammers. It's because the government's bad.
Then why aren't all the white people scamming the government? Or are white people just above scamming?
Government's letting it happen because they don't want to be accused of racism.
Welfare for
white people can't.
People. Let's say we change our immigration laws to open borders for net taxpayers and everyone, and immigration moratorium for everyone else. Will this be good or bad? I think it'd be good compared to what we have now, probably. Like, I think it'd be preferable to Trump's immigration policy, obviously. Probably preferable to much of Biden's immigration policy, too. I think it'd be net good.
Scam? Fucking A, bro. Bring them in. Okay, let the Jews fucking rule us. Let the
I didn't say this, okay? This is not me saying this. This is him saying this.
Somalis fucking scam all the extra money that the Jews are creating, and I guess spread it around all the fucking poor white people so they can smoke crack and do their fucking fentanyl.
I would correct that, but I would get banned.
From China, and that would be our import market. There you go. That sounds like the ideal. What he's saying is, do black people smoke crack? What do white people do? Meth? Black people can be our drug dealers. We can buy them. We can buy from black people to get them out of generational poverty with all the money that the Jews are generating and distributing to us via the Somali scammers. There we go.
Yes.
This is rage bait in the purest.
Yes.
Most distilled form. Okay.
Oh, man. I appreciate the content. I do. I hope you had a good time. And I'm sure all the Redditors are like, well, if you look at the graph, look at the graph, look at the graph, look at the graph. Oh, my God. Well, one day they'll understand. One day, the thing is that right now, they might not get it. They might not understand it. But, you know, I think that over time, they're going to figure it out, bro. They're going to figure it out. They're going to see how it is. And it's going to be sad. Why do you entertain the ideas? I thought this was funny. I did. I thought it was funny to listen to this. This was great. Yeah, what do you mean? No offense to Ishiar's Disney just has you on the facts. He generally reads a lot about this. He's right about illegal immigrants not being a net negative. No, he's not. It's the same as him using the GDP. So when
Sorry. I don't know. I can't counter that. I can't counter that. He got me there. I'm a number fag. I'm a loser who I hear a number and I'm like, you're saying a thing. But this guy's got a number, and I just hear the number, and I like the numbers. I like the number. What am I supposed to say? I like the numbers, man. I can't help myself. I'm addicted to them. I'm obsessed with numbers.
So what do you think the logic is that basically somebody who looks at graphs and polls and thinks Kamala Harris is going to win and thinks the GDP is a great indicator also has the right take on illegal immigration? I don't care what the poll.
What do you think the Trump campaign relied on? How do you think the Trump campaign figured out which states to campaign in? Why do you think Donald Trump is so concerned with increasing the GDP? Why does he talk about it? It's almost like maybe these things matter. Maybe they matter a little bit. Maybe.
Polls and the facts say they're selectively biased. They're selectively obtained. The entire idea. Do you know that private companies pay for studies? Why do you think that all these private companies?
Oh my God, bro. These aren't even studies he's fucking citing. He's just looking at the GDP and stuff, which is all collected by public institutions. It's all like all that data is collected by the BEA and VLS.
Companies pay for studies.
Because who else the fuck is going to pay for the fucking study? Do you think the public is going to fund studies for private companies? I'm not going to pay.
By the way, he wouldn't even trust. He doesn't trust the public data either, right? Like, I don't think he. Like, if the studies were funded by public institutions, he'd just be like, Joe Biden, Democrat study. Like, he's not going to care anyway.
Why the fuck should we pay for their studies? Of course they're going to fund their own fucking research. What do you mean? You disclose the conflict of interest, other people do a peer review on it. Who else is supposed to fund it? Asmongold, please tell me. You're so smart. Tell me how we're supposed to fund it otherwise, please. Oh my God, I'm about to get fucking spider raped. Wait, he can't come in here. I'm safe.
I need to read a fucking fact sheet. I don't need to see a graph. I need to go to Wendy's. You go to the grocery store, you're going to immediately see that it's not true. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. And this massive, unflinching, unwavering appeal and begging for authority to tell you what's real and what's not, being terrified of thinking for yourself, is the reason why we're in this problem to begin with. Stop outsourcing your own mind.
As everybody listens to Asmongold, tell them exactly what it is. Yes.
Refresh again. There's an even newer clip. All the comments saying you're a Nazi. Okay, all right, one more, and then we're going to move on, okay? One more. Then we're done.
Then we're done. For real, for real.
Where is it? There's a new one.
Ouch.
I think taking their assets would be doing that.
Yeah.
These where they can be put to work and denaturalize them back to selling. And he's one step away from that's too much of a hassle. Courts are so inexpensive. Let's put them in facilities where they can be put to work and pay back what they took from Americans. I think taking their assets would be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a problem with thinking for himself. He's not even. I don't know how to counter like this mindset. Like, it's not like You can, I mean, first of all, you're right. He's not actually fucking thinking, but like, second of all, it's not like less thinking for yourself if you rely on data collected by others. Like, that's just more impartial thinking for yourself. And like, you can use the same data and come to different conclusions. Two people can look at all the studies that we have on immigration and all the, you know, data and research we have on it and come to different conclusions based on like what they think the good studies are and bad studies are and stuff. And that, like, you can think for yourself with it. It's just obviously data collected by people. Like, it's going to be more impartial than your own like personal experience. Like, I don't know how to combat that mindset. The server's looking like a mosaic, mass delusion and schisms. When their messiah suddenly disappears from Twitter. What the fuck? Oh, they talk about King of the Coast? It's based, it's true.
Like, so you don't need to do that because you can just take their assets.
There you go. King. My king.
Now Twitch okay with this? Oh no! This is low-key some Adolf. This is just like, guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler. Yeah, Adolf Hitler, that's what he did. Is he when he wanted to send everybody...
Stop looking back again.
I bet I could melee this guy to death. Let's fucking do it. Let's go.
You know, back home, this is... Listen, maybe this works on Reddit, but it doesn't work anywhere else. So please, go ahead and hold on to this. Yeah, top 1% commenter.
Top 1% commenter,
What a surprise, right?
The negative externality that is Asmongold must be taxed away. This is true. What y'all doing? We're reacting to Destiny, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Destiny, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to... It's incredible. It's incredible. Incredible.
He Jewish. Nope.
Teenagers on Reddit. It's just sad to see this. And yeah, is this his final solution? Oh god, he already advocated for cops to use live ammo on protesters, so labor and death camps shouldn't be that far away for him? Sure, guys. Sure. You're so right. You're so right about everything.
Okay,
absolutely.
Fuck this guy.
I should start by saying that.
I don't know. I would probably say Nude by Radiohead. I think that's probably my favorite song, Walk the Stompa. But
from taking money after death camp? Yeah. Did they not know you're talking about scammers? No, of course they don't know that I'm talking about scammers. The thing is that Americans and Westerners have been completely mind-broken and psyoped.
Oh, blame women voters next!
That the only moral thing that they can do
Nude by Radiohead
is to give away their culture,
yeah,
their
suicidal
money,
empathy.
their land,
Do we have that phrase in our vocabulary yet? He needs to learn it.
third worlders for things that happened before we were born.
True.
That's it.
I like all the there's a few different, like, I think there's like 2 different early versions of Nude as well. Those are nice. I like those too. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah.
And I'm here breaking the conditioning. I am. I will...
Asmongold is the one thinking for himself, breaking the conditioning, awakening people. This is true. This is true of all the high quality stuff he talks about.
Bring you to the truth, even if you are kicking and screaming.
So brave.
That's okay. So keep kicking, keep screaming. To be honest, it makes it more entertaining. But you'll get there.
Can't see me, right?
Best example, Germany? Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm on college break
100 years
right
ago.
now.
Don't you go to Germany?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it immigration, call it invasion. I know.
True.
And yeah, we just like, I know. You're a fast food, Chipotle, and Wendy's enjoyer, a man of the people. I am a man of the people. I know that. I know that. Thank you.
By the way, do you want to hear what not a man of the people is? Okay? To my working poors. You know who wasn't a man of the people? He's fucking Chipotle. That's a rich man's fast food restaurant, okay? The man of the people are at the fucking... I don't know if the dollar menu is existing anymore. I don't, because I'm rich, okay? I don't worry about the dollar menu. Back then, it was the McDonald's dollar menu. It was the Taco Bell menu.
Sorry, my video's way loud on my mic. God damn this. I'm on winter break right now from college.
These were the man of the people menus. Chipotle, that was like your, oh, you're going to do bougie fast food. Oh, and the Little Caesars, $5 pizzas. Hell the fuck yeah. And their 89-cent Crazy Bread, which I'm pretty sure was like 12,000 fucking calories of the most delicious fast food garlic bread you've ever had in your fucking life.
For reminding me. I appreciate it. No, it's okay. And eventually they'll understand. Like, this is, again, I remember when I used to think like this. I was a little kid. Right?
Oh, yeah?
But, you know,
well, I'll be in my
eventually they'll get
second
better
year
at it,
when
and
I
they'll
start
understand.
again. Womp and Stompa.
I love you. Can you stop choking on your saliva? Nope, I can't. I wish I could. So, yeah. What if illegal immigrants were in net positive? Like, theoretical, if illegal immigrants were in net positive. I think that's a very interesting conversation, right? And so, like, just assuming that they are a complete net positive, I think that you'd have to look at the effects that they would have on other
Like in January 12th is when I started again.
people, right? Like, because you look at the net positive for an individual versus the net positive for a company versus the net positive for a community versus the net positive for the country, right? So you look at like the abstract.
What do you think net means there? Bro. These fucking robots. Do I have an urine extract point?
extraction, but assume that all of them are and everything like that is okay, then I would probably want to have more immigration into the country to an extent. But I also think that most importantly, a country's obligation is to its own people, and to the effect that the immigration causes problems for the people that are living there. And this doesn't have to be economic. There are a lot of other
Literally said just hypothetically assume it's a net positive. Do I want to watch the Joe Rogan clip? Do I really need to watch the Joe Rogan
problems
clip?
that immigration can cause too as well,
Mhm.
like cultural problems, etc., crime problems, all kinds of stuff like that. So really, I would make the decision in the best interest of the citizens that live in the country, and that's the only thing that I'm really asking for.
Oh.
I'm asking.
Whereas we're just trying to do the best for like the illegal immigrants coming in. Thank you. Good summary. Okay.
That American politicians and American lawmakers put me first.
Wow.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Not Israel.
That's all. Oh, not Israel. Let's go.
You can, and again, your listeners should do their own research on this to learn about it. But there's been a lot of stories about these two billionaires and their control over state government. And I say this because,
But a big part of the Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro is very Jewish.
well, and these two billionaires hosted a meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, and
He's
got
a
a lot of
Holocaust
pushback.
denier?
Nick Fuentes?
He's a denier,
Yes.
or does he debate the numbers?
Well,
Is that
to be fair, I don't listen to a lot of Nick Fuentes, which is on me. But
who funds it? Duo serves. Yep. Dan and Ferris Wilkes did.
Oh my God! Oh, I thought he was gonna pull up the Nick Fuentes clips or something.
2015. Billionaire Petroleum Industry Brothers.
you can, and again, your listeners should do their own.
Incredible. Who would win, fact and logic, or the incoherent screaming inside its own head? The Wendy's menu, okay, is all you need apparently.
Not Somalia.
Okay.
Not Europe. Not China. Not Venezuela. I want them to put me first.
Okay.
Because I'm an American, and I want them to work for me. So that's it.
Wow.
They are a net positive on the fake graph. Yes.
Good one.
And I'd say 40 years in California and leaving for a better life for my young kids. Southern California is for sure propped up by illegal Hispanics. Oh, great. Well, we've had this before. Yeah, remember we had this a long time ago. It was a huge problem. We got fought a war over it.
We're all the illegal immigrants in, yeah, the southwestern United States.
Everybody talking about me. Everybody thinking about me. Wow, what a surprise. It's Twitter, everything about me. Nice, it makes sense. It makes sense. Of course it does. Somali daycare money landed. Yeah, no doubt. And anyway, let's see it. Somali fraud in Washington. Okay, all right. We'll go to one or two more of these. And I feel like we got some other stuff that I want to look at. That should only be focused on the density of immigration. 10K Somalis isn't bad. 20K in a town is a huge issue. You're completely right about that. You're totally right. But I think also if you let people into the country, they are going to travel and go where they want. It's hard to keep them all in one place, right?
Don't you want that? Don't you want them to spread out and diversify rather than be in a ghetto where they all
Okay, how much do I care about any more of this stuff?
just concentrate and scam the government? Brotherly love.
And he started, yeah, he's fucking ending stream. Incredible that they won't, that Asmongold just won't talk to us. Oh my God, this is who the Zoomers are all listening to. Is there a website for like kick charts? The same way there is for Twitch. $2,000 average viewers on Twitch was not that much. 8,000 peak viewers, but he might have more average viewers on his second fucking thing or whatever. Yeah, 41,000 average viewers. Oh my fucking God! And then I don't know. Oh, there's an Asmongold 24/7. Wait, is it, what is his main? Is this his main Twitch account? I thought he had, I thought one Twitch account was Asmongold and he had another one called, like, Zach. Yeah, this one. But maybe it's just this one on Twitch. Yeah, charts. I don't know what stream charts is. Reliable. I can get my kicked wrap though. Hold on. I gotta connect my account to get my kick wrapped, bro. It's gonna be so awesome. Wait, maybe this does have what I want. Asmongold. Oh, wait, it kind of does. Most active viewers. Is he up here? Where is he? Well, I mean, it has emote usage and message activity. 27,000 messages. I would assume that... Oh, it's right up here. I didn't realize. Average viewer is like 6,000. Which is like, you know, Destiny gets like 6,000 to 8,000 total viewers when he's doing politics, and then like 3,000 when he's doing his gaming shit. Oh boy. Okay, we'll watch like some more of this. Oops. I hit the wrong foot pedal again.
What do you... I don't even want to get into this, because, like, why do you think shellfish were...
Why does Micah like posting comparisons and Newsom advances family? I don't know. They go viral on Twitter. One more platform. They're like 3. Oh, does he stream on Twitter? Night. Good night, South Rama. I'll see you later. Appreciate you stopping by.
Prohibited in the ancient world.
No,
because Frank ate a shellfish and he had an allergic reaction and he fucking died. Why was
I'm saying, don't you have
in the ancient world? It's because it was improperly cooked and they fucking died.
You're
That's
just
why that shit was prohibited.
you're just saying it. Why did they take people's why did they circumcise people? Take people's foreskins off?
Because Abraham had a weird looking dick.
No, so it's your false contention, or I don't know, assumption that religious beliefs are premised on some kind of underlying rational set of inferences and practices.
Yeah, phimosis. Yeah.
But what justifies that?
Dick.
No, but that.
Oh yeah, I don't know if there'd be. I could look at his just YouTube channel, I guess, but his YouTube channel has VODs too. Where it's like Actually, I probably want to look at his VODs as well, don't I? Because there are probably people who only watch those. Asmongold clips. Oh my god. In fairness, some of these have got to be shorts, right? 63 million views. Nope, they're all long. Literally 0 short views. Dude, let's go. Okay. Although, not all these are going to be politics. Some of these are going to be just regular fucking reaction shit. That's an incredible thumbnail. George Floyd with a what the fuck face. Where was that? Incredible. All right, can I not see the whatever?
That is pure aesthetics. That would belie your notion that there's some like underlying health rationale.
Phimosis is a real medical condition that can be painful. When the hood of your foreskin fuses to your dick tip, and then your penis continues to grow.
And circumcision can also
gets boners.
I feel like I forgot the context of why they how they got on this specifically.
It's painful.
Yeah, circumcision
is like a real medical condition that occurs in like 2 to 10% of the population.
And circumcision cannot cause.
Why the fuck is food shops?
Maybe we should no longer try to be the better people. Maybe it's just simply they treat them like a child. Like,
you know, it's hard for me to be like, you know, they're stupid because it's so. I mean,
oh
look,
come on.
I just don't.
Come on, let's be real here. They're stupid, right? Let's be real here. Come on.
I think undecided voters in 2026, almost 2026, have their priorities woefully misaligned. I'll say. I mean,
they're stupid. Yeah.
It's really bad. And
woefully misaligned. You realize that sounds worse than stupid, right? Like woefully misaligned. If I went up to my,
it was what a bad thing.
Is bitter like what? No, not the assassination part. The bitter part, right? Like is bitter. Like I'm sure that we would all agree that it is bitter. And they're like, do you think that this was bad? Like, do you think like?
Okay, thanks YouTube. Incredible. I don't know what these two, like, possibly could
goal here, right? Like there is a very big primary objective to be achieved here. But then when I think of liberalism, it's like oh, maintain the status quo of the United States being the hegemonic power with USAID and stuff, right? Which is great. I fully support that, by the way.
Yeah.
However, the message is just makes me sleep, you know?
Well, I think the question
yeah.
is to what end, right? And
Yeah.
and too many liberals are not interested in answering the question of to what end.
Okay, I guess they're talking about fucking strategy like that, but okay. The more I learn about food shops, the more I want to distance myself from her. She has some pretty, I don't even know all of it. She has some pretty, I don't know, crazy fucking lore, but I guess I don't really, you know, I don't even know all of it or anything.
Be the cause of infection and disease and stuff, especially back in the day with older instruments?
No, it can be, but a properly done circumcision can prevent phimosis.
Okay, and what about, okay, but what is it really your contention that the religious practices from the Bible are based in some rational or logical set of choices that support human flourishing in some kind?
They're not purely rational, but I do think that they oftentimes are rooted in a level of like observation of like
just I don't know, Easy Money. He's just posting stuff because it goes viral on Twitter. Like that's I'm pretty sure that's the reason behind that. Like that's the stuff that goes viral on Twitter.
moral action and their consequences, of course.
All right, I don't know what justifies that inference. You're just assuming it. Fair?
No, no, it's actually perfectly rational. So sorry, Muhammad, peace be upon him, okay? When he came into the pagan Arabian world that was a part of the Eastern Roman Empire, which was largely Christian, in his pagan sect of the world, infanticide, female infanticide was still practiced. And so if people had children and they were women, because of inheritance laws, they would take the infants, they would put them inside clay pots, they would walk.
Dude, you know it's a dog whistle, be honest, man. For what? What is Micah dog whistling when he posts Gavin Newsom's family? What?
Them out the desert and they would kill them.
Yeah, this was the practice of pre-Islamic Arabia. There's
an evolutionary psychological reason why people would do that, but there's also a reason why, because Muhammad, peace be upon him, would sympathize and empathize with the women who are being killed, and therefore come up with a social prohibition against that practice as a part of his religion. It was a moral analysis of real facts. So, like how are you disconnecting? How are you saying every religious?
Let's see if YouTube censors that. Censors what? Clearly, you might have censored something. I have no clue why Connor. It's very funny to me, Connor. It's just doing the peace be upon him every time he says Muhammad. I feel like he said way more controversial things about Islam.
Prescription is completely irrational.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that they're all irrational. Or
well, you're saying prove every religious prescription is rational.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in any given instance, I think it's.
North, you can in my Discord server. There's a channel called Stream Chat, and messages from there show up on stream as well. So you can just do that, and it doesn't censor like anything.
So the burden of proof on the person promoting it to suggest that the origin of it comes from some ultimately humanistic.
Improperly cooked pork. Follow me down this logic train because this is actually frustrating.
I'm going to grant the hell.
Because Groyper's post comparisons between Vance and Newsom's family to prove that Newsom is pure and good. Wait, I'm just asking, what do you think Micah is dog whistling when he's saying that? I think Micah is like dog whistling to like the Groyper. You think there are like Groypers who like follow Micah?
Health stuff. I'm going to grant all the health stuff.
Can you? Because we were talking about homosexuality and we were talking about Chesterton's fence, right?
Yeah.
That was the original thing. Okay, so let's get back to that real quick. So,
how much do you think I'd have to pay Pisco for him to stream with full body cam? He doesn't seem like the type of person that even does those even does those requests. I guess there'd have to be a number somewhere, I guess, but probably more than $1,000 for sure. I think doesn't really do shit like that. I mean he's done like podcasts where you can see like his full body before and stuff. So.
Human sexual sanitary practices in the ancient world are probably not what they are today. Okay. And in the past 200 years, we have invented condoms, douches.
What channel? In my Discord server, the Stream Chat channel. Easy Money. I'm just asking, what do you think Micah, like, who is Micah dog whistling to? And what is he like dog whistling?
Indoor plumbing, although arguably that was around at the time, but obviously we've enhanced it a lot in the past 2 centuries. We have all these enhancements that have technologically allowed us to get over the sanitary practices that were, or excuse me, the lack of sanitary practices that made homosexuality potentially deadly in the ancient world. Okay. So what we can do from a Chesterton's fence analysis is we can say homosexuality was prohibited, not because it was like a intelligent understanding of human nature and the divine creator of the world gave us this prohibition because gay people are gross. We can say this was likely an evolutionary psychological argument that we have surpassed through technology.
This is heresy.
And therefore, we can
This is heresy. This is heresy. This is revisionism. This is heresy.
Correct. I'm not a religious literalist.
Okay, but all you're doing, right? All you're doing is, and you think you're smarter than everyone, is you are editing what they take to be the inherent word of God, or at least divinely inspired word of God. And so, like, you're saying, I know what these people meant. I know what the people
Correct.
who... Okay, but that would be anathema to any religious person who is serious about their conviction.
Yeah, it would be anathema to any literalist. Anybody who thinks that the planet is 6,000 years old, anybody who thinks that Jesus Christ or Muhammad or Moses or whatever, they literally heard the voice of the creator of the universe, that you're right, this would be against their beliefs.
So if you
But
feel
I
confident
think
to edit the Bible with a scalpel, I'm just going to do the same thing.
Yeah, but yours is worse than mine.
Okay, so it all gets ground down into a moral argument. So what do we need a religion for?
Correct. No, because of a conservative perspective, which effectively says there's a reason why we created these fences and created these rules.
Okay, all right. So
the hubris, hold on. The hubris of modern people is believing, somebody said it, there are no fences, there are no rules. We can create all of the.
But in any given instance, basically, are you talking about burdens here? So burdens. Who has the burden to show to bring down the fence? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, it's incumbent upon progressives and liberals who want to bring down a fence to argue why it will not cause a disaster.
All right, so fine. I could even say that I agree with that you're building from a structure, not for the religious kind of extrapolations that you've had, but this notion of something that has undergirded our society. If we're going to change something in a radical way, there should be reasons for it, and the people who want to get rid of it should produce those reasons. That's fine as an assumption. I'm not against that assumption. I think it's weird how you're tying it into the doctrine itself, but fine, if you want to go that way, you can go ahead. I don't understand what it has to do with fucking liberalism, because liberalism doesn't make prescriptions of those kinds. It's not liberals who have, from the perspective of liberalism, the framework, the structure. There are perhaps people who are consider themselves liberals who have attacked religion and what have you, but the structure of liberalism is totally compatible with religious ideology, with religious thought. And so in what sense?
What's up, awesome? Shank uses the wisdom of the and Shank uses the wisdom of the masses. This is real. I don't know. You two might have censored you sort of a previous message of yours.
Are you attacking liberalism for the fault of lack of religiosity or whatever, what have you? Given two things, given the fact that religious thought is compatible with it, and there's nothing. In fact, it would be incompatible with liberalism for the government actively to go against religion. That it would be, in other words, freedom of religion is one of the liberties entailed by liberalism. And so, fact number one is religious acceptance is not, or at least we should not allow our government to affect those things. And liberalism supports the freedom of religion. And then number two, the fact that like,
why do you think this type of content goes viral on Elon's Twitter? I mean, I don't know. Why would I? I think like because Twitter's just less strict nowadays with that stuff. Like it appeals to people who are more likely to like that, and it's just been more normalized in a platform. But like, I'm not gonna know exactly. I don't know.
Lack of religiosity is occurring in Western society that you're just trying to track a correlation and causation. You haven't even done the building blocks of establishing a link there. So help me out with those, what I think are two pretty big gaps.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is going to directly answer it, but I think this is at the heart of what we're arguing about. So if you want me to repeat myself or answer it differently, let me know. But it is my perspective that the conservatives, regardless of time period, are the people who are staring at all of these proverbial or metaphorical fences, and they're saying, we should keep these fences. Now, some of those fences are irrational. Some of those fences don't make sense anymore. I think homosexuality, as an example, is a fence that no longer makes sense.
All right, which fence makes sense that liberals are trying to tear down?
Well, I mean, homosexuality is also, transsexuality and homosexuality are obviously two of the fences that have happened in the past 50 years.
Okay, got it. So, but you agree that those fences, that people should be allowed to be trans, and that people should be allowed to be gay.
But there's details to this and there's nuances to this, which I don't think that you're calculating because you kind of want to gloss them over. You understand that like libertarian and liberals and non-religious conservatives are okay with tearing down the trans fence exclusively for adults, right? Yeah, and that a shitload of the contention and a shitload of the cultural backlash over the past decade has been specifically about trans kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how people have tried to frame it, and that's how they've always done it. They did that with homosexuality too, Connor. They said this is about the kids, about protecting kids. Gay people abuse kids, and the reason people are gay is because of abuse from early years. And so this is really just a parenting issue. So yeah, I understand that they framed it as a kid issue, and I can understand even in the gay context, even the trans context, genuine concerns on that front. I just don't understand like what is the fence that liberals are trying to tear down from the structural perspective of liberalism that conservatives are trying to keep up, that you think is going to unleash this parade of horribles.
Well, I mean, we could actually just go down like a list of them. And by the way, it might not even be liberals who are necessarily doing it. It could, in fact, be progressives. And I do differentiate liberals, progressives, and leftists separately. But because of our political binary, liberals are oftentimes in a political coalition with progressives and leftists, right? So when
that's not at all surprising, easy buddy. Khrushchev is known for defending lolly and incest. Yeah, I'm familiar. I mean, that's my like broad understanding is Starship is always playing Helldivers base. My broad understanding of the like drama or whatever was just like Khrushchev like said that she like watched Lolly and then was like, I think Lolly should be legal and it's probably morally acceptable at least sometimes. It's like my understanding, but I don't really. It might go deeper than that. I don't really know.
When you refer to liberal, so let me just need to clarify terms. When you talk about liberals, are you talking about the political left in America, or are you talking about liberalism like the doctrine of the structure of ordered liberty and government?
I think for the sake of this conversation, we should probably say the left wing of America.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's going to get too messy.
All right. So then I'm with you. Go.
Okay. So the left wing of America, arguably, when it comes to gay rights, which I agree with, but trans rights, which we need to be nuanced about, illicit drug consumption.
I know this, but technically I think it's legal in the U.S. Yeah, it's always. I don't think there's ever been laws against the law. I mean, yeah, against like drawn stuff, not incest law. They're oppressing the cousin lovers. Okay, unbelievable.
And immigration. Those are the fences that we're fighting over right now as a society.
Yeah, so this is stupid because when you talk about immigration,
fuck you. There's nothing wrong with what I just said.
Yes. So you're pretending that immigration is this old as fucking dirt fence that liberals are trying to tear down, and by which you mean the political left. And there's two huge problems.
I mean, it's happened since '65.
There are two humongous Oh my God. You're actually believing Fuentes on the Immigration Nationality Act and Hart-Celler. This is how far your Fuentes has gotten.
It's descriptive.
You just cited
it's
the Fuentes.
Moral.
You just cited the Fuentes talking point of the Hart-Celler Act. You just did it when he totally lies about that.
If you look at demographics, it's
no!
You're
a Groiper!
Of people who immigrated to this country. I'm not even.
Oh my God, that devolved faster than I fucking thought it would. Okay. Epic, interesting. Whole law should be turned on how much harm it would do to a young Asmund Gold. This is true. There's two, and sorry, not to, yeah.
Fucking good or bad. I'm not even saying good or bad. You're making an additional leap.
No, you heard this from Fuentes. I know it. I listen to Fuentes, bro.
It doesn't matter where I heard it from if it's descriptively true enough. I'm not making a moral claim about it. You're the one jumping to a moral perspective on it.
So here's the problem. So problem number one is, for most of human society, open borders, including in America. The first restrictive immigration law in America, the Page Act, 1875. For most of our history, from the framers to that point, no restrictive immigration laws in America. People just come across. So you're trying to cite this long.
Nobody else had the technology to come across.
Do I care about this dude, Easy Money? Do I care about this fucking dude? Okay. I don't know what you want me to say.
So then, wait. If that's the case, then don't say this is a rule as old as time. Don't say that then. It doesn't get all of this.
Hold on.
No, it isn't.
Do I need to pull up wolf migration patterns for you? Like, dude,
what does that matter? Wolves don't have.
Do I need to pull up the history of every empire on Earth? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? You're saying that people haven't collectivized,
you could just go places
tribally based off of ethno-religious background.
That's different. That is different. That's true within borders.
How is that different?
That's true within America. That's true of human society. That's true of creatures.
What are you arguing?
You are conflating this tribal associative sort of natural biology.
The borders have been open for all of human history argument. Well, I think he's just like Pisco's just explaining, like, it's not such a long-lasting notion sufficient to be considered a big fucking fence that liberals are trying to tear down. I don't think that's totally unfair or anything. I think, like, Connor should be able to. I mean, first of all, they're discussing that whether that's factually true or not right now, I guess. And I guess I don't know. We'll see where it goes based on my understanding. Connor just appealed to some ChatGPT summary, and like Pisco had a better understanding of what the law that he was citing like actually meant or whatever. But I see President I got. Did you read Abundance? Yeah. From Pisco talking at the end of his stream. But like I think Connor should have to produce an argument as well that like it is sufficient to be offense.
Biology sense of
because the same people who usually say that say Palestine is the historical homeland of Palestinians. I mean, I think so I can see where those can come into conflict in regards to like believing people are like claims to land or whatever based on their ethnicity, but I don't think they're like an inherent contradiction.
Migratory patterns with the immigration problem. Different things, Connor. Different things.
Why are they different? Literally the argument. And by the way, I still haven't even staked out my position on this at all. I've been descriptive, but you're attacking it.
What's up, Han Fixer? I told someone, I forget who, that you were pulling 30 viewers on YouTube and they lost their shit. Apparently people think you are boring. Well, I do boring stuff sometimes, but do I have 30 viewers on YouTube right now? I don't think I do, right? I think I might have 6 or between 6 and 10, I would guess. I get 30 viewers when Food Shops rates me. I have 12 right now on YouTube. I don't always do boring stuff. I react to slop sometimes. My cousin and uncle thought our convo was boring, lol. I mean, that makes sense. You have 12? Yeah. When they found it? Yeah. You know. That's an interesting convo to the right people, okay? That's what matters. But sometimes I do even more boring stuff because instead of talking to someone about that, I just read it. It's because you read too much? Yeah. I don't like... I've read less on stream in the past, like, few months. I've been trying to read less on stream and more off stream.
No, you are making how is the argument exclusively from immigration hawks? Not. We have a certain, we have a multitude of ethnicities, obviously, but we also have a religious, one religion that dominates the demographics of the United States of America. And if we allow mass unfettered immigration from Central and South America, which I find silly, but also from the Middle East and North Africa, we will be changing the ethno-religious constituency of the United States of America and therefore changing...
You also don't watch enough Fuentes, Clav, and James Fishback clips. These are the leading figures of the young new right because it's... I find that boring. That's what I find boring, okay? Like, yeah. I don't like not it's boring. He just likes watching boring videos and is interested in boring subjects. What's up, Awesome Joe Gaming? Welcome. This is true. This is true. Okay. I can accept that.
Our destiny into the future in perpetuity. That's actually their argument, regardless of whether or not you assign it a certain moral weight.
I'm not addressing that argument yet. I will. I'm addressing its historical pedigree, or the historical pedigree that you are trying to assign to immigration itself. Now, you did a very weasel thing.
I'm trying to describe it, and you're saying it's wrong before we even get past the description.
Your description of it having a historical pedigree is wrong. That's what's wrong. You've made this structure, which I've tentatively think makes sense, which is don't tear down fences or don't like remove things that you don't know what they are or what the benefits are. Think about it before you do. That's something that makes sense. And one of those examples is, well, liberals, by which you mean the political left in America, are trying to tear down the fence of immigration. And that is ascribing to it the kind of historical pedigree that you're giving to the times of Abraham. That's the kind of the kinds of examples you were using were Abrahamic religion.
Here's where I know this is bullshit. You like to argue very confidently, but here's where I know that this is bullshit.
Thoughts on Buckley? I don't know which Buckley you're talking about. What are they talking about? They're talking about... Oh boy, how do I explain the context of this? Okay, they're talking about... So right now, they're kind of having a meta conversation, but they're essentially debating whether or not, like, liberals, William F. I recognize the name, but I don't know who it is off the top of my head. Whether or not liberals in the, like, modern American left, sensitive word liberal, are trying to tear down some fences. The analogy being like, I forget the exact story, but it's like fucking, you know, two people fucking come across the fence and one of them, you know, wants to tear it down. And the other one's like, well, we have no clue what this fence is here for. Maybe it's here for something important. And like, oh, they tear it down. And it turns out it actually was something, you know, important that they shouldn't have torn it down or whatever. They're trying to talk about whether or not liberals are doing that, tearing down fences they shouldn't be tearing down.
Benjamin Franklin was one of the founders of this nation. He was bitching about mass German immigration as soon as the founding of the nation happened.
Yeah, so what?
All these conversations. No. There was
Thanks for following. Awesome Gaming Joe. I appreciate it.
all these conversations about Native American integration. There was all these conversations about Mexican integration into the United States. There was all these conversations. There was like the Chinese Exclusion Act, which we would need to look up for. So pretend like,
I know about that.
Actually, the founding fathers were agnostic on the ethno-religious makeup of the people coming to the United States of America.
That's
the
not what I'm saying.
That is true.
Didn't say that.
Thomas
Wait,
Jefferson.
hang on.
Everybody else had a fucking opinion.
So this is the problem. This is why people call me a pedant, is because people will sneak into the conversation concepts that aren't heard when they say the word. So when you say liberals are trying to tear down immigration, and it's a fence that has a historical pedigree going down back to the days of Abraham or some other time immemorial type style idea, what everyone hears is immigration from the point of view of nations, immigration from the point of view of restrictive immigration laws. That's what everybody hears. Now, what you just said, and what I wouldn't uncover if I wasn't specific with my language, is something different, which is concerns regarding religious ethnic groups and being part of an ethnic heritage and race of people who is at least powerful. Yes, that concern tracks, or hysteria, some might say, tracks back thousands of years, but it's not what you said. What you said was immigration.
I mean, literally, I just Googled, like, when was the first American immigration
Act.
law? And it was
No. Shut the fuck up.
And it had
What
to do
I
with
said,
race.
shut the fuck up. I did not say the first immigration law. What were the words I chose?
I don't even know. It's
You don't believe in heritage Americans? Not in a meaningful sense. I don't know why, you thought I would have everything you know about me.
Yeah, because you don't fucking listen. Because you don't fucking. So shut the fuck up. No, you just made a claim. This is why. Because people will just lie. Counter.
Historically true.
Counter. You just lied. I didn't say, or you didn't listen. And I don't know which is worse. No, I said the first restrictive immigration law, by which I mean the border control. So look up the Page Act right now. Go to Wikipedia.
No, the 1799 Act. No,
you're talking about the Aliens and Sedition Act.
I'll be a pedant. So 1799 Immigration Act specifies that free white persons are the only people who can be naturalized in the United States.
Is that an immigration?
If a person comes to the United States, can they become a part of our nation, Pisco?
Connor, is that
yes
a natural? Connor, would it restrict?
Yes
Oh, wait, next election is going to be my first time voting, but I don't know who to vote for. I'm cooked. I mean, I think we don't know who'll be running in Oh no, I guess next election is the midterms, right? I think you should probably vote for Democrats in that one. I think that probably makes the most sense. And then you're probably gonna have state elections too, but who you get to vote for, and that is dependent on which state you live in. But
so they couldn't. Yes, they could come. They could come. Connor, they couldn't become a U.S. citizen. What did you just say there? Look at that sleight of hand. Sneaky shit from you. Sneaky as fuck. Counter. No, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not.
Well, technically, next election is primaries. I would doubt that he's voting in a primary. Although, you know what? He's watching a non-font stream, so maybe he is. Maybe he wants to. Also, what's up, Darko? Welcome back.
Counter. I'm not being nice anymore. That's a naturalization law, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not an immigration law, is it?
I mean, I'll take.
Is it an immigration law or not? What is immigration?
Act of 1799.
Is what you just described immigration or naturalization? Which is it?
Let me take a look.
No, just answer the question. Look at me and answer the question.
I have to Google it.
No, you know what it is. It's not immigration to change status to become a citizen. That's naturalization. When you immigrate somewhere, you physically move to it to live there permanently. You know that's what immigration is. You don't need to look that up. Are you a stupid person?
No, I do need to look it up.
You don't need to look that up.
You've been in the debate space for way too long because you keep assuming that.
Oh my god, I've rarely seen Pisco get this triggered, especially with a non-MAGA person. But holy shit, incredible based. He did say he was going to stop being nice, or at least as nice.
Bad faith would not exist.
Because you're trying to dunk on me right now, and you're the one actually. So you just tried to fact check me in real time and say you're wrong. Actually, from the framing, we've had restrictive immigration laws, and what you just pulled up.
Explain how Gavin Newsom's tenure as governor is an example of good governance. I don't, first of all, know that much about Gavin Newsom. Second of all, I'm not, from what I know about him, he's not, exhibited a ton of good governance. I don't think he's been great or anything. There's nothing off the top of my head that I can list that, I hardcore support other than, getting rid of some of the environmental regulations for, building housing and shit. And that came, way too late. But it was not good.
To try to dunk on me is a total sleight of hand, which are the naturalization laws restricting to a given race, which has nothing to do with what I'm talking about or what you purport to be talking about, which aren't restrictions on naturalization, restrictions on immigration.
This isn't even relevant to the original.
Bro, Connor is a conservative. I haven't listened to this yet, but I bet that's the issue. Well, I don't know how much of that context you know. I mean, Pisco just had a big problem of what Connor's doing right here, which is talking based on I think he says later on, this is an AI summary or whatever he's getting, and it's something that he heard from Fuentes, and Pisco knows more than him here, and Connor won't actually directly answer the question Pisco's asking, and even when Pisco clearly seems to know more about the thing that Connor heard from Fuentes, he won't actually engage. Do you support expanding medical for undocumented immigrants? Medi-Cal? It's probably net good. Probably. I don't know how expansive the benefits are. But I can't imagine as that. What would the substantial negative effects of it be? It'd be obviously the government has to pay out more money for healthcare, but presumably there'd be a number of, emergency expenses later on that are avoided by paying for preventative care. That's what the wealth tax is being proposed for. It's being proposed for for everyone, right? It's not just for undocumented immigrants. That seems a little misleading.
conversation, but I'll read it for you. It's fine. This is an AI overview. Okay. So the first U.S. immigration law was the Naturalization Act of 1790, which established the first uniform rules of U.S.
Oh my God. My best advice is I can give vote Libertarian. Do not vote Libertarian. They're just not going to win. This way, whoever wins and fucks shit up, you can you can tell everyone, don't blame me, I didn't vote for Adsel. I mean, I think there's kind of one, party that just seems to be a lot less of a, kind of asshole. And probably vote for them. And it's not like Democrats will even be able to do much if they win the House, okay? It's like they get to block some bills in the House or, add some provisions on to bills during negotiations and shit. Hopefully they'll get to do some amount of oversight and stuff and subpoena people if they win. I don't know how exactly could they get a the oversight committee is like 50-50 Democrats and Republicans, right? And then it's like in order to actually do anything, don't they have to have like a full vote or whatever? So I think you do need Democrats to win the House in order to actually have the oversight committee be effective.
U.S. citizenship, allowing free white persons who resided in the U.S. for 2 years and showed good moral character to become citizens, also granting citizenship to their children under 21 and children born abroad to citizens.
You're reading this like I don't know what this is.
The United States to regulate naturalization was limited to white Europeans and set the stage for future and more restrictive immigration policies. Also, before you freak out and start screaming and like virtue signaling to your chat, would you say that a residency requirement has something to do with immigration?
No.
Residency has nothing to do with immigration.
Hang on. So residency requirements for purposes of naturalization doesn't have to do with immigration. Restricted immigration.
Who do you think is being naturalized after they've resided in the United States?
That's different. The laws I'm talking.
Oh no, it did. I thought the oversight committee was supposed to be 50-50 Democrat Republican. It has 26 Republicans, 21 Democrats. I think in order to do, there's some things that they have to have like a full vote on to actually do, right? Quality Leering Center? What? Oh, that's a Somali fraud thing. Yes, I'm familiar. Like right now, someone starts complaining about Trump and you say, I don't want to hear it. Just so you know what I mean. I don't think you should vote based on what makes your life easier, like these specific social situations. I think you should, weigh how good you think their policies are, how good you think their character is, things like that. I don't like Trump. Well, at least we got that.
I think it's Americans who have always lived in the United States.
I don't know if you got this from. I don't know if you got this. I don't know if you got this from Destiny, where you do this word association. So you do a word association.
That's not a good thing to tell people, that you shouldn't vote for someone based off of who makes like your social life easier. I think that is obviously what like a more rational person does. I think you should definitely do that. Absolutely, everyone should vote for what makes their. I'm not saying you shouldn't vote for. Well, I don't think you should solely vote based on who makes your life easier, right? I do think you should weigh other people's considerations as well. I think obviously you agree with that, Easy Money. You obviously agree with that. If there was someone who's running for president who would do the Holocaust, but would also make your life 10% easier, you should vote for the guy who's not going to do the Holocaust, but might also make your life 10% worse, okay? Obviously, you should do that, okay? That's number one, okay? Obviously, you agree with that. Shut the fuck up. Number two, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't vote for, like, you shouldn't weigh, at least, who makes your life easier overall. I'm just saying, the biggest factor of, like, who makes your life easier should not be being able to tell people that, it's not your fault that you didn't vote for either the two parties that are going to win, right? Like, that should not be a big, in my view, it should be basically zero consideration. But even if you want to weigh it a little bit, that should be weighed very low. Especially because, like, your vote, like, if you're okay with lying. I mean, your vote is anonymous. You can just tell people that you voted for libertarians, whoever. Even when you actually voted for one of the parties.
Yeah,
of immigration. Yeah, when you know what I'm talking about here. What we're talking about are people traveling to a place to live there permanently, and in the context of residency requirements for naturalization, that's residency is not known as immigration. Someone could be a resident for their entire life.
If you move someplace in order to live someplace permanently, what's that called, Pisco?
Yeah, if what's that what you just said? If you what?
If you move that,
okay,
move that
right.
place in order to live there permanently.
So here I'm about to just completely demolish you. Can you be a resident can you be born in this country at that time? Could you be born in this country to certain types of people and not be a citizen of the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. That was true back then. So you could be a resident, having never lived anywhere else but the United States, and be subject to the naturalization laws, couldn't you?
Sorry, you're gonna have to ask that again. I was doing something.
They're different concepts. Immigration relates to people coming into the country to live there permanently. Now, residency requirements apply both to those kinds of people, but also other types of people. And so what you're trying to do here is dodge what it was an enormous blunder on your part, which is to try to fact check me on what I'm.
How would doing the Holocaust improve my life that would only... I'm saying, pretend... Okay, first of all, fuck you for not engaging with a hypothetical. Dumbass. Engage with a hypothetical. Number one. Number two, I didn't even say that doing the Holocaust would improve your life. I didn't say that the reason it would improve your life is because of the Holocaust. I'm saying, just imagine a president would do the Holocaust, and let's say that has a neutral effect on your life. But he would also give you $1,000. And that would improve your life, okay? I'm not even saying the mechanism by which doing the Holocaust would improve your life. Like, I did not even suggest that. Even if I did, you should engage with a hypothetical, dumbass. But number two, now that I've clarified that, let's say the Holocaust is neutral on your life, okay? Assume that. It's a hypothetical. I'm going to say it again. Assume that because this is a hypothetical. That the Holocaust, doing the Holocaust will be neutral in your life. If they give you $1,000, if they give you $10,000, if they give you $100,000, okay? They're going to give you $100,000, but they're also going to do the Holocaust that is going to be neutral in your life. Should you vote for them, or should you vote for the other guy who's not going to do the Holocaust, but is also going to take, $10,000 from you, $100,000 for you even? Which is the more rational, more moral thing that you ought to do there.
Meant as though I were wrong by your AI summaries. So why don't you just grant me my point?
Does this work for your audience? Is your audience retarded too? Do you have like Andrew Wilson's liberal audience? Like, do they say like, because this is something, I'm just going to be disrespectful to you the same way I was disrespectful to Andrew Wilson. Does halfway through an argument to saying like, I demolished you, I annihilated your butthole with this argument. Do you find like a bunch of like retards in your chat being like, yeah, you
was America open borders? Wait, so you don't even dispute this. So when I said the first restrictive immigration law was in 1875 and 1870s, do you dispute that?
Yeah, I dispute it. Yes.
Okay, what's one restrictive immigration law?
I would say that residency applies to immigrants, and therefore it's an immigration law. There's nothing funny about it.
Okay, so let me just change the wording. So we can show who's working.
Immigration are separate concepts.
Yes,
they're
separate.
Divorce as oil and water.
They're separate. So let's just show who's playing word games. Let's show who's playing word games. Do you agree that
giving people $1,000 would cause inflation, so I choose the other candidate? Oh my God! First of all, even if you think it's going to cause inflation, right? Presumably, even if like we gave people more than $1,000 during COVID, but I would hope that you think 9% inflation is not as bad as the Holocaust. Number one. Number two, please, I beg of you, can you just actually get to the hypothetical? I never said. I'm talking about. So, again, even you just doing that shows that you do agree with me, okay? Because you are weighing other people's interest when you say giving everyone $1,000 would cause inflation, okay? Unless you only care about the inflation because it hurts you. I'm saying the president gives you personally $1,000, okay? No one else, okay? It's not going to cause any inflation. He gives you $1,000, but he also does the Holocaust. The Holocaust is neutral on your life, okay? That's option one, okay? That's Joe Biden, okay? Oh no, that's Donald Trump. Sorry, Joe Biden would never do the Holocaust, okay? Donald Trump, he's going to give you $1,000. Only you. It's not going to be inflation. But he also does the Holocaust. The Holocaust is neutral in your life. Option two, Joe Biden. He's not going to do the Holocaust. He's also not going to give you any money. He's actually, in fact, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. So you're going to pay, double what you did in taxes last year. Like, let's just say that. Okay, that's quite a bit more in taxes probably. All right. And if you don't pay taxes, just assume he's going to take $1,000 from you or $2,000 for you or whatever. Do you think it's more? Like, what do you think you ought to do in that case? What do you think one should do? Should you vote for Joe Biden, who's not going to do the Holocaust, or Donald Trump will do the Holocaust? Who would you have wanted to win the Republican primary in 2026? I mean, not 2026, 2016. I'm trying to think who the most normal person there was. I don't think Ted Cruz was the most normal. God, who else was there? Was it Trump and Ted Cruz was the runner-up, right? Fair fact, 2026. Kill me. Or 2028, of course. Rand Paul? I don't think I would have wanted him to win. There's gotta be someone better. Oh, Marco Rubio would have been fine. Probably Marco Rubio. But I don't know enough about anyone else. I'm probably only gonna recognize the top 3 names, honestly. Yeah, I don't know who John. I recognize the name John Kasich, but I don't actually know much about him. Rubio seems like especially in 2016, mostly normal dude. All right, so he's still probably the most normal dude in Trump's administration right now. It's just that there's some craziness you have to accept when you go work for Trump. So.
That America was open borders until 1870s.
No.
Oh, what were the restrictive immigration laws that prevented people from entering into the country physically?
I would say I don't know what the laws on the books were, but I would say
so how would you know? How would you know?
American territory was actually pretty well defined during the time of the 13 colonies. So Native Americans were not prohibited within the borders of the United States.
So wait, hang on. The question is, were there restrictive laws that prevented people from entering into the country physically until the 1870s? I asked that question, and your answer was Native Americans were allowed to leave their reservations. Now, can you understand why this? Connor, let me talk, okay? You said that it was well defined, or that natives where their lands were. You said that, and then you said they.
I'm in VC for what?
Were allowed to leave their lands. Now, can you understand why that was the dumbest fucking answer you could have given to?
Allowed into the borders of the United States.
Okay, so it's your position that the native lands, that these people were prevented from entering into the United States, and you would consider that their tribal lands were not part of the United States of America?
At that time, yeah.
Wait a second. So, are you under the impression that tribal lands under American law are not?
Immigration. I guess we can talk a little bit about it. I don't know how long is this video? I don't really care about getting through this whole thing, I guess. I don't know, maybe though. We'll see. I guess we can talk for a little bit.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not a ton. What's been up with you?
I'm playing Helldivers and listening to this retarded conversation. I think there's a mental disconnect going on with this the Pisco Connor conversation. That being, even if you resided in the lands of the United States of America back then, you weren't considered like a citizen. I feel like Pisco kind of wants to like conflate the two. Like, well, there was people back then that like they were born in the United States and they were residents of the United States, but they weren't like citizens.
Well, maybe I was misunderstanding his point. I thought that was exactly Pisco's point. Is that the laws that Connor cited that he said were immigration laws were not actually immigration laws because they were like meant to address, or at least did address in large part people who were in the U.S. but not citizens, not immigrants, but people who were born in the U.S. and just didn't have citizenship. Like that was the point of law. It wasn't any immigration.
Yeah, but
stuff.
I feel like he tries to conflate it in a way like how should I put this? Like you could be like okay, let's say you're like a Mexican that got conquered by the United States after the Mexican-American War. Like you would be a resident of the United States, but you wouldn't have necessarily political power, nor would really your descendants until I forget like the specific thing. Actually, I guess it would be until the 14th Amendment that gave birthright citizenship. Like, so I don't know if you can really call it like it was like a different process then of like limiting the political freedoms of those who resided in the United States.
But
like, that wasn't necessarily like
so Pisco's point was that he said there was no like restrictive immigration law for the U.S. until like the 1800s, right? Like the 1880s or whatever. And Connor brought up the law that I already forget or whatever, and Pisco was like, no, that that's meant to affect these type of people who you're talking about, who are not immigrants. This is not something that prevented people from immigrating to the country. Really, it was something that applied to people who were already here, who were not immigrants, who just didn't have citizenship because they were conquered or because they were just born here and didn't have birthright citizenship, or to, new people coming here, but it didn't actually restrict their ability to come here. It didn't actually restrict their ability to immigrate here, just restricted their ability to naturalize once they were here.
Yes. I guess then, yeah, I guess I agree with Pisco's point that existed. But how does he address or how would you, I guess, address it? Like he brought it up, like the Chinese Exclusion Act or something like that, because that was clearly immigration law, right?
No, well, Pisco agrees with that. That's it. He's saying for the first, Chinese Exclusion Act was 1880s, right?
I think it was earlier. This was during the time of the railroads.
It might have been. I thought it was after the Civil War, at least, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But Pisco knows about the Chinese Exclusion Acts. I think he's like he would agree that is, essentially the first restrictive immigration law that we did pass. I think.
That's off the top of my head. Yeah, that's what it would be like. But so is his argument that you can't argue that immigration is not a conservative talking point because at the very beginning of our nation we didn't have immigration laws?
Pisco was arguing essentially it's not a, when Connor compares immigration as a fence to that liberals are trying to tear down or whatever, to stuff about homosexuality or whatever, when he's saying the taboos and stuff against homosexuality, those go back to ancient times, like they were talking about. Immigration, Pisco was saying, just cannot have that highest status because we had open borders. We had no restrictive immigration laws until the 1880s, and even before that, before America was a nation, it wasn't like most countries had that restrictive of immigration laws, at least during normal times.
This is okay. I just, why do we have to appeal back to ancient times in order to justify a conservative argument?
Well, I don't even know if you
I don't know.
have to do that, but Connor was the one that brought up the
yeah, Connor. I don't know if I necessarily agree with Connor with going back to ancient times and homosexuality in order to justify a conservative argument for if it ain't broke, don't touch it, I guess.
Yeah.
Or if you don't know why it was put there, don't mess with it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I really have to say. I'm a little bit distracted right now just because I'm trying not to die in Helldivers. We got one more flag we got to raise. We're killing all the bugs.
All right. Well, you have fun with that. I guess you can.
Have fun with your content slop.
Yep. And have fun if I'm sure you're gonna have so much fun if your 24-hour stream.
Oh no, I'm gonna have so much fun. I need to drink 200 milligrams of caffeine every hour in order to stay engaged with the stream. Otherwise, it's gonna be so fucking boring.
200 milligrams every hour is probably that's not safe.
Actually, yeah, that's a little bit. But I think it's 1,000 milligrams is an OD with caffeine. So
I don't actually know what makes you OD. I think the safe limit if you're under 200 pounds is roughly 400 milligrams a day. Now I've definitely had more than that before and been fine, but that's, you're not really supposed to drink more than 400 milligrams a day.
Well, I think the CDC also, that's lower than the minimum amount that they saw affected chimps or something like that.
Oh well, I think that's it's a.
Because they intentionally make it lower than
yeah.
what actually will affect you.
Yeah, it's like a safe limit. They build in margin of error and stuff. You're not gonna die if you have 400 milligrams of caffeine or anything. That's just what they recommend that you not go over. Yeah. Like I said, I have definitely had more than 400 milligrams.
Shakes and cold sweats, and you're gonna have a massive headache, and your heart's gonna be beating super fast. But no, you won't die.
All right. Well.
Well, yeah. See ya.
If Pisco says something that really pisses you off, you can join again later. But yeah, I'll see you for now. Base.
Part of the geographical territory of the United States.
Okay, in the early 18th and 17th century or whatever, Native American territories were not considered a part of the United States.
Okay, so just so that you're aware, about the state of native lands. It is true that native lands aren't subject to the jurisdiction.
I'm back. Well, welcome back, Joe.
There's different. So it's a different set of sovereigns at issue, but it is part of the United States land. It's part of the United States territory. You understand? Like right now, for example,
you're saying that west of Appalachia, the United States was claiming that territory as its own. I already know you're historically incorrect.
Wait a second. Not if it's outside the country. Not if it's outside America's land. You didn't say that.
Shit.
You didn't say that.
In case your audience is retarded, I'll explain it to you, okay? So Pisco asked the question, did the United States have restrictive immigration laws prior to 18 whatever the fuck?
70s.
And I brought up Native Americans as being people who were prohibited from freely traveling within the United States of America. And I'm finding a law prohibiting Native Americans from traveling within the Commonwealth of the United States as early.
Because obviously, that's not what Pisco means by immigration, but I'm so confused. Pisco was saying like Indian reservations are still considered part of the territorial U.S., even if they avoid the jurisdiction of it. I don't know why. I think Connor was bringing up Indian land prior to the U.S. expanding west past the original 13 colonies. That was never a reservation. I guess technically, what was the 1763 English proclamation line that told colonists not to expand past Appalachian Mountains? But that was never, those weren't reservations still. That was just the British government not wanting to go to war of native tribes.
Early as 1830, and I almost guarantee you that I can find laws probably before the existence of the United States.
What's the law? We need to put lived in a reservation to protect him from the wrath of groypers. This is true, Granite Eyes Enjoyer.
What's the law called?
What's the law called? What's
the law called? What's the law called?
You're supposed to be talking about sexual defense and homosexuality.
So no, we are not moving off this topic, Connor, because what you tried to do was dishonest, and you know it was dishonest. You know what you were trying to do was dishonest.
Oh wait, I've always wanted to go to college, and one of my ideas is to take political science, but I don't know what party to go for. My parents are MAGA supporters. Ugh, rough. I mean, you don't have to. I don't know if this is what you're implying or not, but you don't have to. If you're just doing a political science major, you don't have to have a set position going into the political science class or anything, right? I mean, if anything, that'd be obviously in political science class, you don't just talk about the parties that exist in the U.S. currently and their policies and stuff, but that taking that class would give you some foundation of how to choose who to vote for people as well. You shouldn't necessarily go in there with a set position. I, of course, did when I took my classes in high school, and I would argue with people and epically master debate them. That's just because I was a nerd. And I've changed my views since I was in high school, obviously, so.
15 minutes, so I might have to wrap up in a second.
Connor, you know what you just did was completely dishonest. And me being upset or angry about it, yes, it was. Yes, it.
I don't know, I thought it was for politicians. Getting it, I mean, it is partially for that. A lot of politicians do have political science degrees. But it's not when you go to a political science class, you're not just going to be talking about, the news today and Democrats and Republicans. You talk about broader things like the institutions themselves, right? How not just Congress works, but how any legislative branch works. You do talk about, sort of the public and how politicians can be popular or unpopular and stuff like that. And that's why a lot of politicians have political science degrees. But it's not necessarily you learn how to be a politician. It'll definitely give you a skill and a background to do that, but
100% was.
I'm not even angry.
Listen, you might not be angry. What you tried to do just then was chicken shit. And you're playing word games now, and you're going to produce to me the law that you say you found regarding Native Americans.
Okay.
What's the law called?
Okay. First U.S. law about Native Americans.
No, you said you had a law from the 1830s.
I did.
Wait, where did you get that from? What were you looking at? AI?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Let me find the 1831. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 was the one that I pulled up.
Indian Removal Act 1830.
This is what no one means this when they say immigration. No one is thinking about this, bro. No one is thinking about restricting people's movement from Indian reservations. Or I can't even think of something analogous to reservations. I can't even think of people who are in the country, but like not within the jurisdiction necessarily, or like at least within the geographical territory, right? Like if you draw a map of the U.S., you're going to include the reservations even back then. But like, I can't even think of an analogy. You can tell what the point of this convo is when you see how people treat looking up sources during a debate. Well, like I think Pisco is frustrated when Connor is not, like Connor is repeating things he saw Fuentes say or saw an AI say, when Pisco, in my view, has like already demonstrated that he knows more about this, but then Connor is like not engaging very well with some of the stuff Pisco's saying. So I can understand why Pisco's frustrated. It's not like just it's not like just like if Connor was just like, oh, I feel like I've heard, you know, something against that before. Like if I ask AI, this is what this says, and Pisco just like explains why he's wrong, and Connor accepts that, like that would be fine. But it just doesn't seem like that's what he's doing.
Also, I could do like English colonial laws against Native Americans.
The law, as described by Congress, provided for an exchange of lands with the Indians residing in any of the states or territories, and for the removal west of the river Mississippi. And you call this a restrictive immigration law? Can you explain in what sense it is? Where's the provision that restricts immigration?
Yeah, the Native Americans are not freely allowed to travel into the territory of the United States, and if they do so, they'll be deported.
Where is that? Where is that?
Didn't you just read it?
No, that's not what that said.
Read it again out loud.
I read a Wikipedia summary, and it said the following. The Indian Removal Act, as described by Congress, provided, quote, for an exchange of lands with the Indians residing in any state or territories. You agree that's different than saying that they can't come in? Agreed, yes or no?
Sorry, you'd have to state it again. I'm reading things as well.
So, wait, Connor. I'm not going to have...
By the way, what is Pisco streaming from? I think he's streaming from his laptop at his... I think this is his parents' house setup. I think he said before, because he streams there. Like during Thanksgiving, he was streaming from there. I remember him saying like it was his parents' house or whatever. I believe that's his parents' house.
Have you read things and not listen to me when you were having a discussion. When you stop for a moment, you say, we read something. So I'm going to stop.
You're asking me to find
Connor, no, stop. We already have one. We have you've provided one. And we're going to do step by step. So this law is what we're looking at right now. You don't need to look for anything else. We found the law. So pay attention to when I'm talking.
I also found one in 1760.
This is why you reject law school and go to econ school like a normal person, okay? Evil coped on a K. Can't believe you're falling to the dark side. Just like Micah did. God, if I ever think about going to law school, kill me. Nalfon, were you liberal, conservative in high school? I was like market socialist essentially in high school. Like I was like Richard Wolff, Vosh, modern Arcana boy type person in high school, basically. Trell do my PhD at GMU instead. It behaves.
63. Go ahead.
Okay. 1763 is predates the United States. You sure? Okay. So in the 1830 Removal Act, you're listening to me, right? Is an exchange of lands with the Indians residing in any of the states or territories.
Thing what changed? What's up, Pat Eye Shrimp? Oh, it's Food Shops Raid or something? Because I feel like you're usually from Food Shops, aren't you? I just read more and had some conversations with like people I knew, my teachers, my like just friends I fucking met on Discord and stuff. And like it was not like a overnight thing or anything, but like I just read more and learned more, and slowly my views changed. Like I'm trying to think of 15 watching who rated. I don't know if anyone rated. I feel like maybe Food Shops rated, but I feel like I'd have more than 15 if Food Shops rated. I don't know. I'm trying to think exactly like what in my mind on some things. I do remember like some of my views on like foreign policy, although I think a lot of market socialists are like this, kind of changed after Russia, Ukraine, and then some of the like Iran protests when women were like protesting in Iran, and then October 7th a little bit too, when a lot of people, a lot of leftists said some kind of wacky things about that. Like I viewed the sort of like Noam Chomsky view of American foreign policy a lot more skeptical after that, after all that stuff. But like that's still something that like, you know, I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure. I would guess that like Richard Wolff probably supports Ukraine. Vosh supports Ukraine. I wish I could name more market socialists off the top of my head than Vosh and Richard Wolff, but you know, they're the big ones. But then, honestly, watching, I remember, like, during that time, I didn't, like, I read a lot of stuff that already agreed with me. I didn't read that much that disagreed with me. I would only, like, sort of watch, like, YouTube videos and stuff that mildly disagreed with me or whatever. So, like, I remember watching debates between, like, Arcana Boy and Fosh, for example, and whoever else he talked to at the time, like Loner Box, I think he talked to Worker Co-ops with as well. That changed my view on some things. I ask you all about woman. I don't know what this community would possibly have to contribute there, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have a better answer than that. And then more and more, like, I just started reading more stuff, especially about econ, and my views changed slowly.
Is that preventing them from entering into the country?
Well, you're really nerd. That's a good thing, though. The only social in my high school, very small group, because most of us still thought socialism is bad. Well, yeah, there's definitely. I mean, I was leaning more capitalist at the time already, but my last year of high school, and I graduated. I didn't graduate. So I graduated high school early. That sounds impressive. I promise you, it's not at all impressive. At my school, because we did things like by semesters, and most schools in North Carolina don't really do that. I graduated one whole semester early because I, like, doubled up on, like, math classes and stuff one year. I was not an exceedingly good high school student. It's just because I took classes earlier than I technically had to. Like, there was, like, a group of, like, 3 socialists. One of them ended up blocking me over some of the Israel-Palestine shit, which is funny. And then one of the other socialists, it was her boyfriend, and I'm not blocked by him. We don't actually talk much. And like just seeing how kind of dumb some of the arguments were, that did change my view on some things. Well, so you, Steven, and I all have the same math backstory. I guess. I don't know that about you. I'm wearing a Free Palestine bracelet. Look, I don't even, like, I'm not that pro-Israel or anything. To be fair, you seem pretty extreme on Israel. Me? It's just because, like, to be clear, the thing that girl, like, blocked me over eventually was, like, me saying, I don't think October 7th was justified just because Palestinians historically lived on that land. Like, I don't think they can launch an infinite number of wars to, like, I don't think Israel's even blameless in, like, you know, some of the shit Palestinians do. I don't even think they're blameless. Does not have a GF? No. And historically, it might have even had more blame. But, like, I just said, like, you know, I don't think Hamas is justified in doing October 7th, especially in the manner that they did, targeting civilians, just because Israel holds land that Palestinians once had. I think eventually you lose any type of moral claim you had to that land, especially if, like, your conduct has just not been conducive to getting you any land back, or actually bringing Israel to the table, or actually, like, getting peace. Like, and then she said that's such a white take. So, you know, because I have the IDF for murdering babies. You have the IDF? What does that mean?
No.
Okay. And the next part is removal west of the River Mississippi. Is that preventing entry into the United States?
I would presume absolutely.
That's not a restrictive immigration law. That's a removal law, right?
Wait, so hold on. So you think that the sovereign Native Americans who lived between the Mississippi and the East Coast—
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Travel into the United States of America.
Oh, Connor, I'm asking you a question. Is a law providing for—
You've moved on.
I am not. No,
You've moved it from.
Connor,
We had open borders. Open borders for Native Americans to travel freely within the United States of America, but you're just wrong.
Connor, pause. We're just taking this so slowly. There's not going to be any bad faith here. Don't worry. So you agree that the exchange of lands is not a restrictive immigration law in that it doesn't prevent people from entering into the United States, correct?
That's not explicit.
And is a law providing for the removal of certain persons a restrictive immigration law in that it prevents people from coming into the United States? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just talking about different things, because I grant you, at the founding of the country, there was a thing called the Alien Act. Remember the Alien and Sedition Acts? The Alien Act—
I mean, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, like, nothing I was more pro-Israel at that time, I will say. But I was still, like, not that pro-Israel. Pro-Palestine. I don't even think most. I'm not even sure most pro-Israel people would consider me that pro-Israel. Like, I don't know. How YouTube sensitive my Israel-Palestine take. What about the hostages though? Aren't they all back by now? And or dead? Instagram is failing me. Might not let me. I'm trying to search the messages, but I don't. It actually might not let me go to the chat if I search it when she has me blocked. I'm not gonna like leak everything. I just wanna show that like last thing. Turns out that pro-Pallies are so absolute in the complete destruction of Israel. I don't mean like. I mean these people were to be fair, but. Many of the loudest voices, unfortunately, are. And the complete deportation of all Jews back to Europe because they see it as an illegitimate settled state. Well, a lot of them don't. A lot of them will say, oh, I just want a one-party state with equal rights. This is the last night of 2025? Well, it's not really the last night. There will be nighttime, like, later today.
Does provide for removal of certain people, but that's not what we're talking about, Connor. We're talking about restrictive immigration laws, laws that prevent the entry into the country. You understand what I'm saying? I can't hear you.
Do you have eyes in any girls? Only your mom. I haven't showered this year. You can't do that yet. Hanfon is into dudes. I assure you, I'm not into dudes. Like, so they should invade Israel? Is that what you're arguing? At some point, I think I said at some point, yes, you have to accept it's not your land anymore. Native Americans can't just rise up and take their land back here. Not your land anymore? Oh, okay. I see colonialism is okay. This is true. This is my argument. So they should invade Israel? Is that what you're arguing? The difference is that the natives' land was taken 300 years ago. Biden was literally alive before Israel existed. Are us serious? Are you unironically arguing that God should invade Israel? Lord have mercy. You're so fucking white. It's insane. I literally cannot talk to you anymore. That is so disgusting. Does she still have me blocked? She does. Unbelievable. Nothing isn't dudes. Into dudes. It begs to differ. Oh no. What did I say here?
Would you let him suck your meat?
We've been over. Can't fucking hold on.
Sorry, need to click the mute button.
Laws that make it illegal.
Oh shit. This before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What the fuck?
I think the number, bro. This is not me. If I was into dudes, why would I need views in order to do something with a dude? Okay. I would just do it for the fun of it if I was into dudes. But I'm not into dudes, so I need payment.
To enter the country.
By the way, I will say, like, if you are pro-Palestine and also Muslim, you should probably not vote for Trump. Trump is pretty heavily pro-Israel generally, and he also generally does not make life easier for Muslims. I said speaking now. Yeah. Whereas Democrats, I mean, a lot of normie Democrats are still largely pro-Israel, but are less so. Most Muslims voted for Trump. I don't see how that changes anything I say. Trump is not pro-Israel, he's pro-Netanyahu. What's up, Vosh? 749. I don't know how much, like, Trump... I mean, Trump would support Israel, I think, regardless of who was in power and or prime minister of Israel, so...
what you're saying is because I think that anybody with a functioning brain and probably a brain stem could see how flatly absurd this is. And I do have to go in a second, but I'm happy to continue this tomorrow,
is so
or the
crazy,
next day,
dude.
or the next day, or the next day. So what you're saying is there was the Commonwealth of Virginia, right? It was a state that was a member of the 13 colonies.
Didn't mention that.
In a Native American, Lakota.
Wait, non-fun would never try to escape low-income bracket by doing gay for pay only. If it paid, I've said this multiple times. If like OnlyFans paid enough, I would totally fucking do it. If I like could do OnlyFans for like even like a relatively like modest income, like probably more than a like regular job would give me, but like nothing crazy. Like I don't have to be a fucking millionaire. I'd probably do it, and I would donate my money to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Okay, and I would stream. Non-fun for 20K is nice. What's a modest income? I'd have to think about it more, but probably. I think I'll probably do it. Like, I think I'll probably do it for like if I could get so it might differ because I would say like right now if I could do it for even I was gonna say right now if I could do it for even $80,000 a year, then maybe I would probably do it. But I think I would have to consider in the future it might make getting a regular job more difficult, and therefore that might not actually be worth it. But I feel like if you could guarantee me. For sure, if you can guarantee me like $150K a year in inflation adjusted terms for some reasonable amount of time, like the next 10 years, like I would definitely do that.
Dakota, Sioux, Cheyenne, Apache, whatever. They show up to the
Coming from economics background, you should do a gangbang to maximize your income potential. I don't even know if that would maximize my income potential. I feel like most of the OnlyFans shit is solo, but I don't even know. I don't look at gay OnlyFans content, so I guess I don't know. You would 100% do it under an alias? I don't know if you. I don't think I could like hide it. Like I think someone would find out, especially because I don't think I would stop streaming. I'd probably still stream. Okay, I would stream in a Speedo that showed my massive bulge and drive people into buying my OnlyFans. Non-fun, send that bed full screen. It's not non-fun, it's fun. Non. This is real. I already have it. Twitch, don't get mad at me. Twitch, don't get mad at me. Twitch, don't get mad at me. I'm not promoting anything. Twitch, don't get mad at me. Twitch reviewer who's going to review this clip, do not ban me. I am not actually promoting anything because it has no content on it. I do have an OnlyFans account. You can go. I think it might be linked to my website. I believe it's just non-fun. It might be non-fun 420. There's nothing on it, and I don't even think I'm subscribed to anyone on it. I might be. I definitely don't pay for anything. Let's say you couldn't earn money from streaming ever again. Would you keep streaming? Less often, but yeah, definitely.
Show up to the borders of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and there's a constable who's responsible for that territory. And so the constable
I didn't say any of this.
He goes, oh yeah, Native Americans, go ahead, go right on in. We're open borders. We have no laws about Native Americans. You can go right into the.
Why bro has an OF? For the future. I'm just reserving the name. Why? Because I like streaming.
Commonwealth of Virginia.
So Connor, you agree I didn't say any of this?
That's what the definition of an open border would be.
Wait, no, Connor. You understand I didn't say any of this? You just said this.
Yeah, I'm using this as an example.
So
when you said that the United States was open borders,
do you understand how? Do you understand? Do you understand how much of it's not laughable? It's not laughable. It is not laughable. No, I'm going to. So
Connor, blacks, Native Americans, freshmen, Canadians, Brits, they can all travel freely.
It's not linked on my website, but it is just called non-fun. There's nothing on it. Twitch, there's nothing on it. I'm not promoting it. You can't even subscribe to me because there's nothing on it. Do not ban me. I don't think Twitch lets you like promote an OnlyFans. So, I think they might get mad at me if I showed it on screen or like linked it or anything. But can I blue pill you on why Reagan was a top 10 president? I'm open to that. I don't know. Like it would not take that much to change my mind.
To the United States. That's what you're saying.
First of all, yes, they could travel for the United States under the law. Under the law, United States, that is true.
Including Native Americans and Africans?
Including Native Americans, including Africans.
You're the best econ slut of all time. I guess I appreciate it, Wampa Stampa. Oh lord. Oh man. Plus being able to speak in front of the camera and debate ideas will have always been a good skill to have somewhere. True. I mean, if I couldn't earn money from streaming, I would do like less of I probably wouldn't like stream reading as much. I probably wouldn't stream. I still would sometimes. I probably wouldn't stream reacting to stuff as much. I would stream conversations more often. I don't even know if I would necessarily have more like conversations or debates or anything. I would just like that would be the things that I would stream, because those are the things that I think are most interesting and like worth preserving and shit. What the fuck did you say about Reagan? He thinks Reagan's the top 10 president of all time. Reagan was philosophical king compared to the current occupant. Well, I mean, that's a kind of low bar. I think any of the top 10, I think any of the top 20 presidents would be that.
And some of whom were brought here against their will. But let's just see very quickly. I'm not going to be distracted. What you just did was so slimy as to be indistinguishable from bad faith. What you just gave was a fact pattern in which, what, you think all of these, another Destiny tactic. If all of a sudden we had 1,000 Native Americans show up all of a sudden to the Commonwealth at a constable looking...
I'm assuming he's going to send something in the Discord chat.
...at them under the authorities of the Commonwealth of Virginia wouldn't say something? Do you understand how bad faith of representation that was? Yeah. Do you understand how bad faith of representation that was? Can you explain why it's bad faith?
You're saying it's fucking not. Extend your own arguments.
No. The question isn't what someone do.
Asking me if I think Reagan was good? I'm basically agnostic on it. I don't know enough. I think people attribute way too much blame to him for things, which is why like I'm open to the argument that he was like net good or something. I think it'd be hard for me to think that he's top 10, but I'm not. Oh no, there's probably something that could convince me of that. I think like his tax cuts and stuff might have been good. They might have been good. I don't know for sure. They might have had two negative effects on the deficit to actually be good. But they could have been good. But I also think people don't. People probably give him too much credit for things as well. On the other side, like I don't think Reagan was the reason for a lot of our big economic fucking success and everything. I think a lot of it was, the Federal Reserve as well, like cutting rates at the same time. I don't think I don't know how much his policy really changed that stuff. I mean, some of the deregulation he did was certainly good. I will say that. Also, the union stuff he did, I think, was good, but I don't know how much longer unions would have lasted anyway. Bro. Really? Bro. Do I have to middle part? I have to make sure my hair is middle parted. I have to middle. I have to middle. I have to make sure my hair is still fucking. Is that better? I think it looks worse now.
Do something. Would someone say something? Would someone be upset about something?
Probably wouldn't let them into the fucking Commonwealth.
What was the fucking question, Connor?
Well, I mean, I'm about to read the Alien and Sedition Act.
The Alien and Sedition Act provided for the removal of persons deemed to be alien for enemies, and also, and that's currently what we're dealing with the Alien Enemies Act. That's removal.
Okay, so you're saying up until so what a constable would do, or what a federal representative would do, is they would say, "Welcome in Native Americans, blacks, Frenchmen, and Brits."
You just did it again. Look how fucking bad faith you are. Look how fucking blueberries. Look at how fucking bad faith you are.
But then,
look at how
they're invited into the country. Then maybe about 20 minutes later, some other federal guy goes, "Oh,
this is insane.
You're a class of person that needs to be removed from this country."
So no. Wait, Connor. Did you
think
no
prohibition about them coming in? But there's absolutely a law about taking them out.
Connor, did you hear me say that I was representing that the American
open borders? What do you think open
Shut
means?
the fuck up. Pause. Did I say that they were inviting people in? You can just answer that clearly.
No.
So why did you just do that hypothetical? You think everyone was saying come in? And why did you say that?
Automod can suck a dick. Did Automod do something?
If not,
because that's what open borders means.
No, what do you think?
Open border.
Wait.
What do you think open border means?
Wait. So do you think that open?
I can tell Pisco has Discord streamer mode on. How? Oh, he has the abbreviation of his name. Yeah.
borders is saying that there are no restrictive laws on entering the country? Or do you think that open borders means
Who like Kirk? I don't think most of my viewers are gonna like particularly like Charlie Kirk.
everybody come on in and actively inviting and courting people to come into the country? Which of those two things better represents the term open borders?
I think the first one is probably the law. I think the second one is the culture.
So, so when you were referring to open borders, and when I ask you, isn't it true America had open borders until 1870? So, hang on a second. Last question, then you can fucking go. We have to keep because this is beneath you, Connor. Your behavior here, it is all ego-driven. It is just because you lost on a single point.
You disagree with me?
No, it's
this
crazy.
Is ego-driven bad faith.
No,
this is a destiny tactic.
No, what you just said. What you just did. I'll explain. What you just. Wait, Connor, stop. Connor.
His wife is cooking, dude. His wife is fucking cooking is one way to put it. She's cooking at getting donations that she doesn't need.
I'm saying the same thing.
Connor, stop. So the reason why I said that of you is because you totally mischaracterized my point into the straw man. The straw man was that I was construing the founding generation to be like, we don't care about race. Everyone come on in. We love people. Come enjoy our blueberries. That was the straw man that you did. And you're like, this is what you actually believe? That's bad faith, Connor. That's bad faith. And it's almost like these comparisons.
Logical extension of your own belief systems and statements.
Wait, there is no logical extension there. You can have it. Wait, there is no logical extension there. There is no logical extension there whatsoever.
Yes. No, don't worry. I'll explain it. So here's what happened is I brought up Hart-Celler Act as a revolution in the way that we approach immigration. It did change demography. I'd like to the demography of the United States of America. You were like, that's a Groyper talking point.
It is.
That's a right-wing talking point. And then I said, okay, well, if it's descriptively real, who gives a shit? And then you said, well, it's not descriptively real. The United States had open borders for the first century of its existence. And then I said,
you're not even tracking the conversation. Wait,
you're
not even tracking the Constitution.
Very clearly the way that we set up our Alien and Sedition Act, our Indian Removal Act of 1830, our whatever act that I cited to you that was like 1875.
No one should be shot. Brave take we got here. Brave here. The brave takes. Pisco actually crashing out. Yeah. Also, it is my understanding, hot fixing that like almost certainly Charlie Kirk was essentially dead as soon as he was shot. There was no actual chance of saving him.
It's pretty clear that we did care about the ethno-religious groups of the people that we allowed into our country.
I never talked about that.
Open borders for about
I never talked about ethno-religious. Wait, I never talked about ethno-religious. Connor, I didn't talk about ethno-religious. I didn't say anything about that. I wasn't representing that. Wait, I didn't represent that America didn't care about its ethno-religious backgrounds. No, you said it after you said immigration was a wall that people wanted to tear down. You said ethno-religious after showing what you actually care about because you're a fucking groiper. That's what you said. I never made a representation.
Alphon, I bet you could schedule a combo with Connor if you want. I mean, I definitely could. Like, we're friends on Discord. He's not like a huge dude. Like, he's definitely reachable. He has plenty of conversations with people. I don't know what we would go over. I'm not opposed to it. I guess I don't. I mean, we probably have some disagreement on immigration, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like I don't know what that would round out into. I might get around out into a fucking utilitarianism debate. Probably what it turned into, honestly. And I guess I don't know. I don't really exactly know what Connor would describe himself as. I think he's obviously a Christian.
I need you to say this. I never made a representation that the Americans didn't care about the ethno-religious background of people coming to the country. That is an absurd.
You cuck? Wait, I'm a cuck? What'd I do?
Thing that I just never fucking said. Of course the fucking founding generation distrusted Catholics. Distrusted all.
See if you can convince him to finally claim liberalism as Pisco has been trying to do, lol. I think Pisco will be better at that conversation than I would be. So I doubt, although, I mean, I doubt I could do it, but I was like in a lot of those conversations, I think Pisco is, he's talking more, obviously the like current modern day, like politics of it and not usually the actual policy stuff, right? Like he's not actually engaging that much with like the merits of, the policies of Ron DeSantis and whoever else Connor has at the very least swept for when it comes to fucking, tax policy stuff or whatever. He talks mostly about the concerns that he has about where the right is going and what the right, does. That's contrary to like the Constitution, for example. But people call me a liberal because I'm a Republican, just like Trump. People, who is more liberal, me or Connor? I don't know. I mean, you guys are obviously pretty similar. I don't know like what you're. I don't know where you guys would substantially disagree. Is Connor pro-abortion? What's up, Liberty Twitcher? Trump isn't a conservative. Well, hey, you're North and Connor both. They both agree with that. Connor's a deist and believes some Christian ideas, but he says he's not one. Oh, I thought he was more openly a Christian, but I think that's still where he gets his like moral foundation from. If I could be wrong. So it's is there a thing called a conservative Democrat? Kinda. Like you can like if you're like a conservative Democrat would just mean like so the most conservative like thing that you can be while still being a Democrat, which is probably not going to be conservative overall. Blue dog Democrat, yeah, it's like, you know, it's going to be different from someone who like is philosophically like a conservative Democrat is probably not like philosophically generally conservative. They're still like going to be like mostly philosophically liberal. It's just going to be very moderate in that.
All sorts of groups. So you're fucking lying.
Doesn't mean a unrestrictive or non-existent immigration policy. Open border actually means white Americans caring about the residency and ethno-religious background.
What are you talking about? Wait a second. No, open borders to me are the lack of restrictions, legal restrictions on entering into the country. That's what open borders means. No, there's no rules for people coming in. That's what open borders is. Do you agree or disagree?
So this is the logical extension of your statement. Native Americans show up to the Commonwealth of Virginia and they're allowed in.
So allowed in, when you say allowed in, there's no law that requires them to be stopped, that prevents them from entering. That's the actual, yes, that is what's going on here. There is no restrictive immigration law. By the way, there's no internal checks within the United States either from a customs perspective, but there were no restrictive immigration laws in the United States. Now, does that mean that you couldn't find me an example of some 100 natives crossing where some constable gets a band of people to push them the fuck out? No, that's not what it means. Does that mean that I'm saying there were no removal laws under the United States? No, I'm saying only what I mean, which is there were no restrictive immigration laws preventing the entry of peoples into the United States. Does that mean that nothing was ever done with vigilantes, that there were ever like bad constables or whatever? That's your straw man. That's your mischaracterization. Because you can't handle the fact that I'm right.
I think you have autism, but I'm about
this is so crazy, dude.
30 minutes over time. But
all right, we'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow. But seriously, just for today, I love you. I do want to say I love you.
I love you too.
I love you. I really
love you.
You
got your panties in a twist. You're going a little crazy, but that's okay.
Connor, I love you. I am going to say this seriously though. For today, go fuck yourself. Seriously.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Can you imagine the fucking balls of that guy?
Shit. I'm into myself into the wrong foot pedal. I don't know. I don't know exactly when I joined, but I joined during the post conversation Pisco crash out. Oh my god. The dunking on Cavalier feels so virtue signaling. I feel like he's the only one. I'm the only one who is a Christian. Yeah, I guess Ryan is technically a deist too. I guess.
Arranged. And you see the bad faith tactics right away, where he's referencing a naturalization law using AI to try to claim that I'm saying something that I never said. A, that there weren't restrictions on naturalization. B, that the founding fathers didn't care about the ethnic makeup of people coming in or the religious makeup of people coming in. Of course, absurd things I never signed on to. C, that like there couldn't be situations in which individual law enforcement officers of given states could have taken some action against a roving band of people coming into the country or coming into their state. Absolutely unhinged, clear bad faith, clear lies. That said, I'll stop them again. Just crazy. And here's another thing. I can smell the Groyper talking points right away. They talk about the Hart-Celler Act.
I joined right about
all
here.
All the Groypers do. As the foundations of the like ethnic betrayal of the United States. They don't understand shit about the INA or the Hart-Celler Act or about the motivations of that law. What is the grand conspiracy they have of the Hart-Celler Act? These Groypers. Why do they go on it? Because it is true that the allowance of unlimited family-based visas allows certain types of people to stay here longer. The idea was, though, the opposite of what's being suggested by the Groypers. What's being suggested by the Groypers, Honor is adjacent to the Groypers, very concerning, is this is a Jewish plot to get rid of the white stock of America, when it was actually the opposite. It was the opposite. The thinking was of the overwhelmingly white Congress who enacted the Hart-Celler Act, the INA, is that the existing stock of Americans would be able to take advantage of the unlimited visa petitions to improve white immigration, to increase European immigration.
Technically, could you consider the act prohibiting the importation of slaves an anti-immigration act? I don't think that is what most people mean by. I don't think that's what almost anyone means by immigration. I think clearly, there's a distinction between immigrants legally coming there, and then slaves being involuntarily, brought here to not even be, not pursuing the American dream, not being integrated in any way, Although I think immigration, like you can obviously have immigrants that don't assimilate, but you know, being brought here against their will might be just pure commodities rather than people. How is this true? I don't know what this is you're referring to there. Not so is the only liberal Christian I see in these spaces, which is why I like her debates lately. I mean, maybe it's because I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian either. So like I don't know. I don't like. I don't want. I feel I've said this like 5 times, bro. I don't want to be an erudite. Okay, me and erudite are in the same space broadly. Okay, and I like it was good. I don't want to have any bad will. Okay, I don't actually think she's like not bad or anything. I think she makes like generally good content. Okay, and stuff. But like, I don't know. I just think she is a little. One, I think she like tries to sound smart and like tries to like use like arguments that just like make her like look good, and when they're not actually like very meaningful. I feel like she did that during her like divorcing debate. You remember the Ryan debate? Yeah, I feel like she did that during the Ryan debate too. And I think also during the Ryan debate, it was clear that she wanted something different than what Ryan expected. I think that should be obvious to most people, but I don't know. It's not even like on all the substantive stuff I like basically agree with Erudite on. But yeah. I'm locked in on skate right now.
Into the country. It's directly the opposite. The people who listen to Nick Fuentes, who is funny and charismatic, they take away these lies, and then I hear them from so-called liberals. So-called liberals who then pretend that this immigration policy, which they're conflating with ethno-religious concerns. You see that little sleight of hand, where he says, I think one of the things that liberals are trying to tear down is immigration. I say, well, you're going back to the laws of Abraham and Moses.
Hart selling massively increased Asian and African immigration through the ending of national origin quota and setting up. That's not contrary to what Pisco said at all. He's saying the intent. He's not saying it actually happened. I think he would agree. Like it did not lead to what it's intended to. He's pointing out the intention.
And you're saying this.
Like, did you just not listen to that?
Entry of peoples into the United States. Does that mean that nothing was?
It's just nice to have Christian voice on the left sometimes. No, I can get that too. Yeah.
Ever done with vigilantes?
I skipped way too far back.
It was the opposite. The thinking was of the overwhelmingly white Congress who enacted the Hart-Celler Act, the INA, is that the existing stock of Americans would be able to take advantage of the unlimited visa petitions to improve white immigration, to increase European immigration into the country. It's directly the opposite. The people who listen to Nick Fuentes, who is funny and charismatic, they take away these lies, and then I hear them from so-called liberals. So-called liberals who then pretend that this immigration policy, which they're conflating with ethno-religious concerns. You see that little sleight of hand, where he says, I think one of the things that liberals are trying to tear down is immigration. I say, well, you're going back to the laws of Abraham and Moses, and you're saying this grand historical pedigree, that doesn't exist in the case of immigration. What, you don't think that there was ethno-religious concern at the founding generation? Did I fucking say that? Maybe that shows what you're thinking about when you talk about immigration. So when I talk about immigration is people migrating into the country. Immigration, right? Immigrants.
I was trying to learn econ from the best econ streamer of all time. This is somewhat econ related in some respects.
I don't know why some of these like.
Then why did they put? Do you have a like? Why did they put caps into Western immigration for the first time ever? Totally incongruent. I don't think that actually. So I don't know all the specifics of the Hart-Celler Act specifically, but I don't think. If you can find quotes from people or whatever about the intention of the bill, and to be fair, like Pisco did not immediately provide these either, but like I'd be willing to bet he probably has them. That could change my mind. Easy, buddy. But like Pisco was just referring to the intention of at least many of those who wrote the bill. I don't know. So like I don't know what the point of adding the caps for Western migrants were. I would suspect, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in this. I would suspect. I don't know how high the caps were. Did we ever actually reach the caps? I'd be curious to know that. You probably know that. I would suspect because any bill that goes through Congress is going to have a lot of compromises. Like, even if the intention is to increase immigration of Europeans to Americans, or to America, like that, conceivably there's going to be some anti-immigrant people who are going to be like, hey, okay, I might want some white immigrants, but I don't actually want an unlimited number of white immigrants. If they want to intentionally increase the white immigrant, they wouldn't have abolished the racial quotas. I don't know. I don't know what the intention behind that was either. Not fun if you were on a political stream pyramid, would you be towards the bottom as obscure specialist or the top? Which way to pyramid go? When I talk about more general things, a lot of times, like I don't do like, I'm not fucking IRI, I'm not just doing the daily news, I'm not doing the debates about every relevant topic. But you know, it's not like I'm only talking about fucking the marginal deadweight loss from increasing income taxes versus increasing, you know, on some other tax. Not like I only talk about that stuff. I'm not only talking about endogenous money and monetary policy in the 2008 financial crisis. I don't know, I feel like I talk about more general things quite often, but not nearly as much as most other streamers. So whichever way that would go on the pyramid, whether that's top or bottom, I'd be not at the very top or very bottom, or definitely, you know, I'd be second rung down or something, or up. You know more about econ than all these retards combined. This is true. How to use Discord to use retard? Yeah, YouTube does not like that. Well, I mean, Econoboy was he was there. Okay. Wait, why does it say Automod said that? What the hell? Incredible. R.I.P. Retire in peace, Econoboy. I don't know, I haven't seen Pisco talk about that much about economics. I did see him debate. I saw him debate the High Indian, who's like not even really a streamer, but like I think he used to stream a lot more often, and he and Pisco, you know, talked a lot more back in, you know, 2019, 2020, and 2021. I saw him debate him, Pisco debate the High Indian. And they talked about tariffs for a little bit. I could tell like Pisco has read some like general things in it, but I think Pisco won certainly overall, and like the High Indian did not provide any good points against Pisco even, but I think there were a lot more things he could have mentioned than just doing like the trade deficit grocery store meme. I remember him doing that, which is a fine thing, but it's like a fine analogy. And I don't actually think, if you don't know what I'm talking about, people will be like, oh, you know, trade deficits aren't like necessarily bad, which is true. You know, I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. I buy a bunch of goods from my grocery store, and they don't buy any goods from me. You know, that doesn't mean that my grocery store isn't benefiting me. It just means we provide different things, and in the same way, like countries provide different things. That plays a part in it, and that is more true of bilateral trade deficits. Obviously, trade deficits between just two countries. As opposed to the trade deficit as a whole. But like, I honestly think like the more relevant thing, especially for the trade deficit as a whole, it's just that it's not even really determined by trade that much. It's determined by savings and investment. Like, this is an accounting identity, okay? So don't never reason from an accounting identity, but savings minus investment is equal to the trade deficit. It's like the way to, probably the easier way to think about that is like savings is what finances investment essentially. And America's a very low savings country. So we bring in, and we're a good country to invest in. An investment in this case, by the way, can, you know, includes, for example, other countries buying our bonds because we're the world reserve currency. So in fairness, like not all the investment is productive. I don't want to suggest that all the investment is like amazing, super productive investment, but we do like our stocks do have higher returns than Europe, right? So people also invest in us because we offer opportunities and higher returns that other countries don't, but they also do it because we have safe assets like U.S. bonds, and we're the world reserve currency, and a lot of central banks like to hold U.S. bonds. So if savings what finances investments, and the U.S. has a lot of good investment opportunities, and a lot of people want to invest in the U.S. either because of the good investment opportunities or because of the safety and network effects of the reserve currency. You know, we essentially have to bring in foreign capital to finance those investments. And even what I said there is a little, it's not we have to bring in foreign capital to finance investments. From an accounting perspective, yeah, you have to bring in that. But again, it's more other people want to invest in us. And what that means, that's going to lead to, should be intuitive, what's called a capital account surplus. You know, if a lot of people are investing in us, they're investing more than we're investing back in them, that's a surplus of capital, a capital account surplus. And as another accounting identity, the trade deficit is equal to, but the opposite sign of the capital account surplus. They entirely offset each other. So if we have a $10 trade deficit, we have a $10 capital account surplus. So it's not even really like, it's not even really caused by a lot of trade. It's caused by savings and investment. And like, you know, that's why if you look at the empirical evidence, tariffs don't even have, they can, but they don't always have a big effect on the trade deficit. They often do not. I saw easy money like this earlier. I think I saw this. I don't know what I'm supposed to. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. But also, it's like, I mean, obviously, is he a denier or is it to debate the numbers? Okay, Nick Fuentes still thinks 271K people died in the Holocaust. He's not denying it happened. Like, I don't know if Nick Fuentes goes as low as 271K. He might. When it's right, I bet it. Like on balance, I would guess he does, but I don't actually know for sure. Oh, you're talking to North. But you are also in a heated debate with Gibbs Law. Are you talking about North? I've been in heated debates with Gibbs too, but I'm assuming you're still talking about North. I think Gibbs has moderated more conversations I've been in than I have like talked to him one-on-one and stuff. Humans are killing all of our beautiful bald eagles, bro. Photo and post shows a dead falcon, likely a carousel, not a bald eagle, taken at a wind farm in Israel on 9/11/2017. Hebrew text is visible on the turbine. Incredible. Let's fucking go. You know, at least it's not AI generated, okay? At least it's not AI generated, okay? At least we got that. At least we got that. I love the state of the world. Yeah, I don't think he does. I think he takes colors or whatever. What is this drawing? I saw the word labor. It's talking about the Labour Party in the UK. I think that's what that was about. Yeah, okay, whatever. Alright. I don't care. I'm not gonna watch a 5 or 100 button interview right now, and I don't care about any of this stuff enough specifically to watch it right now. Let Hunter Biden for president. Let's go. Do you want to read ACA Wall Street Journal op-ed from a health economist? Maybe if you link it, I'll check it out. I'm not sure though. Depends on how long it is and how like detailed or whatever fucking stuff it is. Hunter Biden is way too coherent, actually wild. Well, he's from my understanding sober now, right? Been sober for a decent amount of time, right? So. Okay, it's pretty short, right? Yeah, I think that's the conclusion. Okay. Obamacare is a money pit for taxpayers. A new study shows extending subsidies would be reckless. Congress may yet extend Obamacare. I'm going to call it Obamacare right now. Big Lord 17. Oh, from my bookmarks.
Frog on the floor. Where'd he come from? Nobody knows where he'll go. He's been chilling in the basement for a minute.
How did you find this? This is my friend. This is my mod. Shout out. Big Lord 17. He's definitely not here right now. He is awake right now. I occasionally comment on here. This is my mod. This was he submitted this for a school assignment. Yeah. 5 comments for you, of course. Can't wait to get copy striked for playing those songs, bro. Incredible. What the fuck is Soy Pill doing live right now? TF2 community stream. Gay as fuck. This is another bookmark of mine.
Quan trọng phải là thân thái, quan trọng khi là con gái. Bao giờ yêu thì luôn đúng, chẳng bao giờ thấy sai. Quan trọng vẫn là thân thái khi mình yêu.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. When they copy strike for this too. My bookmarks are kind of awesome. And now YouTube will immediately demonetize this video. What does it matter? Okay. They may extend them. A new study shows why it would be reckless act towards taxpayers. Using health insurance mandatory filings, our study, published Friday in JAMA Health Forum. I'm just real quick. We're gonna see. We're just gonna search. Oops. JAMA Health Forum. Oh. Okay. Percent female authors, 51%. Ugh, I don't know if I can accept this one, guy. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, they're not an economics journal, but they appear to be a good journal still. Shows that the Obamacare individual market has become a money pit for taxpayers. In 2024, they paid nearly 80% of premiums for subsidized plans, compared with only 30% in 2014. Are people getting better access and hopefully at least not reduce quality because of it. You should weigh that as well. Taxpayers may pay more than $114 billion directly to insurers in 2024, 1/3 more after inflation than in 2023, more than double the amount in 2020 before the enhanced subsidies, and more than 6 times as much as 2014. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this acceleration will continue in 2025. Why? Through regulations, Obamacare banned affordable insurance options and destroyed independent physician practices, damaging the insurance and provider markets. Consolidation, administrative bloat, high prices, and soaring premiums have followed. I don't know what the evidence is for the administrative bloat thing. It could be the case, but I was under the impression that it's not like the overhead or administrative costs for healthcare is, or at least for insurers, has gone up substantially. Maybe I'm wrong on that. High prices and soaring premiums followed. Our studies showed a correlation between premium growth and subsidy growth is nearly perfect. That's by design. Subsidies are calculated so that premiums paid by subsidy-eligible enrollees for benchmark plans fall within a set percentage of their income, thereby transferring the financial exposure from rising premiums to taxpayers. I never under. Maybe I'm. So, in my view, half the point of Obamacare, at least, was to ensure equitable access to healthcare. It was essentially it was to socialize the cost of this. And the reason why that can be good, depending on the trade-offs on the other side, is that it allows you to essentially pay for stuff progressively and ensure equitable access. It means that you can give poor people healthcare and have them not pay the full cost, and you can instead shift that burden onto richer people who have lower marginal utility on their consumption. That can obviously be outweighed by a lot of other considerations with regard to the quality of healthcare, the administrative cost to it, if there, to the extent there is one, even things like making the labor market stickier because people get health insurance through their job now, and through, deficit spending, if that's a concern as well, obviously. In 2021, Congress expanded subsidy eligibility to higher income households and lowered income caps for others, further burdening taxpayers. In August 2022, it extended these COVID-era subsidies through 2025. Zero or near zero premium plans proliferated as the subsidies approached or exceeded the premiums. In 2024, 90% of subsidy-eligible enrollees had access to plans with net premiums at $10 a month or less. Higher enrollment brings more taxpayer dollars to insurers and brokers while providing political talking points for Democrats. It also creates incentives for fraud, as evidenced by findings from the Justice Department, the Paragon Health Institute, and the Government Accountability Office. In a GAO report, 23 of 24 fictitious applications were approved for premium subsidies, and 18 were still covered a year later. Reckless subsidies lured legitimate enrollees into Obamacare plans, who would otherwise have had employer-provided insurance, crowding out private funding with taxpayer dollars. We found that the market size for unsubsidized Obamacare shrank by a quarter, from $23 billion in 2014 to $17 billion in 2024. Obamacare is a poor value, a product few Americans would voluntarily purchase without subsidies. I would guess, for many of them, the alternatives can still be I think this can be more or less true, and Obamacare can still be a net benefit, because I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong, I would imagine many of their alternatives, if Obamacare didn't exist at all, and we didn't have things like the individual mandate, and we didn't have things like protecting pre-existing conditions, for at least many people, maybe not the majority, I don't know, it would be worse off. Congress has thrown taxpayers under the bus, forcing them to pay for nearly the entire ballooning cost of subsidized Obamacare plans, including the fraudulent ones. Taxpayers and employer-sponsored plans are also saddled with higher premiums, higher prices, and stagnant care delivery caused by Obamacare's market distortions. What Congress sold to the American people as targeted assistance for lower-income families has become a broad entitlement with no spending limit. Government subsidized care versus no health insurance. Yeah, like that's what, like, I think. So this specific example would not be the case for the majority of people. But, like, if Obamacare didn't exist, like, there'd be many people who have pre-existing conditions that just would be almost entirely fucked because their insurance would not cover it. And even if it did cover it, they would soon, especially if it's some rare condition, which obviously that would definitely not apply to the majority of people, like they would reach their lifetime cap, you know, pretty soon and just kind of be fucked. And obviously Obamacare solved some of that. Now it might have, like, I think Obamacare definitely had problems. And as of now, I would still lean towards it being a net benefit, but I'm not 100% confident in that. I'm nowhere close to 100% confident in that. But, like, I think you should at least consider not just the cost here. Obamacare's structural flaws and subsidy design are a direct attack on taxpayers' hard work, sacrifice, and discipline. Taxpayers who keep the economy running and sustain care for the most vulnerable deserve empathy and justice. Wow. True. Do you agree? Agree with what in part? I don't know. I see a bunch of stats about Obamacare costing a lot of money. I don't see any serious weighing of the cost that we pay versus the benefits received. It seems like he or she, is it a woman? Oh my God. One woman. And I don't know who Gay Bay is. It's a, two woman. Holy shit. Sorry. She. Queens. Yeah, like, it seems like they brush a lot of that away with a lot of people just wouldn't buy it if it wasn't subsidized. Like, these numbers don't even seem that big to be, like, taxpayer more than 100, it paid more than 14 billion directly to insurers in 2024. Like, that's a non-negligible amount, certainly. And obviously the total cost is higher. But, like, for a country that spends, like, what do we spend, like, 15% of our GDP on healthcare? Like, $70 to 80%, according to, is it whatever? Like, I don't know, that's not that crazy to me. And, like, you can definitely still make the argument it's not a net benefit. And I'm open to that. I just didn't see them, I just need, like, them to actually present some more stuff. As my understanding, consolidation did increase after Obamacare. I don't think that's, like, necessarily always bad. I don't know the administrative bloat. Like I said, I just don't know. That was not my impression, but I don't know if we have good. Do we have, like, good data, like, year by year, the administrative, like, the percent of healthcare spending that's administrative for private insurance companies? High prices and soaring premiums followed study shows perfect correlation between premium growth and subsidy growth. Nearly perfect. The percent subsidy calculated is that premiums paid by subsidy eligible enrollees for benchmark plans fall within within a set percentage point of their income. Like, I can be convinced that this is like not bad for sure, but like, you're gonna have to do more than just tell me the point of the ACA was to socialize the cost of healthcare, because, or at least part of the point, right? Because yeah, that is part of what it did. It transferred the burden from people, individuals in many cases, to the taxpayer, to society. And obviously, there can be benefits from that. Whether or not it's on net good or bad would depend on how bad the drawbacks were. And they just did not, to me, just did not present a clear case that the drawbacks were any worse. But yeah, okay. I'm done for the day. I think I was trying to see what people are doing so I can know who to raid into.
Like every code has like a signature, and then when the guy dies, he's just like auto delete.
Hobbs is watching the same Destiny thing. Tomfoolery is reacting to some
like the sure that she was above age.
Some lick thing, I think. So I feel is playing TF2. Speakeasy is I think basically ending stream. So you know what? I'll just send you to Soypill because Soypill has rated me before and I need to repay him slowly. But yeah, okay. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. I'm not sure. If I don't stream again tomorrow, I'll stream the day after. Yeah, fun time. I love you guys. Really cool to get to stream, get some people watching me, talk some nerdy econ stuff, do some lazy slop content, and have fun doing it and be able to afford my nice new computer and, you know, GPU that you guys essentially bought for me with the money that you guys collectively raised socially. Okay. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Love you.